Guys, what's up, guys? What's up to all my friends on YouTube, guys? Listen, today on stream, we're going to be doing NBA 2K League draft grades for Season 5. Let me just say, I've taken some time to kind of, see all the, new analysts in the community. I know we got a lot of people that are starting to get into this. I watched Sherm stream with D-Double. They did some draft grades. They weren't nice. They were very, very nasty. What do you mean? I'm muted? There's no way I'm muted. Oh, my God. Okay. You guys got me scared there. Anyway, what's up, YouTube? Today we're going to be doing NBA 2K League draft grades. So there's already been a couple streams where people have been doing some draft grades. I know Sherman D Double, they did their thing over there. They're very hard on grades. I don't think they gave a lot of C's. I know they gave a lot of low grades. I know Harris and I think Dirk came on their broadcast, and Len. I know they were giving some hard grades. I think a lot of teams, and I say this every year, maybe, I feel like a lot of teams did have a pretty good draft. I think that there's some teams, obviously, and we'll get into it, that had absolutely trash drafts. Honestly, ass. Like, it's terrible, some of these drafts, but like I said, guys, today's video should be very exciting, so make sure for all my friends on YouTube, you like, comment, subscribe, and let's get right into the video. So, okay, there's nothing on the screen. Alrighty. Look at this beautiful graphic right here, guys. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. What am I up to here? Obviously, you guys probably see Joe's name. Joe will be coming on the stream in a little bit. He's busy doing some things, so he can take his time. We'll have Joe come in. If anybody wants to come in, give their opinions as well, you're more than welcome. But like I said, today we're doing draft grades. We're going to start off with the East. Obviously, I've made a beautiful graphic that has everyone's picture and name below it. We also have the West as well here, and we'll do some draft grades. Okay, so we're going to start off with the East, and guys, let's be honest, the East is the worst. Okay, it's the bad conference. Okay, there is no clear team. Oh God, hang on, I don't even have your audio in. All right. Yeah, you're good. You can come in.
There it is. Yeah, Dash, there's a lot of old photos. If you have new headshots, send them to Champ so we can update them. Otherwise, people are going to look busted.
Listen, I've been changing a lot of headshots for people. Again, Swan sent me a brand new one. So like I said, guys, please send it, and please send it with shoulders above, because I can't, again, if you get traded to a team, like if you look at Future Clutch, he has all his Magic Gaming gear on, and he's clearly not on the Magic anymore. So please, if you have a headshot, please send it shoulders and above so I can actually have it for the graphic. Thank you, please, and thank you. Anyway, go ahead, Joe. Go ahead. What were you saying? I'm excited.
Media Day. Yeah. But no, I don't want to just be like, oh, the East sucks. It's just like the East is probably really good. It's going to be fun. But when you look in comparison to the West, that's where, it lies. Because you go and you switch the graphic, you see all of the soup at the point guard position. You see, the soup at some of the power positions. It's the gulag, man. Like, look at the shooting guards, even though you need to swap Vandy and 630. But, it's a lot, so it's going to be a battle there. And people have to remember, there's only 5 spots to get in normally, and then that 6th spot comes from the ticket. So you can't afford to lose at all in the West.
No, I think the West is, again, it's going to be hell. We're going to have a surprise team in the West, of course. I think that happens every year. And again, I saw on Harris's stream, they did talk about 3v3. There's going to be teams that are going to be really good at 3v3. There's going to be teams that are really good at 5v5. And I think that there's going to be a team that's going to be like the last in the... I think like a team like Ducks Gaming could be a really bad team at 5v5, but to be the best in 3v3. So, it's going to be very up and down for a lot of teams when it comes to it, and it's going to be so interesting. I know Harris mentioned about trying to rate, MVPs and stuff like that, how we're going to do it. We're going to have for 3v3 and 5v5. I'm interested how they're going to do it all this year, but, I'll be honest with you. Again, don't be wrong, the East has won the NBA 2K League Finals, 3 for 4 or something like that. Again, obviously the conferences didn't come together until last year, so technically it doesn't count. It's only 1 for the East, but it doesn't matter. I think that a lot of us who've watched the league know that the West is definitely a closer conference, a lot tougher. There'll definitely be there'll be those bottom teams like, last year with the Lakers, how they had like no wins. But like, again, the bottom of the West last year was bad, but the top was just insane. It was insane. But
well, yeah, it's because unfortunately somebody, like Harris said it best, somebody has to lose. Yeah. And you have to really see when it comes out with the tournaments and how they set things up. Mm-hmm. Are Western Conference teams always going to play Western Conference teams? Are they going to have any shot of playing Eastern Conference teams? Because if it's just the West battling each other, oh man, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah. No, there's no way. Hey, Chaos with this big sub, man. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, man. Anyway, like I said, guys, we're going to start off with the Eastern Conference because I know, listen, I feel like the West is the stronger side. So we're going to start off with the fun grades first. I'm going to break it down. So we look at the point guards right now in the Eastern Conference, and I'll be honest, because this is the most important position when it comes to winning in the NBA 2K League. If your point guard can't perform and be one of the top point guards in their conference, you're not going to make playoffs. It's that simple. And I mean, I look at it right now. The best PG right now in the East, it's looking like it might be like, again, I'm not taking away from the rookies because there's probably definitely like guys like Gallo who can come out and be great. But like right now, the reigning best PGs might be like Duck Dre, and again, Cease's had a breakout pre-draft, so he could definitely show up this year. But looking at the PGs, this is a brand new class of point guards coming in. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 rookie PGs in this conference. Half the East is rookie PGs, bro. That is insane, insane. How's the West? I'm pretty sure the West has probably much more experience. Buckets experience. All right, so there's 1, 2. Technically Sima's first year in PG, but he's not a rookie. He has experience. So there's 2 rookie PGs in the West compared to the East. So awkward licking his lips every night. No, I definitely will say the Wizards. I think that's what's going to make the Wizards really good this year. Is that since they do still have that strong team defense against a lot of these younger PGs, who it's going to take time for them to adjust. And again, we don't know how everything's going to go. We don't know how the point system's going to go this year. We don't know how, when we get in person, how it's going to matter. Because a lot of stuff's going to happen. But either way. So, yes. Can you just tell Stick, by the way, he needs to give me an updated picture, okay? Again, I think looking at the locks, actually there are pretty good locks in the East here. You have Awkward, you have Saint, you have Stick, who I think, again, I agree Stick is going to be that guy. Some people disagree, but I think he's going to be good. Again, Tazo obviously doing his thing. Hezzy's a dark horse for being one of the better locks. Again, obviously he'll do a string of 3v3, but again, this conference, I would say there's some pretty good locks. And over in the West, I'm actually interested. Let me see the West real quick. So you have randoms. You have Crush. Again, Zay. Gradient. Maybe Ed Sheeran. Follow did his thing last year.
Come on.
Shifty. Listen, man. I can't I can't hype up the T-Wolves too much, okay? That's bad juju.
But not even that. Like touche, definitely.
Yeah, I listen. I've been told I'm not allowed to cheer for them. I'm not.
Yeah, you fucked this up last season.
I literally got still told I am not.
You owe me a lot of money. That's all I got.
I am no longer allowed to cheer for the T-Wolves or say anything good about them. But again, I mean, looking at this conference, again. The locks are going to have a hard time in this conference because you have a lot of really good point guards in this conference. I think that it's a lot different for our East locks versus our West because our West locks, man, jeez, I have to sneeze. Just kidding. All right, never mind. Anyway, so looking at this though, I mean, I'm looking at the shooting guard position right now. On guard, you have a lot of rookie shooting guards over here. Actually, holy crap. This is where you have a lot of rookie shooting guards. Antoine's probably going to be one of the better shooting guards over here. Obviously Kai, 630 again. Shooting guard's not what it used to be. It's more of a secondary ball handler.
But yeah, exactly. And you have to think that 630, he's still the rookie of the year, the reigning rookie of the year, and
MVP.
The man switches to a position where he might not have the lock on. Granted, that lock is going to hyper switch every fucking time, like because it's 630. He's just that dominant. But yeah, there are some great sharps or secondaries in here. Some great shooting guards. You have to give respect to them. 630, Kai, Antoine, Killy, Reese. I mean, still, like, granted, he had a bad season with Lakers, but that whole team had a bad season. He's still a champ. We know, we know what Johnny's capable of. We know the hype that Unguardable brings in. Ant season, same thing. We know that Jen's gonna shoot crack, and he has splash there. Like, we can go through each of these. Like, so I'm really excited for a lot of these teams, champ.
Yeah, no, I'm just, I don't know. I'm gonna feel bad because a really good team's not gonna make the playoffs in the West. Again, and I don't want to sleep too much on the East, okay? I'm critical on this conference, and me and Harris were so hard on this conference last year. I know Chalk was like, this is the better conference, but everyone kind of knew where the better conference was last year. Even though, like I said, you look at the tournaments, technically, the East did take more tournaments. Again, the Blazers did throw that tournament against the Knicks, so that's not really like, I feel like that doesn't even count, that tournament. East is soup. I mean, listen, I know that your team, listen. All right, let me say something, Maelo.
Maelo, cállate.
Maelo, you have a pretty good team. I don't know about the rest of the teams in this conference. I think that you have a pretty good roster. I'm interested to see how it pans out. But I'm not going to lie to you. Your team's looking a lot better compared to a lot of these teams, especially because the way Ceases looked this pre-draft. And you gave Ceases this guy putback? Like, come on, man. Like, no tolerance has been literally running, like, retail this year. So, again, retail, keyword, retail. But either way, I think they're going to transition very well into the league. And I think that Ceases is going to be the most league-ready guard early in the season. And I wouldn't be surprised if they have a good, a hot start to the season.
And you know what? We can get into them because I know we're going to get through all of them. So, don't want to give all the analysis here.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, Maelo. Yeah. Yeah, we're on the other side this time. To be real. Yeah. Now let me stop.
Nah. But anyway, so today I'm going to be, like I said, I'm going to be doing some draft grades. So when I do grades, guys, I mean, I've always been generous over the years when I've done grades. And I feel like this year I need to be a little meaner. Because I was doing my own grades like off stream. And I was like, man, I'm being way too nice. I think I need to be mean. What do you think, Joe? Do I need to be mean this year? Because I feel like Harris was a little kind. D-Double and Sherm were ruthless. Like, they had zero, F's to give, man. They were going for their necks. Like, if your team even had the slightest bit of, like, question around it, they were basically throwing you in the gulag. So, I'm going to start with the Sixers. I'm trying to just get the grades ready real quick, guys. But I prefer honest over mean. Yeah, so I'm going to be honest with it, because I've always tried to keep it a buck, and I try to be real with it. Again, I definitely get attacked for my opinions. I mean, listen, the amount of times I've been attacked for my opinions, man, let me tell you what. If I wasn't honest, I don't know what people would be attacking me for. Let me see. What color can I make a C? Usually, well, an F has to be, yeah, oh, no. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to figure out the lettering.
All right, so how about this? Yeah, like A green, like B orange, then you have your yellow, your brown, and then your red.
Yeah. What is it? My screen's, what the heck?
You could use blue. I don't really care.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know what my thing is locked on right now, too. Oh, I see. Never mind. Sorry, guys, I was figuring something out. You know me. Sometimes I'm like, who was it that was not tech savvy during the draft? Who was that Bag Motion? Like, had his phone, he had like literally his phone on the floor while he was getting drafted. Oh, by the way, Joe, what was your favorite draft moment? Obviously, we're doing draft grades right now, but I don't know if we got a chance. I know you probably talked on BFW, but like during the draft, who do you think like had that iconic moment in the draft? I feel like every year we have those good moments and stuff like that. Who do you think, like, what was your favorite moment during the draft this year?
There were a couple. I mean, one, yeah, watching Bag just sit there and he's trying to set up and it just, like, fucks up his moment completely. But it's Bag. The man just doesn't know technology. I know that in there with Pistons, they'll hook him up. That was funny to me. But honestly, Chaos stole the show. We have to give him
yeah.
Like, I know. Apparently, the what Famous was saying in his stream is that like, and I know that they were confirming this, that like Chaos wound up switching into the Warriors jersey after that pick because he knew he was most likely going there. But just to see him rip open his shirt to the Warriors jersey, saying, "Okay, I'm coming home," I think that was an amazing moment. It was great for the entire league, honestly. So big shout out to you, us, and I hope that shirt wasn't expensive, my boy.
Anyway, as I was, anyway, like I said, my favorite moment was definitely when Saucy got picked. I think Saucy was one of my favorite. Saucy is just a character, man. Congrats to him. I'm happy for him. Hope he, has fun down there in Miami. I'm interested to see how Miami will be this year, but we'll get to them pretty soon. But anyway, we're going to start at 76ers GC. So when I look at the Sixers, it's basically it's the same team from, obviously you have three people from the team last year, and you add Reed and you add DT. Again, from last year's team compared to this year's team, I definitely think they have upgraded at certain positions. I do like Reed and DT. You basically got Magic Gaming and Sixers together, which is interesting. I actually just realized that they basically have Magic Gaming in Sixers GC.
Yeah, mixed with gaming, I get it.
Yeah, I actually didn't. I just realized that. This is crazy, but I will say this about this conference. So they are looking again in a weaker. If they were in the West. It'd be a lot different. I think it's going to be a mixture of roster grades and draft grades, Lazu, because
I think you have to give it's a completely different thing, champ. That's what I was trying to say earlier. So it's either we have to do both or we have to specify one because it's going to look very awkward from the outside spectators who might not watch the stream. So I think we need to specify.
Okay, you know what? We have to go draft grades on some of it, but if a team had a whole roster coming in, they have to get a roster grade. So maybe I could label
roster grades. How about we just do roster grades?
Let's do roster grades. That's good with me. Anyway,
change it from draft grades to roster grades, just so we know.
You know what? I'm glad you noticed that because I completely forgot I wrote draft grades right there. Roster grades. That's better. Alrighty, let's do it. So. Looking at 76ers GC, they look like they're a strong team in this conference. You add Reed, who I think he's finally at his original position that he used to thrive at. I'm interested to see how him and Dre are going to work together. Last year, I think the biggest thing for Dre was trying to find a shooting guard that could complement him very well. Obviously, he had Kalirac early in the year, didn't work out. They traded for A. Rooks, didn't really improve. Again, it was slightly better, but it wasn't really fantastic, and they just didn't truly ever have a good shooting guard during the season, at least last year. So Reed definitely changes that for them. Eli coming back, and Yusuf going to getting traded to the team. Yusuf, I forgot they traded for Yusuf too. So they add Yusuf and DT, and that's a very strong defensive core right there. Those two players, that I think are some of the better defensive players in the league, and adding those two, so you have Dre and Reed who are going to, bring the offense for you and complement your offense, and then you have a good balance with your defense. So if I was to give a roster grade for them, I'm going to go with a B plus in my opinion. I don't think that this roster is going to be I think they'll be one of the better teams, but if they were in the Western Conference, they would literally get destroyed, in my opinion. But I'm going to go with B plus with this one. What are your thoughts, Joe?
See, so with this team, and hold on one second, I do apologize. Let me just adjust one thing. Give me 1 second, champ, because I'm pulling up my stats.
Oh, you're all good. But anyway, like I said though, with Eli too last year, I'm pretty sure Eli again, I know everyone doesn't like numbers and stuff like that, but the Sixers did have pretty good defense last year. It wasn't the worst, but it definitely was pretty good compared to a lot of teams last year. But adding, DT and Yusuf, you do get a much stronger defensive team. So, again, I'm going to give them a B plus. I don't think that you can really go anything lower. I think that if they were in the West, it would probably be a B minus. But for now, I think a B plus is the best grade for them in my opinion. For the South, go ahead.
No, sorry, I'm back. No, I really like this team. This team is very sneaky, but it's all going to boil down to can Dre and Reed coexist and be able to score. Reed is switching over to his original position of shooting guard. This is what he played before he got drafted into the league and converted over to point guard with Magic Gaming. You have Dre. We know that he's very ball dominant. Reed, we know he can play secondary, but just their cohesion. We've seen what they've dealt with in the past with their shooting guards last year. Making sure that they're able to be able to coexist is huge. Eli was arguably the third over, like not even, I would just say probably the third overall rated lock when it comes to 3-point percentage.
Really?
So you have to give them love. Yeah, DT was amazing when it comes to that. So they're going to be able to shoot from their corners. This defense is going to be great. We can definitely see Yusuf doing his thing. So the team is going to be scrappy. It's going to be fun. I definitely love the B+ grade. I think getting DT that spot, honestly, when people didn't even think about that, I think it's a very good steal. It's a very good fit for that team. Already have chemistry with Reed and with Yusuf, some of those guys just knowing each other. I think this is going to be one of the better teams in the league, and if we're giving this a roster grade, I think a B+ is perfect.
Joe, I have a question. You've obviously been an assistant coach before. You've kind of helped break down and figure out strategies when it comes to attacking teams. What would be a position on this team do you think is their weakest point, and what do you think is their strongest point on the Sixers team?
Strongest point? Definitely I would have to say the ability to create at any position. I think all of them can help score. You can't sag off corners anymore. It's not just the Dre show like it was last year. You're not going to have just two-man sets consistently where Walnut's going to the low block. So I think Yusuf, just overall, yeah, he's a better defensive center, but he's not gonna just sit down there and mash. He's gonna look to potentially pass the ball out, get people involved. I like the fact that all of them can shoot. You can't just sag off corners. You can't help. But the weakness is, can the ball get passed around? Can they facilitate? Are they going to be able to get to the open shooters? Mm-hmm. We've seen Dre. He's able to be a high volume guard. He was a very good guard, very great rookie year. But getting him involved so that teams aren't completely keying in on him is key. Making sure Reed is comfortable, getting him enough touches so he feels solid in the offense. He's not struggling. I think that's going to be keys for them.
I think the biggest weakness for this team is going to be turnovers. I feel like this team is going to turn the ball over a lot. That was kind of like Reed's crutch last year. I don't know where Dre ranked. I know Dre wasn't always the best at it, but I also think it was part of it was just because his team just couldn't score, and he kind of had to take a high score, load of the scoring because his shooting guard really couldn't help him much. They try, I don't think they're going to run. I wonder if they'll still run with a two-man this year. I guess it's just going to depend on the game this year and how the league build is. But, I think that this is the biggest concern is going to be, can they hold on to the ball and not turn over the ball as much? Their biggest strength, in my opinion, I think, is their defense. I think they are going to have a pretty good defense. So I think that, overall, I think that's why I give them a B+. I think it's the biggest thing is their defense. But, again, Sixers, I think they'll be one of the better teams in this conference. But, anyway, we're going to move on to the Celtics. So, Celtics Crossover Gaming has FT, Trey Dallas, Tazo, Boley, and Colt. I don't hate the roster. I'm not upset about it. I'm just not absolutely in love with it because it's basically the same roster from last year, adding Trey Dallas. Again, I know that Boley has been in the league for a couple of years. He's always solid at the power forward position. Colt. One thing about Colt is he didn't have an amazing season last year. Again, he did enough for the team. Again, the team was not they were around, they were right under 500. So I think that this team is right there. But I don't think Trey Dallas gets them over that 500 record. I don't think that really makes that much dramatic of a difference because I don't think it was necessarily their defense that was their problem. I think their defense was fine. I think Tazo did his thing last year. And I think that I think Colt has taken a lot of time in his pre-draft to improve his game. I think that they should have gone in the direction of more going with a scoring player like a Witness or something like that, or someone who can score the rock, when FT is struggling. So I didn't really like the Trey Dallas fit here. I know everyone talked about him going there, but Trey Dallas is stronger on defense than he is offense. Again, he can be a good offensive player, but he does have a lot of inconsistencies at the shooting guard position when it comes to offense. So for me, I'm going to give this grade, a roster grade, I'm probably going to give it a C. Just because I don't see, we have a conference that's wide open and you didn't get better, in my opinion. If anything, you kind of just either plateaued or got worse, in my opinion.
So the thing about this roster to me is it really lacks versatility. I know that Colt can play the 4 the 5. I'm sure Bully can play other positions, but we've known mostly of Bully playing the 4. Tazo playing lock, Trey Dollars playing the 2, FT can play combo. But for the most part, people are going to be stuck at their spots. So if things go wrong, you don't have a 6-man this year to be able to bail you out, switch things up. So they might be going on the fly. Yes, it's a very heavily defensive predicated team. And the biggest issue last year was the cohesion between the guards. You're 100% right. They had, some locker room issues too, other things that they had to work on. But if FT is the same person that he was been pre-draft, as well as they continue to build off of the momentum that they had last year at the end of the year, I think this team could be solid. But again, there's just so many other good teams. It's just how much better can Trey Dollars make this team? That's the biggest question.
Yeah, and I don't think it gets any better. I don't think Trey, I think he's a good player, but Trey can score the ball, but he's not like, when you take Trey, you weren't taking him for his offense. You were definitely taking him for how good he was at defense. Again, I've seen him play with Spam. I watched him. Trust me, I know. I've watched Trey's game probably more than anyone this pre-draft, and I just think that for Trey, like, when he has his cold spells, when he's cold, he's cold. But when he's hot, he's good. He's really good when he's hot. But when he is like, if he struggles in a game, who's going to pick up this team? Because I feel like you're adding that so much pressure to FT's game, and I feel like they could have gotten a much stronger offensive player, someone who can handle the ball, I think, a lot better. I think that there was a couple shooting guards in this draft that I think they could have gone with. But again, I think Trey's still a good player. He'll definitely do his thing, but I just don't think this was the right fit for them. And I just, it's really concerning to me what's going to happen on the offense for the Celtics. I think they're going to have a lot of low scoring games, and they're going to hold teams to low score. They're going to keep teams really, limited, and they're going to hold, have really good defense. But can their offense capitalize and get them more wins this year? Because I don't know if I necessarily see that with the combo of FT and Trey Dollars. And I think after this season, looking at this roster right now, if I was to make a prediction, I think this is FT's last season on the Celtics after this season. I'm just going to predict it now.
All right, well, no, and I definitely understand that, Champ, because, of course, hey, ball's in FT's court. He is the guy. He's the guard. This is going on, his second full season here. So it's like put up or shut up type of thing. I think that their 2-1-2 press is probably going to be one of the best in the league when you have a high defensive guard and Trey Dollars with Tazo, and people like Bully and Colt who are able to swing out the corner, press buttons well. So they're going to definitely be pressing. And you really think about this league, the past 2 years, season 3, season 4, defense has been heavily emphasized because it pushes the break. FT loves to run the break, Trey runs the break, Taser, all of them will really run the break. So if they're able to really play their defense, they're going to be on the break half the time, so they wouldn't even have to worry about half-court sets. Trey can score. You're 100% right about that. Tazo's a solid shooter. Bully's a solid shooter. Shit, if they go to a full 5-out set, Colt can definitely pop too. But again, you just have to think about the consistency. Can FTW lead this team to the playoffs? That's really what you have to ask.
And I'll answer that right away. No. Again, I know that you're using a hypothetical question. I will say I think there's a 0% chance the Celtics make the playoffs this year. And I don't care. You can clip me. You can use this later on if they make the playoffs. But if I was a betting man, I would just say no chance. No chance for the Celtics this year, even with Trey Dollars on the team. But again, you know me with my hot takes. I go crazy with it. But again, what grade would you give this roster in your opinion, Joe?
So, pretty much, Champ, what you're saying is even with Trey Dollars, the Celtics are going to make no dollars.
No, they'll make a couple dollars, but they won't be making dollars in the playoffs.
No, I think a C+ grade. Look, when you are able to bring back someone who and this is what a lot of people don't realize, is that when you love somebody in the org, like, yeah, people call it buddy or whatever it is, bringing back the same people, but no, that just goes to show you the consummate professional and how much organizations value this person on and off the floor. So Bully has been a great person for this team. Picking him at that pick, you can't really hate it at all. Like, I think it's a solid pick. He was a great power forward. And really, the biggest thing that hurt him last year was his own health issues. So as long as he's able to stay healthy, he's able to do what he needs to do, this team can make some noise. And we've already talked about it. The East is, like, it's up for grabs for the most part. So I think that they have a fair shot at the playoffs. Are they the most talented team in this conference? I don't think so. But they were on the precipice of making the playoffs. They were making a run. They got hot at the last point, and unfortunately, they got bopped off by, I believe, Gen G in in the ticket. Who Gen G wound up going on to make the finals. So they were making that run. I think they just think, all right, we had a great core here. Let's switch into somebody who can help with the offense, boost our defense up a little bit, and we might have something.
I think the number one thing is morale, though. Obviously, we heard some things. Again, it's all rumors, but again, last year there was definitely some internal things that went on, and obviously, there was some movement in the rotations. I don't think they truly found their identity when it came to the roster, and no one kind of found their spots. No one had their footing. It was kind of a lot of a movement going on between the two guards. So hopefully, FT, is consistent, at the PG role, and there's not like this flip flopping with Trey Dollars at PG or something like that. Like, hopefully he stays in that position. And I think that's the biggest strength for them. And hopefully, there is nothing, there isn't, anything going wrong between the guys. But again, we know how it could go when the season is up and down like the Celtics were last year. Hopefully they don't face that adversity, because I think if the Celtics faced what they did last year, where they had this up and down season, I don't see any change in results. And I just, again, like I said, I don't think there's a chance. I will say 0% chance they make playoffs.
Yeah, I would definitely not say 0% chance. I think it's way too early for any of that stuff. I know you want to go hot.
Oh yeah,
But there it is. But you have to give them respect, man. They were fighting for themselves. They were really on the run. They were the only team to really beat the Wizards in multiple games last year. You have to give them respect, and you have to wait for the season to progress. I think that giving them like a C average, a C plus average, showing that they're an average team, like middle of the pack, I think is a great grade, because they have to show us.
Mm-hmm. They'll definitely be in that, like, so out of the 12 teams, I say they'll probably be around that 8 or 7, they'll be that, like, the 8 or 9 range, maybe 7 at best. Again, I think they're a team that's going to be kind of like the Magic. They're going to be just a really average team, and they're going to fall short of playoffs. That's how I see Celtics crossover gaming this year. But anyway, moving on to Gen G Tigers. Now, this is an interesting roster because there is 3 new players on this roster. This is, obviously our, one of our newer rosters. Obviously, I know the Sixers had, a revamp with, some new players, but this is a lot of young players. You have 3 rookies on this team with 2 vets. This team obviously had the first overall pick. They bring in Gallo. I know you got the chance yesterday to ask Gallo some questions. You got to interview him. He's looking forward to Follow, even though he's in the other conference, but he's looking forward to playing against Follow and doing his thing against Follow. I really like the DJ pick. Last pick, I think that's a hell of a pick right there. DJ is a guy who can transition between the PG and shooting guard. I think that he's going to complement Gallo's game very well. Hezi, we've seen what him and Killy have been doing in the 3v3. Again, in 3v3, this team is looking interesting. In 5v5, I think it's just as good, just because of the current setup in the Eastern Conference. In the West, it'd be a lot different, but because they're in the East, it's good. You have Don and Feast, 2 guys who obviously have been good over the years of defense. Last year, I don't think defense was necessarily their strongest thing in the world. I think that some people give a lot of praise to Don and Feast as defensive players, but numbers would say otherwise last year. I'm pretty sure they weren't as good. Again, they weren't a terrible defense, but their defense. Where was their defense ranked last year? It wasn't like their numbers were not.
They had a very good defense. Their issue wasn't defense. Their issue was finishing games.
Yeah, but statistically, they gave a lot of points up per game. Like, if I'm not mistaken, they were weren't they in the middle of the pack when I checked it? I'm pretty sure they were. They definitely were. It shocked me too, because I was going through it the other day, and I was actually shocked. I thought they were like a top defense, like way better. Again, they're probably top. They might be like top 10, but even then, I thought they were a way better defensive team than what I expected. But when I went to go check it, I was shocked. I thought they were a much better team.
Gen G was 9th in point differential.
You have point differential.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at points per game. Again, obviously, it's not the best thing in the world to do. But looking at Gen G, let me see. Maybe I'm wrong.
Points per game, that's an offensive statistic.
Well,
and even then, they were 7th in the entire league at points per game.
I'm saying I'm saying allowing points per game, like points they allowed per game. That's not that's what I'm saying. So I'm just trying to see where Gen G is ranked. Oh, so they're 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I guess they were top. Maybe I was thinking of somebody else. But either way, with like Don and Feast, they were probably the better end of that defense. I wish they would have been able to get Saucy back. I know that, obviously the draft still worked out in their favor. Yo, Maddie with the sub. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, man. But looking at this team this year, again, last year is the past. Again, obviously, like you said, they didn't finish games. That was the biggest thing. They didn't have a fourth quarter guy that could just finish in crunch time. That's kind of what Gallo has to do this year. He has to be that guy that finishes in crunch time. Hopefully, they don't have that many close games. Hopefully, they're just coasting through and beating teams by a landslide. But looking at this team's defense this year, I really do like the fact that they were able to keep Don and Feast together, and then they add Hezzy to this defense. Again, a lot of people who've watched 3v3 this year with Killy, Hezzy is a really, really good lock. There was a reason why a lot of teams want him. Dimes himself even talked about how he wanted him, and that was part of the reason why he believes Gen G traded up. We know that Ducks Gaming wanted him as well. But this is a guy that was, a hot commodity. A lot of people know what he brings to the table. Obviously in the park scene, there'll be a strong park team just alone with him on the defense. And again, I think that the biggest thing that it comes down to is the number one pick. You know what I mean? This team comes down to the number one pick. But my opinion about this roster, if I was to give it a grade, I would definitely have to give it. I'm gonna give it a pretty. This is my first good grade. I'm gonna give it an A.
I know an A, just roster grade, not draft grade, just roster.
Roster grade. Draft grade. I mean, they got a guy like Hezzy. They traded for a guy like Hezzy, who in a lot of GM's eyes was definitely a preferred, lock that they'd want. So he was definitely rated on a lot of people's boards as a high lock. I mean, I looked at it. He was actually my number one sleeper on my list, so I'm interested to see how he pans out. Again, I only got to see him so much in 3v3, not compared to 5v5. So I'm interested to see him more in the 5v5 and see how that works out for him. I'm sure that he'll be able to transition very well. Again, we have a whole month of, scrims and stuff like that, so that should be beneficiary for the Gen G team. The biggest thing, too, is DJ, too. DJ, a lot of people, there's a lot of question marks. People don't know, a lot of people ask, who's DJ? What about, I've talked to some league players, they don't really know who DJ is, and it shocks me. Again, I watch DJ, and I know he can hoop. But a lot of people, I've seen some league players who don't really know much about DJ. But I think getting DJ with that last pick, it's definitely a good pickup. It's one of those, picks where it's like almost, I'm not going to say it's the equivalent of the Bumpy Don steal from last year, but it's definitely one of those picks where I thought, you know what, they got, for the pick that they got great value out of it. So, again, I'm giving an A roster grade. But Joe, I'd like to hear from you. What do you think about this team? Biggest weakness, biggest strength, kind of your analysis if you're a coach coming in, playing against this team.
So this is the epitome of a boomer bust team. It's somebody you're going in with 3 rookies, so I can't give them an A, champ. I'm sorry. I like this roster. I think they have amazing potential. But going in and giving a team an A when you have Hezzy, who hasn't played that much 5v5.
That's a good point.
You have a rookie who's given the keys in Gallo and Yano DJ, who are both rookies. They're having to deal with, do this. I think 3v3, this is going to be one of my favorite teams to watch because I don't think you realize that having a 3v3 roster of Gallo, Hezzy, and Don is going to be nuts. And you can sprinkle in Feast there if you guys want to go for a battle. But I think those 3 are going to go crazy. But looking at this team, I would have to give them
a B plus.
I guess, yeah, B. No, I would give them B, a hard B. Because,
ooh. I mean, listen, I'll meet you.
I'm not gonna lie. I want to potentially give them a B minus because they have to show us. I'm not gonna lie. With a lot of these teams, but it's because all of it is going to be based off of can Gallo and DJ carry the load? Can they bring this team to the promised land? Can they finish games? They're very talented people, but you're now at the top. You're playing the best of the best every day. You're playing against people who are going to, watch film on you. They're going to look at your tendencies. They're going to, they're pretty much going to capitalize on your weaknesses, do everything. So, are we sure they're there yet?
I listen. I know where you're coming from. Again, there are definitely some question marks. Again, I think it's the biggest thing is it's a young team. I think it's one of the younger teams, in this Eastern Conference. When it comes to just experience, like some teams have a lot more experience compared to the Shinji team. So I kind of can understand the question marks. Again, like you said with Hezi, coming from a 3v3. I know he's played 5v5, but again, I know that the biggest question is how is he going to be in 5v5 compared to 3v3. Also with Gallo, Gallo has to live up to the hype of being the number one pick. Whether he likes it or not, there's pressure when you are the number one pick. Every number one pick has faced that. Some have lived up and some haven't lived up to being the number one pick. So that's part of it. And again, they're fortunate to be in again, I don't want to say, I hate saying it's a weaker conference, but they are very fortunate that they are in the Eastern Conference because this team in the West will be a lot different. But I'll meet you halfway, Joe. I don't know about the B-. I understand with the A. That is a little high praise, especially for a team that I was very high on last year when they had their roster. I think me and Harris were a little too high on them, so I'm going to kind of meet you halfway. I'm going to go with B+ here. I think that B+ is a more balanced grade. I kind of understand where you're coming from with the B. B- I feel like is a little low. I feel like...
Look, I mean, I think a hard B is solid. This team has defense. You have, everybody and their mom was trying to trade up for Hezi because that's just how skilled this guy is. Don is one of the best power forwards in this league. He needs to get respect because he maybe doesn't speak as much or he's not on the timeline doing whatever he needs to do, but Don deserves his respect. Beast is still one of the best centers in the game, regardless of if he doesn't grind as much in the offseason because he's, handling IRL stuff, whatever, when he's just one of those people who are good at the game, period. So their defense is going to be set. It's literally all up to Gallo and DJ to be able to produce on the offensive end, to be able to carry this team to victories. So that's why, look, we can sit it at a hard B, but yeah, that's where I'm going to stand on that. Bag, we didn't do the Pistons yet. We just started.
Yeah, so we just started doing the Eastern Conference. We will transition over to the West. To answer a question from earlier, I know someone asked, when does the NBA 2K League season start? I'm pretty sure it's April 5th from when I'm mistaken. Don't quote me. I know it's in April. I'm pretty sure it's April 5th. But shout out to the 110 in here right now. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate Joe being on here. I just had to give a huge shout out to everybody in here, man. If you guys haven't already seen, we're doing roster grades. Originally, we were going to do draft grades, but we've actually switched it to roster grades. I think it's a better way of going about this, especially because we have all the rosters in front of us. We can compare, see who the best PG is in the East, who the best lock is in the East, best PG in the West, but whatever. This is a great way to go about it. So far, we've done these 3 teams, but you know what? Why don't we transition to the team that I feel like has been the most controversial when it comes to just conversation so far? I feel like it's just that every headline, in this community is basically about Grizz Gaming. Let me say this, okay? Grizz,
we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to run soon for a little bit.
Okay, that's fine.
So,
that's fine. That's fine. But the best part is you can run right after this team because this is the best team for you to be here for.
So may I go first because I'm gonna have to dip out at any
okay.
moment.
Go ahead.
So this team, hey man, they're gonna figure it out. I guess that's what their plan is. You have a lot of players who can play multiple positions. They're gonna figure it out. But for most people, it's just looking like this is a culture. This is a culture thing whatsoever. You get somebody in J-Rod who has a connection to J-Money, who's already connected to AA, Spartan. He's been in that organization for years now. I know that's been the most controversial pick, but the dude plays my team. He can play multiple positions. Again, it's similar to the bully thing. An organization loves a player. They love a player. The biggest thing is, where's J-Money playing? Where's AA playing? Where's Spartan playing? Where's this entire team playing? Because they have a lot to figure out. They have 1 month to get their shit together, to figure out their lineup, or it's going to be bad for them. And then they're going to be the laughing stock of the entire league. But if they prove it wrong, they take this month, they show that, okay, we're flexible, we can just hoop, they're going to be laughing at us. But right now, I don't know if we can give them the best grade. I love the BP pick, but when you already had J Money, you flipped Vandy. You traded for J Money early, got 16, and then you had to wait so long to trade Vandy. You only got 19 and whatever it is in the trade for Vandy. It wasn't that much as it is. Oh, I do have to go. Sorry. I'll finish this up a little bit later.
All good, Joe. All good, Joe. Appreciate Joe coming on here. Again, guys, like I said, Joe will be back later on, likely. Whatever you're doing, good luck with it, man. I'm going to guess it's with the lady friend for him. Anyway, guys, so now it's time for you guys to hear all my opinions on this Grizz Gaming roster. Okay? It's about to get... Listen. This roster is ass. Okay? We're going to put it flat out, guys. Okay? This is the worst, one of the worst rosters I've ever seen put together in NBA 2K League history. Worst roster. Worst roster I've ever seen. One of the worst. Again, don't get me wrong, there was some pretty bad Season 1 teams, but this is one of the worst rosters I've ever seen. And I'm going to tell you why. You had Vandy, who had an all-star season. All-star season, okay? We're talking about a guy who, again, I know that he wanted to part his ways. He wanted to move on. That's fine. Okay? You traded him for the 12th pick. Again, you didn't get the 10th pick from the Magic. You got the 12th. And you let the Magic select a PG in front of you. Okay? That's where it already went wrong. You also gave up a future first, if I'm not mistaken, in that trade as well. If I'm not mistaken, right? No, they didn't get that future first. But when I looked at this team, and I was going on draft day predicting picks, I was like, okay, J Money at PG, they got to be grabbing a shooting guard. You had guys like Witness out there. I'm pretty sure, the whole draft, there was a lot of there was a lot of shooting guards out there. I was like, okay, they're going to go with this guy. They're going to go with this guy. Or they'll go with this guy. And they grab BP. Listen, BP's a dog, okay? I'm going to give it to BP. He's got it, man. He's got it. He's still good at the game. He's good at 3v3. He's got a lot of plus side to him. But you pair him up with J Money. And I hope that J Money isn't planning on being like PG. I hope BP is the PG at least on this team. Because I'm so confused about this roster. I'm so confused. Because Harris mentioned it on BFW. He mentioned it on his stream. What direction is Grizz Gaming going? Where are they going? Because at this point, the only place they're going is back in the lottery for next year in the NBA 2K League. Maybe they're tanking for one of those guards next year. I don't know. Do they even have their first next year? I don't know. Because at this point, this has to be one of the most mismanaged drafts I've ever seen. Okay? You grabbed BP. And I was like, okay, let's try to make sense of this. What are they trying to do? Because J Money, again, and way back in the day, they had, J Money was a center. But we are in 2022. That was like 2017, maybe 2018. Okay? We are 5 years since that, okay? And the game has changed tremendously. There's a lot of changes to the game. So I hope the plan isn't to put J Money at center. Again, I'm sure J Money could do it. But is that really, when I look at this team, is this team competing in the East? Because in the West, they would literally be getting bullied. They would literally be the worst team in the Western Conference. The only reason the Grizz might have a semi-decent season is because how weak their conference is. But I'm going to tell you right now, this team will probably be, I would say, they're probably going to rank around that 9 to 12 range. They could they'll have, listen, this is what's going to happen. Grizz Gaming is going to have a couple good moments, and the first thing they're going to do is they're going to tag me. They're going to talk that talk for a couple times because they'll have some spurts. I think this team's going to have a couple random spurts where they have good performances, but they're not going to stay consistent. They're not going to make the playoffs, and they're going to be on the outside looking in. Okay? The only reason they can make playoffs, their only hope at this point is going to be the ticket because they'll be playing all the worst teams. Okay, this is a team that could probably make it to the ticket just because BP can try to take them with his talent solely, but I just do not see it happening, man. Again, everyone's saying J-Rod's a dog at center. J-Rod's a dog. Have you watched it? When was the last time you watched J Money at center? What was it again? J Money's a dog, but what the fuck? That's more based off of the past. That's based off of way back in the day. I'm sure he's probably played center a couple times in the last couple years, but he's been mainly playing PG. That's my thing. It's just I'm curious about this team because you grab BP. Okay, cool. All right, now we got to go get somebody else. You grab J-Rod. The guy didn't even start last year on the team. He didn't even start. How are you going to take your 6-man and put him in the starting rotation for next year and say that you're going to be a better team? How did Grizz Gaming get better? Explain to me how Grizz Gaming got better. You traded away your one all-star. You lost your lockdown in Follow, who was probably one of your best defensive players. You still have Spartan Authentic, which is fine. But you did not get better with this roster. And J-Rod, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I have not seen J-Rod play the game. Maybe I don't, again, like everyone says, I don't watch the game. I don't watch the game. The only time I saw J-Rod playing was last year when he was grinding for Legend, and then he got put onto the team because they needed an emergency pickup. They brought him on the team. But the thing is, they didn't even draft him last year. Even though it's their guy, they didn't even draft him last year. They had to bring him afterwards. So they didn't even draft him last year. And then they take him this year over a lot of these guys who I think are clearly better. There's a lot of prospects that were clearly better this year. And you talk J-Rod. Again, I get it. Everyone's like, it's their guy. It's their vision. Listen, you got to draft winning basketball. This is not winning basketball. I'm sorry. Like, we can't draft your friends anymore. This is a big, like, this isn't, you don't have a six man to make mistakes anymore. Like, I don't think you realize, like, if he's not the guy, if he can't play well, what do? You're stuck, man. You're stuck. You're screwed. You're screwed. They will be, like, at this point, they're screwed, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. You know, I talked about the Celtics having a low chance of making playoffs. I think the Grizz are like negative like 100% at this point not making playoffs with this roster. Now, 3v3 on the other hand, BP can make them a top 10 by himself, but I don't know if that will happen either. I don't know, because I feel like this team's going to have a lot of issues. They're going to run into a lot of, they're going to run into a lot of obstacles. And at this point, I feel like a lot of players in this team are just looking to get retained for next year. Because that's what's going to happen. What's going to happen is if it goes down quick, you're going to see players playing to make sure they're retained. Because I'll tell you right now, BP will perform. BP will make sure he's retained. Because I'll tell you right now, I'll tell you how the retainment will go for this team. They'll retain BP. They'll likely retain Spartan and Authentic. And maybe they bring back and forth with J Money and trade somebody. Someone's getting traded. They'll trade. The funny thing is they'll probably bring back the whole roster. But again, they'll trade him away. Like, J-Rod is not going to fall in line. He's not going to fall in line. But Grizz Gaming, my roster grade, listen, it's going to be an F, man. It's going to be an F. It's just bad, bro. It's just bad. Like, it's bad, man. Again, I know Grizz Gaming is going to do everything in their power to prove me wrong. And I know the moment they win a couple games, I'm going to get a tweet from that team, man. I'm going to get a tweet. Spartan, like, listen, man. I know that Spartan's going to tag me. He's going to take an old clip here. He's going to tweet at me, win a couple games, feel good. It's just like when the Hawks won a couple games last year, and they were like, oh, look, champ, we won a couple games, and then you continued to be ass. They continued to be ass. Like, I'll never forget when they tweeted at me last year, bro. Like what the Hawks did last year. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe a team could be this bad and still be this confident. But like I said, man, one of the worst rosters I've ever seen put together. Especially in this day and age, we're at season 5 where you're not able to draft like teams like this anymore. This is like a season 1 roster to me. This reminds me of a season 1 roster. That's how bad it is. Because again, everyone goes back to season 1. They troll season 1. This is a season 1. This is the closest you're going to get to a season 1 roster. Because this is what it used to be. This is just bad. This is bad. I actually want to pull up the draft. Do I have the drafts? I do. I do have the draft. Hang on. I want to see something real quick. I want to see who they could have got over. Again, there were some undrafted players, of course. But I want to see who they could have got over J-Rod. Again, there's definitely some people. There's definitely a lot of people they could have got. But it's just, I have to see this for myself. Let me just look at something real quick. Okay? Because I have to look at this real quick, guys. So, based on this year. So, based on the J-Rod pick. So, where did they get J-Rod? They got him at 16. You could have got B-Rich? You could have got an NBA 2K League champion? You could have got B-Rich. And you got J-Rod? Because he's your guy? Over a guy who's a literally league champ? Oh, hell no, man. Oh, hell no. Oh, man. Oh, my God, bro. You could have got EG? Yeah, that's all I got to say about that, guys. Listen, I'm done with this roster. Terrible roster. Like I said, I'll definitely do like ceilings for teams at one point because I'm sure people want me to do that. This is just a terribly put together roster. Hawks Talon. Hawks Talon, man. Let me tell you, a team that I've been hard on in the past. I've literally been like, I have said so many bad things about this roster, but they've turned it around, man. They've really turned it around. So the biggest strength of this team is going to be C's. C's will bring this team to the promised land. He is a top point guard in the East right now. He is a top point guard, and that's the biggest strength. They have one of the best point guards in the East. C's, in my opinion, right now, if I was to say who the top 3 point guards in the East right now, it's going to be C's number 1 right now. C's is the number 1 guard in the East right now for the NBA 2K League, and you can book it. The other guard, I would say is probably going to be like Dre up there. Obviously, one of these rookies. Maybe I feel like Gallo could step up to the plate. Maybe Duck. Maybe Ty probably definitely could do something. Ty's definitely going to make some noise, especially with that roster he has around him too. Ty will definitely be like a top 5 guard this year in the East. Swan going to be the downfall of that team if he's not good at lock, in my opinion. Duck disrespected? No, I think Duck's going to be top 5. I think he's one of the top 5 PGs in the East this year. But strengths and weaknesses of this team. Defensively, I'm a little concerned about this team. You got Putback, who's one of he's a defensive player, but I think they're gonna have to have a really strong offense to really succeed this year. I really like Witness, and I really do like C's, but Swan's gonna show me. He's got to show me, man. Swan, I know you're out there watching at one point. You'll see this, man. You got to show me something, man. You got to show me something. You can't. You weren't terrible last year, but you got to step up. You got to step up this year. I know you've been grinding. Hotshot has to improve on his defense. Putback, just depends what his role is, man. Depends. It depends how power forward is in the league. But offensively, I think they're fine. I love the Witness pick, an amazing pick. Witness is going to be a leader of this team, man. He's definitely going to take a lot of leadership roles for this team. But definitely one of the better teams. I'm going to go with A-, man. Listen, Gradient, all good things come in time, right? We'll speed it up, okay? Again, I had Joe on here giving an analysis with me, so let's take our time. And we haven't been here for an hour and a half. We've been here for exactly an hour. But anyway, as I was saying, Heat Check Gaming. So Heat Check Gaming has one of the worst PGs in the East. Okay, this team will be reliant on Beast Move offensively because Sav cannot score. Sav just he's absolute ass. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Defensively, I like them with Dietrich and Saucy. I like the future clutch pick. I like this team defensively. I think that's going to be something that's really going to benefit them a lot. But this Heat team is going to have some low-scoring games. Unless Beast Move can really step up to the plate like he's been in the past. Sav will probably average around like 20 points a game, maybe 23, 25. He'll give you 23 to 25 points, which is solid. He'll be solid. But he's got to step up this year, man. And again, he's got to be better than what he was last year because there's no excuse. You're not on the Lakers anymore, bro. You're not on a crappy Lakers team where you can have that excuse. You had a pretty. I think you had a lot better team than you did, than the Lakers, and you still didn't. How did you not exceed from that? Again, I get it. Gunnar was not given enough for you, but again, Killy definitely stepping in. It helped the team, but you still got to step up. Killy came in, and you still did not Like, I don't think you thrived enough. You should have been a lot better last year, and you definitely underperformed. Again, I feel like you were probably I feel like Famous wanted to trade you, but he couldn't trade you because no one wanted you. Because at this point, I don't know how Famous didn't trade you away. I'm guessing no one wanted you no one wanted you. If y'all got stuff to do, then go do it. Take your time, champ. I ordered Chipotle. That shit came. I ate it and came back, and we're scolding the shit out of the Grizz. Yeah, man. Listen, we're being rough out here. If I was giving my opinion about this team, I like what they did defensively on the defensive side. Definitely what their weakness was last year. You strengthen up the offense, bringing on Beast Move. You kind of have a good balance. I'm going to give this team a B. I think this will probably be a team that makes the playoffs just because of the weaker East. If this team was a Western Conference team, they would be getting slapped. It would be getting slapped around by every lock in the West. I think that for this team, though, their defense is what's going to be the biggest part of their success, and then Beast Move offensively. But anyway, moving on. Hornets Venom GT. So, I've been hearing some rumors, guys. Are you guys ready for this one? We're about to drop a champ bomb. Oh, we're about to drop a champ bomb. Uh-oh. Guys, I don't know if this rumor's true. Again, there's a interesting thing is being talked about behind closed doors. It could be just a bunch of bull crap. But I got something brought to my table telling me that there's something going on with Rigby right now. I don't know if it's true. I was hearing a couple rumors that Glenn might be replacing Rigby. I don't know if this is true. I think it might be a bunch of bullcrap. But there has been some rumors that there's something going on, and I don't know exactly what it is. I think it might be just a fake rumor. Again, I'm trying to get more details on it. I haven't been told anything. My good sources have not told me anything official. But again, I've been hearing some, things get passed down the grapevine. Like I said, I'm always interested to hear stories. But might be a bunch of bullcrap. Again, I don't know what's going on, but there's something interesting going on in Hornets Venom GT. I will say this about this team. King Hod is not a bad PG. He was confident he was going to the Hornets, man. He definitely was telling me he was going to get drafted. He's definitely grinded to get to the league. He definitely deserves to be in the league. But I just don't like what West did, personally. West always ends up having pretty good teams. But I think this is the first time we're going to see a bad West team. And the reason is because I didn't like the idea of trading back and waiting for your PG. I really didn't like it. Hod's tough, man. Hod's tough. But I felt like, I don't know if he was able to get Ant Season. I don't know if it was something that Crown didn't want. I was really hoping that they would have got Ant Season. It would have made their roster a lot better. I know everyone has their opinions about Ant. I don't know if they were one of the orgs that was allowed to take Ant. I know there was some limitations for orgs to take Ant because of his situation, front offices stepping in. But I don't know, man. Waiting back and getting King Hod instead of trying to grab Ant Season, or even grabbing. I like he got game a lot more than I do King Hod, and you could have done that. I didn't like it, man. I'll be honest with you. King Hod, I think, would have been, again, he's not a bad player at all. I wasn't in love with it. DJ and Crown, I do like that combo. This is a really good team. I like their front court. I do like their front court. Icy's a good lock. He's been really good in the retail. The one concern about Icy is how quiet he is. I know that's a weird thing to talk about, but when you're not a very verbal person, it's actually it's ended up very bad for a lot of people who are quiet people. He needs to get a little more out of his comfort zone. Hopefully Crown can kind of mold him into a really good lock in this league and just kind of get his personality out more. But it's a weird thing. Again, Swizzerk was one of the quietest guys and he was a silent assassin. Maybe Icy can be that, but Icy needs to work on getting, more vocal on the defense. Like if you're a lock, you're the leader of that defense. You got to be vocal. You got to be a vocal presence. It's really important for him to do that. Otherwise, this team is not going to thrive defensively. It really comes down to him on that end. I think this.
Back, by the way, champ.
What's good, my guy? Oh,
Sorry about that, everyone.
We're on Hornets Venom GT.
Okay.
Perfect timing for you.
All right, fantastic. I'll give like a quick recap on the other two, and then hop to that. What do you want? You just want me to keep going?
Give me your quick thoughts on Hornets Venom GT. I've kind of already run down my thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts.
So it's really going to be, can Hod get up to speed as fast as possible? I heard what you were saying about Icy needs to be more vocal, but there is a such thing as too many cooks in the kitchen. You already have somebody who's extremely vocal in Crown. You have DJ who can be very vocal. I don't think you need everybody on that team to be vocal. What's need to be is that they're on the same page. They're communicating. Again, being able to trade back, get DJ there, who's going to be the perfect complement to Crown. So no matter who plays the 4 to 5, Icy is going to be great not only in traditional 5v5, but he's also going to be great in 3v3. Again, it's all going to come down to King Hod. Can he develop? Can he play at the highest level? Because if he doesn't, I promise you, you will see Rigby playing point guard. Because you need to be able to score. It's not like one of those things like Sherm was proven. You knew what you got out of Sherm. King Hod is somebody who's coming in. You still have to deal with crazy defenses. We talked about this. There's some very solid locks in this Eastern Conference. There's some very good front courts in this Eastern Conference. He's going to need to get up to speed fast. You have a lot of high IQ people in this Hornets Venom GT organization. I would give it a solid B because it's really up to Hod to prove himself.
That's what I was going to give them too. I think that it's a team. It's a team that I think we look at PGs like King Hod. He's definitely been pretty good in retail at times. Again, I've seen him grind. He's been grinding a lot of leagues, and like he told me, he was confident he was going to get picked. And I'm interested to see what he's got. In his bag of tricks. But I'm with you on this. I'm going to go with a B. But anyway, moving on to Knicks Gaming. Doc?
Yeah, hold on. Since Milo's in the chat, I want to give a quick one on Hawks Venom and Heat Check. Hawks Venom, Hawks Talon.
Hawks Venom.
This Hawk Talon team, on paper they look great, but the question is, where's the defense? Can the defense back it up? Because let's be fair, last year I know Milo was on BFW Live yesterday saying that Swan, 100%. Swan had a fucked up experience. There were people there. It was just a really crappy year. So this is his year to truly prove himself. But you have somebody, Swan, who's going to need help. Hotshot wasn't the best corner defender last year when he had to play there. He struggled. That Heat defense wasn't great. I know that Deeds had to, leave and Gunnar was there. But it's not all on Deed and Gunnar. Hotshot had poor time dropping. Sometimes he would leave the corner too early on a pre-rotation and that corner would get dotted. Also, putback's good, but he's not the same putback that was the number 1 overall power forward before the L2 patch. So it's really up to them to prove that, hey, we have the offensive firepower now with Seasoned Witness, but our defense can back it up. You have a great offensive center in Hotshot, but honestly, I look at it as I feel like that's a backhanded compliment if you're called an offensive center. So they just say, oh, you're really good at offense, but you suck at defense. That's pretty much what that says. So if I'm Hotshot, if I'm Putback, if I'm Swan, if I'm this entire Hawks Talon team, I'm showing them that, okay, we're not only going to be able to score, we're going to be able to get stops consistently, we're going to be able to play rotations, we're going to be able to work, communicate. I love this team, but again, it's a prove-it team. They have a great team on paper, but how many teams on paper have burned out?
Yeah. You're not wrong about that, man. I mean, listen, the paper teams never win. That's one thing I've learned. Every year when we have a favorite for on paper early in the year, they never seem to pan out. So, I mean,
look.
Go ahead.
No, you're 100% right. Look, Maialo's really good at coaching teams up defensively. He said it himself. Maialo is also really good at getting the best out of his players. I'm looking to see how he gets to these players. He keeps them on track. So, because things are great, everything's great, but you have people, when things go wrong, they will blow up.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to keep them all together, He's going to have to make sure they're all locked. But again, you're going to have to step up with this defense. This team has struggled in all the years past. He needs to show that, hey, culture's fixed, all of this. I don't know if we can get this entire roster in, like, an A- is actually not bad.
Yeah.
I would say like a solid A, maybe a B+.
Yeah, I think A- is a good spot. I was gonna go B+, but I think A- is kind of like right where I would put him. But one thing you have to think about the Hawks, and I don't want to say again, I keep talking about the East and everything, and I think the East is going to be weaker offensively than the West. So I think that it's going to kind of help them with, even though I think they'll have a solid defense. Like the Hawks, I think that's the one thing that benefits them with the East. It's not like I don't see any PG over here. Like I don't see a splash-esque PG. Again, there's still some good PGs over here. I talked about it. Like with they have one of the best PGs on their team with C's. C's, in my opinion, is the number one PG in the East. I already said that. Like I know that sounds crazy, but I'm gonna be the first one to say it. He's the number one PG in the East, in my opinion. Obviously, you have guys like Dre and Duck. Obviously, also you have Ty ESGN, someone who I think could really, be that dark horse to be like a top 5 PG in the conference this year. But this team has some really strong players, and I think defensively, I think it will just level out, and I think this team, it's ultimately what's going to help make this team get to the playoffs. I don't know necessarily if they'll be the number one seed, but they'll definitely be one of those playoff teams, in my opinion, if I was to make a prediction for Hawks Talent GC right now.
Yeah, they're an early favorite. They're definitely an early favorite, but guess what? To be a true favorite and to make the playoffs, you have to play defense. Mm-hmm. So we will see what they're able to do, because it's all great and dandy when you're able to score points, but at one point you're going to have to get stops. Teams will slow you down. You'll have to be able to get stops.
Yeah.
And C's loves to run the break. But yeah,
anyway, we're going to move on. But listen, let me give a huge shout out to my guy, Harris, man. Appreciate the sub, man. 11 months, man. A big 11 months. Appreciate it, Harris, man. I really do, man. But anyway, like I said, I love Joe's insights. I know that he was dying to give that Hawks analysis for my guy, Miles.
I was just trying to catch up on all of them, yeah.
Oh,
shout out to Milo. Shout out to Hawks Talent.
Mm-hmm. But, listen, I already hammered down on the Grizz, man. I hammered on them. Again, it was an interesting conversation while you were gone. But anyway, the team that's up next is Knicks Gaming. So you have Duck, Malik, Stick, Carey, Glow. All right, first thing I want to say about this team, this is the last year that Duck and Malik will be together. No matter what the result is, whether they make playoffs or not, or not, this will be the last year. So this is kind of their last hoorah together for this duo. Grabbing Stick, great pick, man. Again, a lot of people were like, a lot of people are, saying like, oh, he's overrated. He's not that guy. He's not 1A, 1B guy, when it comes to lock this year in the class. I think that Stick's a top 5 lock in the East right now. And, I mean, I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's just something where I think it's a good place for him. You add Carey, who's somebody who has performed at the power forward position all pre-draft, someone who I think, complements this team very well. You still have Glow. I like this roster. I do. I think this is one of our playoff teams this year. I think they got... Would I say they got better? Yeah, I would say B+, in my opinion. I think this team got better. I think that the strength of this team is probably going to be Duck and Malik, obviously with their offense. That's going to be their strength. Their weakness, as long as...
The weakness is, let's be fair, it's Carey. Can Carey carry the load? Because they've had... Look, I'm being completely serious. Because, look, Carey is looked at as being one of Splash's guys. Mm-hmm. He's not looked at as his own individual. Last year, he was a 6-man. He got to play 1 game.
Yep.
This year, he needs to break out and show that I'm not just a friend of Splash. It's not Splash and friends. Carey Jr. is his own damn person. And it's on him because teams are going to pick on him. He's going to be playing in pick and roll. He's going to be switching. He's going to have to do what he needs to do. Because especially when the Hawks went and drafted Putback, the pick right after, if Carey has a bad season and Putback has a great season, all heads are going to be turned.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. So what would you say about this roster?
I really like this roster. This is one of my favorite rosters in the East. I think, we've seen Duck playing a little bit. Has he been playing a lot? It's debatable. He's not the same YMCA Duck that was grinding the offseason last year. Mm-hmm. But we'll see what happens. I think if Duck is able to play at the same level that he was at last year, this team is going to be able to score. This team's going to be able to play. I think Stick is an amazing defensive player. He's going to be set on 3v3. He's going to be set, period. I know that Harris loves to call Nate Call elite. But I think he was good. And you know who else is good? Stick. This is a good fit for this Knicks team. He's going to be great here with Glow. We'll see exactly how this PNR defense works, these rotations work. But again, the biggest thing is Carey going to be able to step up? Because we saw what's happened in the past. They drafted E-Truth. Didn't quite pan out. Drafted Czar. Didn't quite have the same season. Like, he played well defensively. He wasn't the greatest offensive, person. Rob was there. He struggled. He played well in the playoffs to get them there, doing everything he needed to do. But again, they've had an issue when it came to power forward. They need to make sure that they get this thing right because his defense is not going to be the same, and they need to shoot consistently out those corners. So the pressure is on Carey. Can he help elevate this defense to one of the top 5? I would say top 10 in the league, top 5 in this conference.
The last thing I'll say about the Knicks, I think that also what's important is Glow comes out like he did at the end of last season. He obviously came out slow early on. Maybe he had to get his feet wet, get adjusted. But this time around, he's got to make sure he's bringing that energy that he did at the end of the season because I think that's really key for this team, for the success of this team. I think this conference, center-wise, he's looking at being if he did what he did at the end of the year last year, he'll definitely be like a top 7 center if he just does it right. But we'll see what happens. But anyway, moving on to Magic Gaming. So Magic Gaming got no cap in the first round. They got Snubby, they got Maddie as well, and they got May and Rain. First of all, I don't think I hate a single one of their picks, and I'm actually very I don't know. You know me, I'm full of hot takes. I think this is Jonah's best draft that he's had. Respectfully. I think that this is one of his better drafts, in my opinion. Again, the roster still has to go out there. They still got to perform. We get that. But, this is the first time after draft day where I feel like this Magic team did get better. Again, there's a huge question mark around their PG situation because everyone's wondering, is No Cap getting selected high because of his vouches and his friends Keena, obviously Fab said great things about him, et cetera, as well as Jack. I get all these guys are speaking well on him, but he's got to go out there and play the game. You know what I mean? He's got to go out there and perform. I think, with this Magic team, you still have a lot of good offensive players that can, in case let's say worst case scenario, Cap doesn't, pan out to be what we thought he could be. You still have Snubby and Maddie who can step up to the, those primary ball to be a primary ball handler. So I think that's part of what that Maddie pick was probably the perfect pick for Magic Gaming in my opinion. That was the best pick I think Magic Gaming could have made with that late, that late first. So, my opinions about this team. Biggest question, biggest weakness is probably going to be No Cap. Biggest strength, in my opinion, is probably going to be the fact that they got Maddie, who can play basically any position, and obviously their roster is rounded off well with Rain at the center. If I was to give a grade, I think I'd go with a B plus with this one too. I don't want to give an A to this one. I don't think this one's an A. I feel like it's even a high grade to give a B plus. Because I don't want to get too, I don't want to be too high on this team, but I'm gonna go B plus in my opinion. And maybe I'm being too generous, but I like this roster. Joe, what are your thoughts?
So, yeah, I would definitely agree with you. And maybe it's a recency bias, but I definitely think that this is probably one of Jonah's best drafts. But this team will go as far as No Cap takes them. 100%. Let's be real. Because right now, the narrative on No Cap is a dude didn't score a single point in a live event, was drafted 10th overall.
Yeah.
Now, let's be fair. And I love No Cap. If you meet this guy, you will see why he was drafted 10th overall. But now it's up to him to be able to back up all of this.
Yeah.
He has the work ethic, he has the talent, he has all of that there, but he just has to show up now. But I love the fact that Jonah was able to still draft Maddie, who's a very versatile piece, not only on the 2K game, but he's able to help out not only in the locker room, he's able to help out with scouting reports, he's able to help out anything. And then if you also want to think about somebody who knows the Warriors the best, you got this guy too. So, he's going to be a secondary coach for this team, which I think is something that the Magic really needed. You have somebody there who can help Jonah with a lot of these game plans, helping break down people. Maddie's a really good lock. Underrated because he was playing point guard all offseason, but he's great at whatever he does. Snubby, same thing. I think May is going to be in a solid spot at the 4. A lot less pressure on him. He's going to be able to rotate. He's still going to be able to play his PNR defense, but Rain is there to definitely help. Their defense has gotten a lot better. But again, it all goes as far as No Cap takes them. Because let's be fair, Snubby's had solid seasons, but they've never been elite seasons or top tier seasons. He's struggled in the past at shooting 3-ball. And just to double check, I want to go through and see what his 3-point percentage was last year.
And while you're doing that, I just wanted to say one thing about this team too. I think that Jonah and again, this is I don't want to say hot take, but I will say this: this will be the first time that Jonah makes it to the playoffs in his career, and I'm going to predict that now. I think that he has a good group of personalities because when he put this roster together, he has a plan A, he has a plan B, and he has a plan C as well. And hey, listen, man, appreciate Trey Dollars, man. Shout out to you, man. Listen, man, I appreciate you with that sub, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the 2 months, man. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, you can book it, Harris. Listen. I'm looking directly at the camera. Do I have to go big screen? Hang on. Let me do this one because I think we got to go solo screen just for a second, Joe. Give me a second. All right, listen. I'm looking at you, Jonah, all right? I am going to predict it for the first time. Magic Gaming will make the playoffs, and Jonah will make his first appearance ever in the NBA 2K League playoffs. You guys can book it for Season 5 of the NBA 2K League. Anyway, let's get back to this. All right, sorry before I interrupted you, Joe. I know that you were looking up the shooting percentages and stuff like that. But like I said, go on to what you're saying.
No, so getting back to it, Snubby shot 43% from 3 last year. 43%. That's not good.
Yeah.
For a secondary ball handler for your 2 guard. And granted, like, he wasn't the greatest shooter when he was with the Hornets either. But Snubby needs to step it up from 3 as well for this team to be successful. Because you can't have 2 players who struggle, who might not completely show up, because you'll get solid, consistent scoring from Snubby, but you're not going to get high volume threes. He's going to really have to do that. And it's really going to be as far as this backcourt takes them. No Cap and Snubby have to do their thing because, yes, I love the fact that you're predicting the Magic to go to the playoffs, but I think they need to, before they start looking towards the future, they need to start right here. Okay, let's make sure our backcourt is set. We can actually score because it's going to be the same issue that they had in years past. They can get stops, they can play defense, they just can't score the rock, and this is why they lose games.
Yeah.
So, Snubby, Cap, I'm challenging you all. It's up to you all. It's the better you play, the farther this team goes.
I agree. I think that this team, listen, man, I think this team has a great group of people. I think that with this Eastern Conference, again, I keep saying it's one of those conferences where it's wide open, and this is one of those teams that has to capitalize, especially with the team that they have. I think that with Maddie, it makes you so flexible as a team. I don't think any other team has as much flexibility as this Magic team in this Eastern Conference, in my opinion. Because, I really look at this. You could have Rain and May switch from power forward to center. You could have Maddie play 1 through, basically Maddie almost like 1 through 5 in a way. You can have Snubby who plays a lot of different positions as well. And Cap, again, I know that if he doesn't work out of PG, maybe they throw him on the shooting guard. I'm not sure what they would do with that situation. But I know there's a lot of options for Magic Gaming. I think that's the one good thing about this roster. And Rain says he can play PG. Listen, man, let's throw big motherfucking Rain at PG, man. Let's do it.
No, because then what the hell they're gonna do down low? Rain, you better stay ass to center because they're gonna need you.
But anyway, let's move on to the next team, Nets Gaming Crew. We're moving on. We have You Got Game, Faiz, Streets, Steez, Shots. So this team had to make the most of their draft. Obviously, they had all late picks. One of their earliest picks, I'm pretty sure, was in the late 3rd. It was actually I want to see this real quick. It was all the way. Of course, the 2K League wrote 19, but it was near the end of the second round. But either way, this was a very hard draft for the Nets to, because they obviously lost Chalk, which kind of set them back a lot. Obviously, they made some trades and kind of traded away the future so it kind of put them in the situation too. But losing Chalk, it's not easy to recover from. But I'm not upset about the roster that has been presented by Kurt. I think obviously this draft. I think that Kurt made the most of this draft. He got game is guy who I think has gone under on a lot of radar. Someone who people have talked.
The 41st pick, by the way, 41st, 46, and 49.
Wow, yeah. So he got game. A player who I think has been under a lot of people's radars. Isn't given enough credit. Definitely, for the pick they got him at. I think it was a really good spot. Streets is someone who I felt like he was really good last year. This year, I feel like he's been solid. He hasn't kind of lived up to what he did last year compared to now, in my opinion. But he's still, it's not like he can't play the game. He's still good at the game. Then you got Steez, a great character, a great personality, a great leader. Steez does have to, improve on some things, of course, when it comes to his game. But I think when you grab Steez, you fit him in with shots. I think that's a good combo for that front court. Their back court is, if he got game doesn't pan out, that's just the biggest thing. You know what I mean? It really comes down to him because then Faiz has to take over the scoring load. And don't get me wrong, Faiz when he's hot, he's hot. He can be cracked. But I mean, for this roster, I just feel like the question mark is too big around what's going to happen with he got game. I think that he has a lot of potential, but that I just don't know what's going to happen. I don't know how it's going to pan out. So I'm going to give this team a solid B. I'll give it a B. I think that Kurt made the most of the picks that they had coming to the season. They'll definitely compete with this roster. But just the same thing with the Hornets, right? You get that late pick for a PG. Obviously, a lot of scouts felt differently about other about them compared to other PGs. So maybe one of them will end up being a sleeper. Maybe both of them will be great. I don't know. But we'll find out during the season. But I think a B is a fair spot for this team. And again, maybe I'm being generous because I'm giving a lot of Bs out right now. But anyway, Joe, what is your thoughts on Nets Gaming Crew?
You definitely are being very generous because what's going to happen when we get to the West when these teams are stacked? This is not draft grades. Remember, it's roster grades.
That's true.
So we have to be, as much as we want to be, nice, we have to be fair. We have to be
Well,
legit.
You know what? I'm going to actually give a lower grade because I actually think I don't think the Nets are going to be. I think I might lower the Hornets grade too. I might lower that Hornets grade. So just because I don't like the situation at PG for both teams, I have huge question marks around their PG. So I'm actually going to change both grades. So
but my question to you though, champ,
what's
is that you're going to give them the same exact grade? Because if we look at in comparison to this team,
Yep.
So he got game. All right, cool. Let's say they're a wash, right? You mean to tell me that Rigby is not better than Faiz?
That's true. I guess I'll give them a B-. I'd give them a B- if anything. I'd give them a grade up. So I would agree with that. Hey, Jay White, man, appreciate you, man. Listen, I appreciate the sub, man. Shout out to you for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Anyway, I would say B-. I don't like the B. I think the B was a little too high, especially for a team where I feel like I still have a lot of question marks around. So I mean, again, it's not. I think I gave them a B before, so it's not like it's far off from when I gave them. But I mean, I'll lower that to a B-, C+ for the Nets, in my opinion.
I mean, this next team, it's pretty much an upside draft. This is the anti-chalk draft. Mm-hmm. They go from being the bad boy Nets to, the nice guys, the darlings. They're, they still have some swagger, they still have stuff like that, but they're not gonna be what it was. And I think they were trying to go for a full culture shift. And what this says with the he got game pick, with the streets, with Steez, Shots is the leader of this team. Shots is going to have to help mold he got game as much as possible. Same with Faiz, I apologize, I'm butchering your name, my guy. But they're going to have to really mold him. They're really going to have to help bring him along, because the faster he reaches their potential, the faster this team gets back to where they were. This team literally went to the conference championship, the conference finals.
Mm-hmm.
They were a few games away from making it to the 2K League finals.
Yeah, and they just lost their superstar. It's again, it's a team that I know will compete, but again, they're not going to be the same team. And I mean, I get it. They're gonna obviously say yes. We're gonna come in this season and we're gonna perform. Whatever. We don't care what people say. But in reality, I think that in the back of their minds, they know like what could happen. So I mean, again, if this team performs, good for them. You know what I mean? But if they don't perform, at least there's a great promise for next year. I don't know, obviously, what the draft next year will lie with PG, because we don't know if Fab and Chalk will be in the draft next year. We don't know if we don't know the current situation at PG next year. But if the Nets don't work out this year, I think they're in great position for next year to grab one of those great PGs. If it doesn't work out.
I'm not even worried about next year. You have to focus on this year first. Like, the one thing that, like, yeah, I understand we need to be, looking ahead in certain things. But right now, the season hasn't even begun yet. I know between Chris, OG, and all of them, they probably have He Got Game in the lab right now. They are working on him to get him right, because they know that their season goes as far as he goes. Yes, you have a solid veteran presence in Steez. You have somebody in the streets who's going to be able to score the ball on the... he's a great offensive lock, and he's able to play defense, but he's a really good scoring lock as well. So they're going to have options. But again, you need to have your guy be able to score. Chalk averaged 31.7 points per game last year for this team.
Yeah.
And then let's not even talk about the usage rate.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I just don't know who the strong score. He Got Game's got to really bring it, man. Because don't get me wrong, Faiz is a good scorer, but it's hard to replace a guy like Chalk, man. It really is. And I just find it tough for them, man. I don't think that they're going to be able to, again, this conference, not that it got any stronger in my opinion, but they didn't get any better. So it's I feel like I don't know. I don't think they're going to be. I think they're going to be one of those middle teams. I think a lot. That's why I think the conference is so open, because a lot of teams are going to be middle. But I also think that either the Hornets or Nets are going to be one of the bottom teams in the conference, and it's going to be because of their point guard situation. That's how I look at it.
Look, and again, it's a lot. They put in a really bad situation having 3 late round picks. They did what they did. It's a very high upside draft. I know they definitely put the time and effort in to scout each and every one of these people, just like the rest of the teams in this draft. But again, it's only going to go as far as He Got Game takes them, because the better He Got Game plays, the better their P&R offense is going to be. Because now, instead of them playing back on shots a little bit, because the slip is, they're going to be having to step up on He Got Game, so the slip is going to be more open. With the slip being more open, that means the corners have to rotate more, meaning the corners are going to be open. It's all a game there, and it all starts with your point guard. So as long as he's able to play at a high level, I wouldn't even say a high level. He just has to play at a solid level. This team can do something, but again, it all is on him. Because if he's not able to do what he needs to do, they're going to be like, oh, this team was chalk made. And I don't think that the Nets want to be known as the team that was chalk made.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to answer some questions in the chat real quick. Rome, what do I think about Glenn at PG? I don't really like it. I mean, I think
Hell
that
no.
I'll be honest with you, he's gotten that opportunity.
What happened in season 3?
Again, we've given that opportunity. I don't think that's ever going to change. Again, I'm keeping a shooting guard. I'm not doing that. For Jonah, yeah, Jonah. Maybe I put the curse on you guys. I don't know. We'll see. Jeff, I would love to go back to the Sixers, but we have a lot of teams to cover. I mean, you can always go back and watch past broadcasts. I don't know if you're a sub. Oh, you are a sub, so you'll be good. You can go back and watch the past broadcasts. It's all here. I'll also be uploading this to YouTube at one point. But anyway, moving on to the next team, Raptors Uprising. Man, this is a interesting. Listen, this was the first shock pick in the draft, right? You had Fantasy Season selected in the top 10. A lot of people were like, "Oh, he might fall out of the first," and then obviously some PGs went out, and then they kind of upped him a little more. But a guy who definitely shocked a lot of people when he went 7, he didn't even know he was going there. Because I remember Dimes, that video. I saw that video of Dimes saying yeah, we had to hold it in, we couldn't tell you. But either way, the fact that they grabbed Fanta, who obviously will do great in 3v3. Kenny, Saint, Dimes, and Type. You know what I mean? Saint was a top lock in the league last year. You grab a great defensive piece. You pair him with Type, who's a good defensive player. biggest thing about this team is getting the personalities to work. Again, Type has obviously had his history in the league. Saint hasn't really had anything that bad, but he's definitely one of those guys who has a bigger personality. Can get into it at times. But I think that with Type and Saint, as long as this team's winning can heal all things. But if this team's in a losing situation and they're down bad, I don't know how I feel about this team. But I think that for 3v3, Fana, Saint, and I don't know if they'll put Dimes or Type on center, but either way, I love this team for 3v3. 5v5, it comes down to Fana. I mean, I know I say that for a lot of PGs, but like their defense, I think will be fine. But Fana's just got to show up. You know what I mean? He's got to be able to dish the rock around. I mean, they talk about his weakness of passing. He's got to be able to pass the ball. We know he can score, but he's got to be able to pass the ball. And I think that's the most important thing for Fana coming into the season. So if I was to give my opinion about this roster, I mean, overall roster, I think that they have a good balance of both 3v3 and 5v5. So I'm a little higher on this roster, especially I do really like the Saint pick just because I think the fact that you got Saint in the second round, someone who is a top defensive player last year, I'm going to give it a B+. I think this is a pretty good. I think it's a pretty good roster. It's a pretty rounded out roster in my opinion.
Okay, and I get all of that. I respect you, champ, and you want to just be super nice to everybody. But we have to be realistic. If Type is playing power forward, which is great defensively, that means Dimes is playing center. Dimes is playing center in the NBA 2K League.
Oh.
The highest level.
Oh, boy.
Of the esport, okay? We have to think about this. Like, it's no disrespect to Dimes, but he's literally playing in the same conference as Dayfry, Shots, Glow, Beast, Colt, Yusuf, like Hotshot. There's so many great centers.
I just hope he's not playing. Is he playing center? Because if he's playing center, then it's totally different. If he's playing center, I don't know. I don't know if he's playing center because I don't know how it's gonna go with Type. I don't know. God, if he's playing center, my grade just went from a B+ to possibly a C+ or a B-.
I'm just saying. Look, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody. I'm just trying to be. Look, we're trying to call a spade here. We're trying to be like as realistic with this stuff as possible. You have Kenny. I love Kenny back at the 2-guard position. I think he's going to be an amazing asset to Fana. Look at what Kenny did when he moved to 2-guard this past year. He went from, oh my God, this is really our MVP, to, oh wow, there's Kenny. He also, just watching what he did in FIBA at the 2-guard, I think Kenny is going to be an underrated asset, the shooting guard position for this Raptors team. I think Fana's passing vision has come a long way. He still needs to work on it, but it's come a long way. You have a lot of offensive firepower. Saint is an amazing lock. He's going to be able to score for you. You just have to get him to rock. Again, Type is going to be able to do his thing on defense. He's going to be able to shoot. I feel like you kind of hurt yourselves by taking Type off center where he's not going to be able to really do what he needs to do, because even center, I feel like Type can still guard pick and roll. If we were looking at the meta from last year, he's just that kind of caliber of person. He's just a good player. He's just great at defense. He's just great at that center position. You're just putting in somebody who's never played this at the highest level. Yes, we've seen him play it all pre-draft for the most part. But are we sure he can play this at the highest level? Do they even have a coach? What's going on there? Shane's not there anymore. I know there was a guy there, but like
I thought they had Sam Pham there now.
Yeah. Oh, right. Sam. No. They're good then. I'm so sorry. I apologize, Sam. Completely forgot. No, like it's gonna be rough. If they can figure it out, I'm all for this team. But again, they got to figure it out, and it all starts with Dimes. If Dimes is able to hoop on center, this team's going to look good. If not, they might be in for a struggle session.
Yeah. But anyway, moving to the last team in the Eastern Conference. Okay, last team in the Eastern Conference is Wizards District Gaming. So the Wizards grab Ty. They got to replace JBM. Big shoes to fill. I don't know if it's necessarily, I don't know if they'll ever be able to fill them. It's going to be tough. Be Rich. You bring him back. You got the one of the best defenses in the East. I would just say that this team obviously is still one of the top teams in the East, just alone by their defense, and that says a lot. Ty could come in as just a above average PG, and this team will still be a top team in the conference. So I think that Ty pick is an A, in my opinion. When I come, I'm just saying with the roster, adding Ty to this, obviously you bring back 4 of your guys. You got to give back, a championship team. You got to give that an A alone. Just bringing those 4. The biggest question mark just comes around Ty. He's got to perform. I think he's going to. I think Dave Fry is going to really be grinding with him during these, this next month when they're doing all these scrims. And I think he's really going to mold out his game to be one of the better PGs within his conference. And probably I think Ty will be either top 3 or top 5 in the conference at PG this year. That's just my prediction. But I want to get your opinions, Joe, on Wizards District Gaming.
Top 3, top 5. Okay. No, I definitely agree. And again, everyone, these are roster grades. These are roster grades, not draft grades, roster grades. This team brings back the core of this entire roster, with the exception of JBM. And yes, we understand JBM is an amazing player, two-time champion, finals MVP, Captain America, all the names that he's garnered. But again, you still have the core of this team. You still have P-Cross there. You still have Insanity there, a.k.a. Chris. Ty is still a great guard. You saw what Dave Fry was able to do and help mold Greens this pre-draft and get him to the point where he was. Greens was not to that level where we see Greens now. A lot of that had to deal with Dave Fry. And the fact that you still had this team that is going to be willing to put the hard work and effort in, put the film in. Ty doesn't have to be like, oh my God, MVP caliber. He just has to be good enough, not turn the ball over, and, just handle his. The defense is going to handle theirs. So I really like this. I definitely agree with the A grade here. It's crazy that, Ty was a sneaky pick. I was looking at him like, okay, maybe, potentially like a late round, maybe early second, but the fact that the Wiz got him here, I love that pick when I saw it. I think that now they are still a favorite to win this entire division or a conference, and I think they're a favorite to win the whole thing again.
Mm-hmm. So, Joe, based off of rosters alone, no, we haven't seen any scrims, we haven't seen these teams step on the court. I know this is a question that you might dodge, I don't know, we'll see. But if you were to make an early prediction for the first tournament of the season, when it comes first tournament, I'm not talking about playoffs, I'm not talking about finals or anything, I'm talking about tip-off tournament. Who is your early favorite to come out of the East? And I don't know how the setup of the tournament will be, but if there was an East side team that you feel like would be a favorite in the tip-off tournament as of right now with their current roster, and a lot of that is based off of guys who've played the game a lot in the offseason too, that kind of benefits it, but who do you think is a favorite in this Eastern Conference to win the tip-off tournament? Just based off of no scrims, just you're looking at rosters on paper right now.
Difficult. I mean, when it comes to the tip-off tournament, it's not about just overall talent. It's the team that figures it out first. We look at all of the teams in the past. That's really what it is. You have to look at who the potential glitchy people are who are going to be labbing, going to be doing their thing. I think that the Hawks are somebody who always start out hot and start out fast. I think the biggest thing for them is just staying consistent, staying level, not crashing and burning, and I think they've fixed all of those issues. I think the Hawks might be the favorite because as much as I want to say the Wizards, I'm not. Yeah, I don't want to say the Wizards because that just feels like the easy front runner team. But I think that the Hawks most likely would be the first ones to figure it out. Hell, I'm gonna take a shot in the dark. Maybe we'll take the Grizz. The VP's still there. No, I'm completely joking.
No.
I'm completely joking on that one. The Hawks definitely are my favorite to win the East of this tip-off tournament.
Oh, man, dude. Listen, John.
First, we can't say the Wizards because that's too easy. Hell yeah, they're the favorite. They brought back 4 of their 5 of their, all of 4 of their 5 people have won 2 rings with this team. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah, they're the favorite. They're the favorite to win everything. All Ty has to do is score, not turn the ball over.
Limit turnovers, and that's all he has to do. That's all he has to do. Just don't turn the ball over like JBM did. Because JBM wasn't a high, he didn't score a lot. He just literally didn't turn the ball over. That's the biggest thing. And I think that's going to be what Ty will be able to do. I think it's a great fit. I want to say one more thing about the East, guys. I'm going to go solo cam for a second here because I want to say some things about the East, and we're going to move on to the West. Okay? All right. I'm looking at you guys. Listen, I'm looking at the Eastern Conference, all right? You guys are the weaker conference, okay? The weaker conference, all right? Listen, Grizz Gaming, you're going to get last place. I'm going to put it right down right now, all right? You're going to get last place in this conference. Celtics might be joining you in that party. I don't know. I'm going to say this. I think the bottom 3 PGs in this conference probably going to be Sav. Probably going to be between maybe, depending on No Cap. I feel like No Cap might end up being one of those bottom PGs in this conference. Also, FT I think is going to struggle. I think the top three teams to watch in the first tournament is going to be, of course, that Sixers team that always comes out early in the year. Of course, you got to watch out for the Hawks and you got to watch out for the Wizards. I think Ty ESGN is going to either be a top 3 or top 5 PG in the Eastern Conference. I think C's will be the best, and I said it. I will say it again. I think he is going to be the best PG in the Eastern Conference, and you can book it now. So, the only last thing I got to say, man, we're getting to the West, guys. Let's move on to the Western Conference, man. All right, Joe. We're in the Western Conference, the God Conference, okay? The conference that everyone is talking about that is the Gulag, okay? It is the Gulag this season, okay? And it's going to be interesting how this goes because I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of teams I like and there's a lot of teams I don't like. But let me just get all my grades over real quick, guys, so I have it on my screen so I don't have to keep running it out. There we go. Alrighty. Oh my god, what the hell did I do there? Okay. Give me a second, guys. 1 second. I promise you, I know Grady and freaking Ant are dying to know their grades for their teams so they can feel good about themselves. But maybe we'll get...
Thankfully, the Warriors are all the way at the end.
Oh, so that's even better. They're at the end? Oh my god.
You know, I think we should do the Kings last. Just for, Mr. Anthony Costanzo. Just for the troll.
I mean, listen, man. He loves trolling, man. He loves trolling. That's his thing, isn't it? He loves trolling. Anyway, guys, we're always joking. We will go in order, maybe. Maybe we'll go in order. Guys, ignore the grades that are currently on the screen. I just copy and pasted so I have things to drag in. So, Joe, I want to start it out. I want you to start talking about the Blazers.
This is what you should do. You should just take each one of them. You should select all, Control A. Mm-hmm. Well, not Control A. I'm sorry. Select all, Control C, then move it over, Control V. This way you can get rid of all of it. Or if you want to just...
I already took care of it.
Select all of... Yeah, it just...
Yeah, it's easier. Listen, you know me. Listen,
killing me here.
Oh, I know. But let's fix this on the screen so it looks good. Okay, so we're in the Western Conference, okay? This is where we're looking at possibly being the title favorite. A team on this side is likely a title favorite at this point. That's at least how everybody feels. Joe, I keep going first on these teams, but I'm going to let you go first this time on Blazer 5 Gaming. I want you to give me your thoughts on this team.
So, this team, if it was a letter grade, I wouldn't even give it a letter. It'd be a question mark.
What?
It would be a symbol. It'd be a question mark. Because, I look at it this way. You drafted Bucket at 13. 13! Cam was out here finessing everybody else. You couldn't have finessed another trade to trade back from 13 and still be able to get Bucket later? And still pick up future assets or something else? Again, apparently Bucket's been hooping. I haven't seen much from him this offseason. We saw him a little bit in Vegas, that kind of stuff. We know you drafted unguardable 5. Who's playing point guard? Because right now, all this is giving me is the same vibes as FT and Bucket last year. Oh. Because FT and Bucket were friends just like unguardable and Bucket. Who's the person? Who's the guy? You have somebody in Rob, and Rob is in the same spot, as Kerry.
Ooh.
He has to show out and show that he's more than just Splash's guy. He's more than just Splash's friend. Let's be quite fair, because this team's defense is going to be based on him. Is he going to be the one that elevates this team to one of the top 5 defenses in the league, or is he going to be Goofy 2.0 for this team?
All right. I think it's time. It's time for me to say it, Joe. I've seen this before. I've seen this story before where PG has a really bad year and they get a second chance. It's called Bohio 2.0. That's what I'm going to call this.
Why do we have to call it Ohio? You know, there's so many other players that did this.
PG? No, not like Ohio.
Then, what's the dude who played for the Cavs?
Are you talking about Leica Pro? Are we gonna go Leica Pro?
Leica Pro, yeah. Doza.
Doza was always solid. Listen, Ohio never touched.
It's solid?
Yes, he was always in the middle. He was not like that bad. Like, listen, when I tell you that like Doza was always like an average middle guard, Ohio literally had stats that were like numbers that were at the bottom of like the league multiple years. Like,
bro,
bad.
But again, look at how it worked.
Leica Pro also was pretty solid.
That ad just got me.
Hey, listen! Shout out to Carrie, man. I'm glad you don't have to enjoy those ads anymore. Thank you for the 4 months, man. But listen, man. I know where you're coming at. I know that people don't like to come at Ohio. I know everyone uses it, but I think it's the best comparison for Bucket and like these two right now, because Bucket had a bad year. Like, not just like, okay, it was timid, it was mild, whatever. No, it was bad. It was around that realm of Ohio, and Ohio had 2 bottom years, and he still, he got a second chance. Basically, the thought was, okay, he was in a bad situation, he was in the wrong situation, he was in the Cody parent system, right? And he goes to another team and stinks it up again. Bucket, the situation was bad. That's the story, right? Now we're in the same situation here with Blazer 5. Better situation. He's got one of the best locks, in this conference, one of the best power forwards in the league. Obviously, Rob, maybe there's some question marks around Rob. Then you got Unguardable, who's looked at as one of the top prospects at the shooting guard position. He's got a great situation. There's no excuse for Bucket not to perform. He's in danger if he doesn't perform of being Ohio 2.0. He's not there yet. He hasn't started his second try yet. But I'm telling you right now, he's in that same realm, because the same story presides that Ohio had, where we said the situation wasn't good, the team morale, everything just not good. So I think that for Bucket, the fact that they took him this high when they could have taken him basically at the Rob pick, where like they could have literally exchanged picks, and even then I wouldn't have taken Rob that high. They could have probably taken Rain. They probably could have taken Rain and then took Bucket later. But you know what? They didn't. In my opinion, this roster, this is gonna be the first D I'm gonna be giving out. Pause. But
wow.
I listen. I did say pause. Okay. But
look, champ. Look. Your own personal matters are your own personal matters, Mike.
Hey, yo! Hey, yo!
Let me stop. But, I don't know about a D, because at the end of the day, you still have arguably I wouldn't even say two of the best defensive players in this entire game in Randoms and Bread. They're going to help a lot. We don't know if Bread's going to play power forward. We don't know if Bread's going to play center. Most likely, I think Rob is stronger at power forward. I think you try Bread out at center. The great thing is this team is very versatile. They're going to be able to do all kinds of things. There might be Bucket and Guardable switching. You might have Bread and Rob switching. The only thing that's going to stay consistent most likely is randoms. You don't have a lot of the same ego and craziness. They're not the same powder keg from last year.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't think they're... What's up?
What's the over under? So over being that Unguardable plays PG, under being that Bucket plays PG the entire season, basically. So basically saying that, like, will Bucket play PG for the entire season for Blazer 5? Again, obviously, I think it's very likely that he's going to be there, because Unguardable's made it clear that he's a shooting guard. So knowing that Unguardable said he wants to be a shooting guard, will Unguardable be on shooting guard all season, and will Bucket be on PG all season? Over being that you're saying that Bucket's going to be the entire season. Under is basically saying that Unguardable will be the PG.
Bro, really? I do not know, because it's a toss-up. Because Bucket, for the longest, was saying that he's a shooting guard. He doesn't want to play point guard anymore. He's a shooting guard, blah, blah, blah. He's retired from point guard. Now he might be, reappearing and doing it, but I think it might be on Josh.
Joe, you know what's funny about what you just said? You know how Bucket said he's going to be shooting guard? What did Ohio say before he got drafted to the Lakers?
Bro,
I'm just saying.
Look, I get Ohio was drafted 4, Bucket was drafted 5 or 6. I get all of the comps that we might make here, but we have to give him. We can't compare him like that. We have to give him a fair shot. But again, he's gonna have to prove it.
I know people in the comments are saying, "Oh yeah, we're asleep, we're all of this stuff." We were asleep last year, and what happened? So again, he's gonna have to prove it. This entire team's gonna have to prove it. Rob, this is his prove it year. Okay, he's not with the Knicks anymore. Yeah, he came in, he played Superman in the playoffs to help them win. Now let's see if he can do it consistently. Again, Rob is in the same spot as Kerry. He's trying to get out of the shadow of Splash to show that he is a better player than what he's giving credit for. And he's a good player overall, and not just a good player because he's Splash's friend or Splash and the friends hype him up.
Mm-hmm. You know the crazy thing about this team is they're in the Western Conference, Joe. They're in the Western Conference. This is a conference where you can't have, like, it's hard to have question marks in this conference because there's so many good teams. Like, you got to have, like, day one, we got to know what's going on. Again, like, we got to be confident in our team. Like, we can't have this scenario like the Celtics last year where we're switching Bucket and Unguardable back and forth. Like, if Bucket's playing PG, he's got to be playing PG. Like, again, I'm all for adjustments. I get it. You got to do what you got to do. But, like, we got to figure out an identity for this Blazers team when it comes to PG and shooting guard, because we can't be playing this game where we're, jumping back and forth, because this team will never get their footing, because this conference is not going to wait for you. This conference is going to step all over you. They are going to literally destroy you if you were doing this all year. So, again, that's why I'm just so low on this roster. I do not like, I get the idea of Bucket. We're sleep on Bucket, but in the first round, again, I think that's when teams get baited into thinking their guy's getting taken. And I think that there was a lot of options out there, besides Bucket. I don't think that, especially based off of what happened.
Honestly, I just want to know, and, like, this is not being, like, an asshole, anything. I just want to know who the hell was going to take him.
No, and this is the same thing every year with some prospects. People get, like, baited into this thought that, like, this guy who, I'm sorry, if you look at big picture, like, I feel like what happened is they got baited into a situation where someone else was rumoring about taking him, and they were like, oh, we got to secure our guy. And I get about getting your guy, but you see what happened when a team, man, I just didn't like it at all. I didn't like this at all, the fact that they just reached for him this bad. He is potentially the biggest reach in this draft. And again, he has to be worth a first-round pick. This is the guy I'm pretty sure he's the first guy selected. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong on this one, but he's been selected 2 times in the first round. He went from being a top 5 pick, now he's still selected in the first round, in the middle of the first round. So, like, for a guy that's doing it, there's probably somebody else. I think there is somebody else. I feel like Lottie. Lottie got selected 2 times in the first round. But Lottie didn't get selected top 5 like that. But either way, Bucket's got to perform. And I'm not talking about just being solid. He's got to be great. Because this guy, for a guy who's been drafted twice in the first round, you got to perform, man. You can't just be solid and be a 500 team or whatever. If the Blazers are like a 500 or flirting below average 500, it's just a failure. It's bad because there was a lot of options out there for them to go with. Like, I mean, looking at the draft, I'm actually going to pull up the draft real quick just because I want to see it. I mean, looking into this Bucket pick again, I know that at PG, they weren't going to necessarily put Unguardable there, but you're telling me that you couldn't have got somebody else? Like, there's nobody else? Bucket was the only choice? Like, you could... I honestly would have liked, the idea... I know that Unguardable said he wants to be a shooting guard, but I wouldn't have hated the idea of getting Witness. I wouldn't have hated the idea of getting Witness. Or even getting Ty after, Ty wasn't a bad pick. I mean...
Maddie!
Jeez, Maddie. Jesus! Oh, my God! They could have got Maddie. Jeez, man. Oh my God! Okay, that's bad. That's bad because I think that Maddie definitely should have been a pick over him.
Joel, like Joel, seriously, last year's team was by far better.
Yeah,
I think that Bash was looked at as an amazing point guard. He was a solid defensive, player. Yeah, granted, he pinched too hard sometimes, and he really got killed on the hash. He got dotted a lot, but. That team was really good. The biggest thing was for them was a lot of those personalities, the egos, they didn't mesh, and it caused a lot of issues. But when Screddy was on, that entire team was on, you saw what they did in the turn.
Yeah.
I don't know if this team has that same talent. Less ego, but not the same talent.
Yeah. This was a downgrade, and that's the biggest thing, too. It's like, You know, you got two guys who were good defensive players. Brett is just going to pick. I mean, again, listen, Brett couldn't play the game all season. He'll still be able to like pick it up. Hopefully, you know, that it stays true to the season. But my thing is like this team is just it's not better. It's not better than last year. They're not stepping forward. If anything, they step back to a strong conference. A lot of other teams got better while they got worse, in my opinion. So
all I have to say is, and we'll just
Yeah.
I know we've been talking, is literally Cameron is looked at, and I know that Cameron just he just gave his GM responsibilities to Snow. Congrats to Snow for
Congrats, man.
Snow Overwatch for being named the new GM. He's welcome to the 2K League family. But Cameron still had a say on this draft. Cameron was the one finessing and, trading Bash to Dukes, even though Bash didn't even want to be there. And, he was finessing the entire draft. So, if we know that he's the type of person who's going to get value out of people, we've seen him do it in years past, he must have been really sold on Bucket at 13 and his talent level and skill that he wouldn't be there any further. So that puts even more pressure on Bucket to perform. Because otherwise, why pick him that high? The pressure's on Bucket.
I do want to give a huge shout out. I actually forgot to announce this. Congratulations. I am not even going to try to say your name, man. Is it Mike? Is it Micah's? I don't know how to say his name. Does anyone actually know how to pronounce his name? Micah's? But either way, man, I just want to give a huge congratulations to him. Good luck to him with the Blazers this year. Again, I think that it's cool to see new people be added to the family. Obviously coming from Overwatch. It's Micah. Is it all right?
Mickey.
So Mickey. No, that's not Mickey. It's not. Is it Mickey? Is it Mickey? I don't want to say it wrong. I'll ask him whenever I have an opportunity. But congrats to him. I just want to give a huge shout out to him. I like to always give notice. Also, congrats to I don't know if I ever gave Joel. If I ever gave Lav. I'm calling him Lav. But Joel Lazu, congratulations to you as well, being a general manager. I don't know if I ever gave you a shout out for that, man, but congrats to you as well, man. I just want to give that shout out. But
You're not gonna give him the yay?
the what?
Birthday party?
Yeah. We'll give him the yay. There you go. Are you happy? But anyway, like I was saying, moving on to Bucks GG though. So this roster, had top picks. I loved a lot. I basically loved every pick. In my opinion, I loved. Obviously Cooks what he did last year with the Pistons. He's been playing, in this pre-draft and performing well. Johnny Red, who I feel like from day one, he's been since freaking back in Dallas, he's been looked at as the number one shooting guard out there. Doll6, who's had an amazing pre-draft. Obviously, listen, I might have a little bias, and I know you have a bias too with Doll6.
Hell yeah.
So
Biggest fucking bias.
We both might have a bias here.
Think 6.
But he also has shown off. It's not like he doesn't perform. ENG/ESGN has definitely had a good time. Again, obviously I sponsored them. I'm not taking credit for what they've done. Listen, this isn't the 16-0 Raptors, okay, guys? I sponsored the team. I have a brand new announcement of the team I'm sponsoring, so I'll bring that up later on stream.
AKA Champ is not the coach.
I am not the coach, but I will announce that later in the stream of who my new my new roster coming into post draft. So we'll get into that later on. But right now the focus is Bucks Gaming. So Bucks Gaming, they grabbed all 6. They grabbed Cease in the second round. I thought they were going to get Miles, but I think Cease is still a good pick. Great. I think it's a good way to balance out the team. And then you get Plondo. Plondo's been on the team, but. Either way, I want to give Lance a shout out. Obviously, I know they got Patrick there as well. Shout out to those guys. I think they had a very good draft. Good job for them both being first timers in their roles. I think they did a fantastic job. I would say for Cooks, Cooks playing PG. He's done his thing in pre-draft. Johnny, it's a guy who can. If Cooks is struggling, this guy can go out there and take the scoring load. And Daw6, this guy. They have heavy offense on this team. The question is going to be, the pick and roll defense with Plondo. I think Plondo, needs to work with Daw6. Daw6 can do his thing defensively, but it can't just come all down on Daw6. It has to come with, Cease as well, all the rotations and stuff like that. But, I think the biggest question is going to be their defense for this team. But I really do like their roster. They had really good picks. So I would say I'm going to go B+ here. I don't want to give this team an A or anything. Or honestly, I'm looking at this conference right now. I'm gonna give it a B. I feel like I'm too nice. I'm gonna give it a B. I've been a lot meaner.
There we go.
I've been a lot meaner in this conference so far.
So pause. You're going to be a lot meaner to the West, who's arguably the better conference. But then you're going to give like
the Mickey
the
Mouse
easy grades to
yeah,
the East.
Yeah, the Mickey.
What the fuck is going on with you, champ?
I mean, are these grades that nice? Like, could I be like?
Come on, champ.
I mean, come on, man. All right. Anyway, Joe, give your opinion about the Bucks, please.
Come on, champ.
You know, get out of the next room. Give your opinion. Why do I hear myself talking?
You muted, by the way, champ.
I'm muted? How am I muted? I'm not muted.
Champ, because you're muted. I can't hear you anymore.
Oh, maybe I... Oh. I know what I did. I pushed the control key. Anyway. Joe, give me your goddamn opinion about the Bucks.
Why are we getting so violent? Sheesh. No. When it comes to this Bucks team, it's a prove-it team. It's definitely a prove-it team. I love the roster construction. Big shout out to Lance and to Pat for doing all the work that they did. And but again, they gave up a first. Big shout out to Laz for this. They gave up a first round pick to move up one spot. And that's how big they are or high they were on Cooks. Cooks was their guy. If you guys didn't realize, when Fab wound up getting, unfortunately removed from the league, you saw that Cooks had the little broken heart emoji, the red broken heart emoji in his bio or like in his profile or whatever, showing that, okay, he's broken hearted, that he has to go to the Cavs. And then as soon as the trade happened, you see the green heart come back. He was telling us the whole time. But it was super smart on Laz. But again, the Bucks are putting all of their chips in. But we talked about this before. A team has to lose. Somebody in this conference is going to have to lose. It's prove it, because we know that Plondo is not looked at as one of the best defensive centers in this league. Cease, he's an amazing, he struggled in the early part of pre-draft, but he really turned it on. But he struggled last year in the league. So it's really going to be up to them. And then, as much as I love Dawsix, yes, he played amazing during, pre-draft. But as Harris loves to freaking tell me, oh, if he was that good, why didn't the T-Wolves play him in at least a game? But being said, that's 100% right. Dawsix has to prove it. He has to show that, okay, he can play. Professionally, he can play at this level.
Oh, man.
My bad. Look, Lazu, my bad, bro.
Lazu.
My bad.
Laz.
It's the truth, but Lazu, okay, Lab. Yeah. But we're just gonna keep switching up now. I'm joking. But no. But getting back to it, that's really what it is. They're gonna have to show that they can do this defensively. This is a team of all people that need to prove themselves. Cooks needs to show that he can play point guard. Dawsix needs to show that he can play lock at the professional level, at the highest level. Cease needs to show that last year was a fluke and that it was the Lakers' fault and not him. And Plondo needs to show that he belongs in this league.
You know what? I think there's too many question marks around this team. B-.
You're right. Lab, I like the draft. But again, they're in the packed Western Conference.
Yeah.
Only 6 teams can make it.
Yeah.
And you just gave up a first. So what happens if you struggle this year?
That's you sold the future for what? You know what I mean? That's a great. I like that analysis there, Joe. That's a great analysis. If they're not good, what's their future? You know what I mean? What is their future? Because it's, there's no first. But I have to break some news, guys. I'm getting a lot of sources telling me something. Again, I commented about this before. I'm going to go solo cam for a second. So I'm being told, sources say, okay, because I've been told I have to word it properly. Sources say Glenn Ratty has been playing in scrims with the Hornets Venom roster, and Glenn Ratty is currently in the NBA 2K League. I don't know what's going on with Rigby, but from what I'm being told, Glenn Ratty has been playing he's starting to play in scrims. He's going to be playing in the NBA 2K League this year for Hornets Venom GT. I don't know how long for, but I have had multiple people and multiple sources come to me, tell me that this is happening. So I just want to put that out there. I'm going to break it here on ESGN just so you guys know. So Joe, I mean, obviously it's a rumor, but if it is true, what do you think about that?
This is where, you know, in those movies where just the zoom in on the camera and you just hear them say "fuck."
Yeah, it's
Like that's literally what's like. What?
yeah.
Like, I hope that your sources are, you know, shit. Like, you know, they sometimes tend to be, because that would suck for the Hornets. That would really suck, because Rigby is one of the best guards in this class. Hopefully, if he is, you know, like, granted, Glenn could just be playing just to be playing in scrims. Rigby's not around. They just need to do it. We don't know anything. Like, until we get a full announcement from the league, we can't say shit.
I can, but
that would be bad. That would be bad news for the Hornets.
Yeah, no, I think it's really bad. It goes from like maybe the Hornets are okay to like we're on self-destruct mode, in my opinion. But anyway, like I said, I just have to drop that little information. Like I said, I've had multiple sources telling me this information. It keeps coming to me, and I keep getting different people telling me it. Again, so there's always some truth to a rumor, whether it's 100%.
Yeah. But so you're breaking a rumor. You're not breaking official news, right?
Yeah, I'm breaking. I mean, listen, I trust my source, my one source, especially this source. I'm going to trust this one. So I'm going to say it's probably happening. I don't know if it's for a couple games or what it's for, but there's definitely something going on. But anyway, we'll move on from that. Going back to Cavs Legion, because I know Lazul would like to have his analysis of his team. Joe, what is your thoughts on Cavs Legion?
Nah, man. Look, Lav out here trying to roast me in the chat. We gonna put them last. Nah, I'm joking.
Okay, Ducks Gaming. No kidding. Okay.
No. But no, I think from a draft perspective, Lav did his thing. This man he literally got the job. He was as a GM for 6 days. And the fact that he was able to do everything he was able to do, he was able to garner 2 more first-round picks. He was able to get Bash on the team and still do whatever he needs to do. Amazing draft. However, we're talking about roster grades here. So, going to that, I think Bash is an amazing point guard. You have a point guard that can battle with the best of them in the Western Conference is what you need. I think Rim is going to be a solid, small forward. I think the front court is actually really good with Rim, Oreo, and Fakey. I think it's going to be a defensive nightmare. The key for this team is going to be how good is Jaden, and can Jaden translate over to the 2K League level? And because if he plays well, if he can play to a level of, a top 10 sharp in the league, or even top 12, something around there, and just be a great combo guard and an asset to Bash, I think they'll be able to go far. The other part is making sure Oreo can actually shoot the damn ball.
Oh.
Because let's be fair, maybe not so much this pre-draft, but last year when he was playing power forward, he wasn't that effective and wasn't that efficient at power forward when he was shooting. So just making sure that he's going to be able to translate on the league level, not pre-draft, because even last year he was able to shoot. We're talking about the league build. So if Oreo can shoot, Oreo was not shooting grenades last year. But if Oreo can shoot and shoot consistently, this is going to be a dark horse team. But if not,
Joe, I'm told every guy that shoots bad in the league shoots grenades. I think that every person that has been a bad shooter at one point in this league, I'm told they shoot grenades. At some point, again, I'm not saying he doesn't shoot grenades, but I'm just saying we can't keep using every player. It's one thing if it's a shooting guard, but if you're gonna sit here and tell me that every position is shooting grenades, I don't know, man. At one point we got to sit here and just say someone's shooting bad. We can't just I feel like I hear that excuse every time I hear a bad shooter in the league. I'm just being honest. From every time I mention someone was bad at shooting, I just hear grenades. That's a cop out in my opinion. If you shoot bad, you shoot bad in my opinion. It's just that simple. But
shit happens. But you're 100% right though, champ. This team has hella potential. I think that defensively it could be one of the best in the league. But again, this is a very tough conference. And like we've been saying, Somebody in this conference has to lose.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm about to get on the solo cam for this one. Okay?
Right, do you think?
I'm about to get on solo cam. Okay? Listen. Lav, you've had a short career so far in this league, and you're already finessing. All right? You're already finessing, okay? You have 3 future firsts, okay? That's wild. That's insane. I don't know. Somehow, I think the next thing you need to do, you need to finesse getting into the Eastern Conference because the Western Conference is not it, man. I don't know what you got to do to Brendan Donahue, but you got to convince him to put you in the East, okay? Because let's be honest, Cleveland. I mean, let's move to the East. LeBron ran the East for so long in Cleveland, man. Why can't you be in the East, man? Like, you know what I'm saying? But what I'm gonna say, I think right now, based off of what I've seen so far from Lazu, he could end up being one of the greatest player GMs in 2K League history if he continues to pan out like this. Because for a guy who's had this type of negotiations to make these type of moves already, literally within days of being in the position, I'm sorry, man. Like, if I'm a GM, I'm scared to trade with him because he finessed the hell out of you guys. 3 future firsts, like this guy literally could keep 2 players and have 3 first rounds next year. Like, he literally can keep 2 players on his roster and have 3 first rounds.
I don't think it was even finesse. I think he just played hardball.
Yeah, but
like, especially for the number 2 overall pick. Literally, the Bucks were 1 pick behind them.
He got a team. He got a team to give him a future first to move up 1 pick.
You know the last team that I've seen do that, and this is in all sports, that was the 49ers and the Bears. When the Bears traded up to draft Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah, I love me some Mitchell.
I'm not saying Cooks is Mitchell Trubisky, but again, they're risking it all right now. They're literally saying he's our franchise, he's our guy. Cooks needs to pan out.
Listen, man, Lazu, greatest GM in 2K League history. Book it. All right.
Way too early for that. Also, Nacho just got to roll.
Nacho just got to roll. Hold up. All right. Anyway, I got to give let me break down this roster real quick. All right, for a team that has 3 future first, and they still have Bash, who has never missed playoffs in 2K League history. Just going to mention that. Jaden, who, I mean, in my opinion, was a great pickup later on in the draft. Oreo, who I think that, again, he wasn't, like, I wouldn't say he was a top center. He was a pretty good center. I think he was solid. And you got Fakey, who's had an amazing pre-draft. And you got Rim. I mean, listen, man. Rim is the new 2K League zombie, okay? No, I'm joking, Rim. I love you. But...
Definitely not.
I know. Oh, shit. Oh my god! Hey! Oh my god! Oh my god! J. Rod's a new 2K League zombie. I love that.
I swore I heard this man say he retired earlier in his Spaces this year.
Oh,
but we're not even gonna get into all of that,
dude. That is great. Oh man, Harris. I hope you heard that, man. I hope you heard that because that is. Oh, that's great.
Look, and that was Harris. Harris was the first one to say it. I will give him his credit.
Oh, okay.
100% right.
He gave a new title to J-Rod as the 2K League zombie. I like it. Harris always... Listen, man, I like it, Harris. I respect that analysis. But, Joe, I got to give a grade to this Cavs team. I mean, shoot, man. Like, I know this is just on rosters, and I don't want to base the future, obviously, because, like, it's... Right now, you have a PG who's never missed playoffs. You have a guy who's had an amazing pre-draft in Fakey. I'm going to go B with this team just because someone has to lose. I think this Cavs team is going to be an in-between team. I think that they're going to be one of those teams that are going to have to receive some of those losses. I think they'll be like a slight above 500 team. Maybe below 500. They're either going to be like the Celtics or they're going to be like Gen G, who's just like maybe just falls short or something like that. It's kind of how I look at them right now. But what grade would you give them? Do you think I'm being too nice, or do you think a B is fair?
I think I like that B grade. I think it shows that like this team has a lot of talent on it. It's just all about locking them all in to play together.
Yeah.
Putting egos aside, that goes for every single person on this team. Putting egos aside, locking the hell in, and going for it. Because you already have enough adversity with all of the talent in this conference. You can't have infighting to add to that.
No, you can't. No, you can't, Joe. You cannot have that. That is the last thing you want on this team. But Joe, we're moving on to the next team in Jazz Gaming. Jazz Gaming, let me ask this first question, Joe. Did Jazz Gaming get better compared to last year?
There's a thing here, like what I gotta say, and I wish I had the video right now, but all I gotta say is they are going crazy like Follow when he was streaming, like
oh God, the Giggle Squad. The Giggle Squad. Oh no. All
I'm starting over cars while I shoot.
Man.
I think that I'm Tom Cruise. Like whatever, they're gonna be hyped. They're gonna be doing their thing. The biggest things about this team, because Compete is a my team head. Like he's gonna be able to play in transition or whatever. He moved from point guard to lock. He's gonna have to move now. Like he's moving to power forward. You have Rhea there. They're gonna be really good. I think Follow is gonna be a great defensive asset for that team because look, let's be fair. Compete played solid last year, but him, Lottie, and just their defense as a whole is the reason why they lost that finals. Well, so they addressed their issues defensively. This team's better defensively, but now you just have to make sure that Jen, because he's gonna shoot crack. He's definitely gonna shoot crack, but you have to be able to have him controlled because if he's shooting, like, he's going to shoot grenades for Splash, that's cool. But when Splash wants that ball back and he still wants to chuck that shit and he misses, Splash is going to be looking at him like that Kermit meme. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, first, I have to say, shout out to my guy, Lazoo, with the sub, man. I'm glad you have no more ads, man. I'm so happy you don't have to experience those 5 ads. Shout out to my guy, Lazoo, man. Shout out to all 7 subs so far. We've been having a good stream. This is what I got to say about Jazz Gaming. I'm probably going to be the most impartial person. I'm probably going to be a lot different compared to most people. Jazz Gaming got worse, in my opinion. I get it. Like, Jen's got it, man. Like, Jen's good at the game. But I don't know, man. I saw what happened last year. I mean, Lottie was a really good shooting guard, man. Like, he didn't perform in the finals. That happens, man. That happens. But I don't think Jen is an upgrade from Lottie. If anything, I think they got worse at the position. And you go from Beezus, who, in my opinion, I think was a top power forward in the league last year, to Compete. And I'm not saying Compete can't be good at power forward, but that's a down. I think he went down in that position because I think Beezus is still a better power forward. Follow's a good lock. I think you upgraded on the lockdown position, so it kind of levels that out with like Compete and Follow. I don't like the Jen situation. I know it's his guy. I know it's kind of just like what they wanted. There's definitely a lot of shooting guards I would have liked there. But again, they have a vision. They feel it fits him best. I'm not a fan of Jen's game. That's just my thought on it, though. That's just I think it's a downgrade from what they were before.
I'm just asking you, champ. Who else would you have picked there? Like, it's not like this was an early pick. It's not like this was the 18th overall pick. Or, 20th over, whatever it was, 21st overall pick. This is one of the last picks of the draft.
I'll be honest. I mean, again, everyone has their different biases compared to who they like more at shooting guard. I was a real fan of Symptoms or EG. There was a lot of shooting guards I liked, and maybe I just have more favoritism. Or even B-Rich. You got B-Rich out there. A guy...
B-Rich was gone.
No, B-Rich was all the way there at 21 in the second round.
And went round 3, bro.
Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot they traded the Jazz. No, but they didn't have to take Follow with that pick. But I guess they had to secure their guy. Okay. I guess, but you could have got EG at least. I think that EG... or even Return of DJ. I know that a lot of people aren't high on... Like, I don't know if people just don't know enough about Return of DJ, but I liked both of them more than Jen, in my opinion. But I understand. I guess it was good to secure Follow there. That makes sense. I forgot they traded their pick. They didn't have that late first anymore. But either way... I mean, I guess Jen's their guy. You get your guy. You get a guy that fits your org. I just don't think that Jen is. I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of Jen. I'm just not. It's that simple. Like, it's not like I think if things go south for this team, it's going to get bad. Like if they struggle, like last year, how they struggled. If they get that same situation they got last year, I don't think that again this team will be a playoff team no matter what. I think this is a playoff team no matter what. But I don't think they got better. I don't think they're going to take that step up. I think this is the year where the Warriors took the step up and they're going to beat them in the playoffs. I think that the Warriors got to keep that same strong roster, and they're going to come in and they're going to get the revenge on Jazz Gaming this year. And I think that they're going to take the conference because Jazz Gaming didn't get better.
So, see, and this is where we have to disagree on this one, champ.
Yeah.
This is a team coming off a finals berth. They, Final Four made the year before finals berth.
Yeah, and they lost 3 of their players. They lost 2 of their players.
Their issue last year was defense and secondary ball handler. Let's be fair. They had exposed. It didn't work. Freddie, he was good in spot starts. He wasn't the best in, the finals. Lottie, he was, he got there. He was doing pretty well. But when, just like the Avatar, when the Jazz needed him most, he disappeared.
I always love Joe's references, man.
Look, I'm going to keep using anime references because we're on the Jazz and the Splash here. But you know what also works? And this is the anime trope, the power of friendship. Because, there's the main character that automatically just gets super buffed and, just becomes super OP because his friends are cheering him on and his friends are around him. That's exactly what Splash is here because he got his guys. He got his guys.
So is he who's in Dragon Ball Z? If we're referring to Dragon Ball Z here, who's Vegeta and who's Goku? Is Splash Goku?
Bro, you really just had to ask that?
Yeah, is he's Super Saiyan? And then is Gen really going to be Vegeta? Is Gen Vegeta?
I mean, as long as Follow's not Krillin, I'm for whatever. Because Follow deserves more respect than that. But no, I think that it's going to be a solid combo. Splash talked about it himself. Literally, he's one of those things that he is, and this team is one of those people that, okay, you want to talk about drafting your friends, getting your friends in? Boom. Comp let it happen. Splash got his guys. He drafted his friends. He did what he needed. They got their people. So the ball is in Splash's court. Splash needs to perform. Because if not, Comp is going to be like, all right, I'm making it, I'm doing whatever I need to do now. But Splash is comfortable now. He has his guy in Gen who's going to be able to shoot those grenades, who's going to be able to catch and shoot. He's going to chuck. It's going to be a growing process, but he's a great compliment. I think Follow is an upgrade from Compete, and I think Compete is a very serviceable power forward. He's going to look good next to Rhea. I think this team is better than what it was last year.
Follow's like, I'm Krillin.
Exactly, Follow. You are better than Krillin. You are not Krillin. Well, we can't call you Gohan either.
Oh, no, you can't be Gohan.
Nah, Rhea would be Vegeta, bro. Like, it's
yeah, true. That's true. No. No, but anyway, rolling back from the anime.
Sorry, I got it.
No, listen. I get it, man. I'm not a hardcore anime guy, but I watch anime once in a while. Listen,
Dragon Ball Z. That's nothing.
Attack on Titan is my favorite. Again, I like the what's that one with the notebook? I forgot what that one's called.
Death Note.
Death Note. Yeah, I like Death Note. I think Death Note was good.
I just want you to know you probably have almost every team in this league writing our names into the Death Note right now.
I think whoever the social guy for Jazz Gaming needs to get on that anime memes and stuff like that. That's what they need to do. Whoever it is for Jazz Gaming, they need to be doing that. But anyway, moving on. Well, giving a grade for this team. So, Joe, what is your grade? Because I know what my grade is. I need to know what your grade is for Jazz Gaming.
Bro, honestly, I really like this draft. I know the Gen pick is, some people don't like it, but he was an average sharp. I'm gonna pull up his statistics now.
He was in the middle. He was in the middle. He was 500. He was in the middle for everything.
And basically. That's what you need. You need somebody who's gonna hit at least 50% of your shots.
And that's not bad for a grade. Listen, that's not bad for that's not bad, but at the same time, I don't know. I've just seen both situations he's been in, and it just hasn't worked out. I'm all about opportunity, and I'm all about giving more giving chances. But I don't know, man. I just don't think it's going to work. I think if things go how they did early on last year, I see this team really struggling, and a team that we looked at as being a contender goes from being a contender for the chip to being maybe like a playoff team and just a playoff team. That's all I see them as at this point.
Well, look, I think Master Roshi, or I guess whatever you want to go, Dragon Ball Super King Beerus in comp, even though he hates anime. I think this team is solid. He's gonna get him right. I think this is a really good team. I think a solid B, if not B plus. I think it's solid.
I'll go B. I'm with you on the B. I just don't think that. Again, I'm with the B. So, anyway, going on to the next team, I'm going to say this is probably the hardest team for me to grade. Again, everyone's initial thought I know is the same. Holy crap, they got Ant season. Holy crap, again, I love the Miles pick. I really like the Miles pick. I think Miles pick is perfect. The Ant season pick. I got Joe, I want to hear your opinion because I'm interested to see what you think about the Kings because I wonder if we're in the same realm. But I just want to know your opinion on Ant on this team.
So this is the 2K show. Regardless of everything, we keep things 2K. In the realm of 2K, the Kings knocked this draft the fuck out the park. Just being completely real, I think getting Ant at that pick, I believe it was like 34 or something like that.
Yeah.
Getting him there and then getting Miles as well. Who Miles has been on a tear this pre-draft. A tear. I don't care that, Miles shit the bed in the playoffs. Miles is coming back for blood. I'm not saying this with bias because that's my guy, whatever. If you watch this man, the man, he struggled. He played horrible the first day of the tip-off. What did he do the next day? Shot lights out, hit a game winner. He proceeded to be one of the best statistical power forwards all season long when it came to shooting, offense, all of that stuff. He's improved his pick-and-roll defense tremendously this pre-draft, and you saw all the winning they did. I think that this team is going to be really good, but guess what? It's going to be up to Mama and Ant, because if Mama starts this season slow like he did again last year, guess what? This season's fucked, just like last year was.
I think I'm a little worried about this team because it's not Ant that I'm most worried about. It is Mama this season I'm most worried about. Mama thinks he can pick up the game in March, and he'll be ready for April. Which, listen, man, he's a talented guy. He's a former MVP. You have two former MVPs back together, reunited. They've never missed playoffs when they've been together. But this is what I have to say. As much as I think Mama can, definitely put it together, I'm just a little concerned because the game's, I feel like the game is moving past him. I think that, him not taking the time to work, at least play a little in the offseason, he doesn't have to go crazy. But the fact that he just doesn't touch the game at all, I mean, like somebody will say, "Oh, he's been playing in tens or something like that." No, I think he probably plays like an occasional game here and there, but he's not actually playing. He's not taking the time to actually learn the game. He's just playing to play, which anybody can do in the walk-on. But I don't know, man. I don't like the situation right now for them if Mama does not get. He's really got to work hard this month of March. I think Ant is a good, pick. Ant obviously played shooting guard in Vegas. I think the most important thing about him wasn't necessarily what he, he put on the stat sheet, but how he, was kind of a leader on his team and communicated with his team. I think Ant is going to fit this team much better than I actually expected originally. I think that he'll be a leader on this team. Him and Mama, I think, will be a very, they'll bounce back off each other very well. The Kings just got an overall talented player. Very talented player. They saw talent and they took it. They didn't care what he played. They didn't care what he did. They just took the talent, and it was a good pick. And then you grab Miles, who I think is, he was my fourth power forward on the board, and he fell a lot more than I expected. I don't think he should have fell all the way to the Kings, but listen, he went from being he's in a great situation. I think he's on a great team. Obviously, the hardest thing is when you look at this team, the back of Miles' head, he knows he's not going to get retained on this team likely because you see the people on this team, you see the roster. He's playing. Basically he's in the same situation. He's on a really good roster like he was with the T-Wolves, and he just got to do his job. I think for this team, I'm going to give them a B plus. I think that they're a good team. I think that they can be a playoff team, but we know who it comes down to. It comes down to the work that Mama's going to have to put in this month of March. Also, we got to get the league built. Obviously, Joe, you don't need to comment on that at all, but last year we didn't get the league built in time, and we had to wait. It was basically days before the tournament started for tip-off, and Mama didn't get those runs on the league build like he expected. So if Mama doesn't get those runs like he's expecting right now, it's going to be bad for them. And again, I think they're going to be a lot better this year with it, from what I hear, but we'll just have to wait to find out. But again, I'm gonna give it B plus. I think that's a fair grade. Did you give a grade, Joe? I don't know if you did.
No, this is an A. This is an A. An A. Bro, I think this is an amazing team on paper. They still have to prove themselves. Period. And yeah, it boils down to Mama. Because, like you said, quote-unquote playing in 10s, doing whatever, but he's not grinding like you see every other PG who's grinding. Like, shit, Bear wasn't grinding, top-tier comp every day. He was, grinding with randoms out of his Discord and doing things like that and still grinding the game, doing everything to get himself better. But again, at some point, people have to put the ego aside because you're going to, let's be fair, if Mama struggles, you're going to see Ann at point guard.
Yep.
And then as soon as you see Mama start moving to the 2, what happened to every other point guard we start seeing switch positions? Just
man, there's only so many season 1 PGs left in this league. That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't know. And again, because I know Mama's gonna at me on a timeline, whatever. And for all y'all can definitely do it. But if you don't put in the work in the off season, and you're professional athletes, if you're not doing off season workouts, and you come into training camp, overweight or not in shape, doing all that stuff, that hurts you. That hurts your team. And I can see them potentially moving on from Mama in the offseason. Or potentially I could see Mama like, you know what? This is not for me anymore. I'm done with this league and retiring next year. Because he would try and retire before admitting that he can't play point guard anymore. But overall, I think this team is amazing. I think they have some of the highest potential in the West. But again, we said the same thing last year, and they fucked up. They struggled. And it all goes back down to Mama. Can Mama help play? Because, he started to hook up and Seam was struggling. But again, Mama needs to come out of the gate playing his best form of 2K. Because if he started playing his best form of 2K out of the gate last year, they wouldn't have been in the, in whatever, I'm blanking, the ticket, they would have been in the playoffs. So, ball's in Mama's court, man.
Yep. We will see. But I'm going to stay with my B+. I'm fine with it. I understand where you're coming from. I think that there's obviously some very good players on this roster. But anyway, let's move on to Lakers Gaming. So, Lakers Gaming has Reg, Reese, Tacta, Green Too Nice, and Crazy. I like I get it. I like the movement, like the trade that the Lakers did. Obviously, you bring in Reg. He's kind of supposed to be the savior for Lakers Gaming. We know the weak spot in this team. It's Tac. I love Tac. He's a cool guy. Listen, if you guys ever have a chance, visit his restaurant in New York. Awesome place, man. I had so much fun there. But we know that
amazing.
It was the bomb. But what I have to say about this team, I don't think it's gonna be solid. It's not gonna be great. It's not gonna be terrible. But I just don't think. I think they're one of these teams that are gonna be in the middle and they're gonna be receiving a lot of losses. There's gonna be we talk about it. Teams are gonna get losses, and I think this is another team that's gonna rack up those losses. They're gonna struggle because I think when it comes to Tac, they're gonna attack him, man. Tac's got to step up this year. He's got to play well. He's got to do his thing. I don't know if it, with him and Crazy in the pick and roll, I don't know how it's going to be this year. Reg, it's obviously an upgrade from Belial. It's definitely an upgrade. But we'll see how it pans out. If I was to give a grade, I'm gonna go a C+. I don't think this team is going to be that good, to be honest with you. I don't think this roster is going to be, this crazy team that everyone is like, oh my god, they're so good. No, He's not going. I don't think Reg is going to be the savior of this team. I think this team is going to struggle a lot, in my opinion. But Joe, what's your thoughts?
So, first and foremost, Nacho is just the king of finesse because the man was able to finesse a first-round pick out of the Raptors to trade back all the way to the 4th round and still nab the same person that they probably wanted to, was going to get in the first pick in the 2nd round, which is wild. It's amazing. Great move by Nacho. But again, personally, for me, it's a little skeptical because I really thought Crazy's best spot would have been at the power forward position. If they stayed at where they were, they would have been able to get a solid center. This team would have looked a lot better because I think having Crazy at center, it just kind of holds him back. I know he's an amazing player at the game, but just him at power forward is just something else. You saw what he did all pre-draft long. This dude is just crazy. So Bobo is saying Greed's a solid lock too, so good pick if they have to swap. Yeah, that's great. If they have to swap, we'll see. They traded the 4th overall pick for Reg, so that means they could have got, unguardable. They could have got whoever, really, any sort of point guard. It's still solid because it's only a 1-for-1. This team has to prove it because I was a huge supporter of this Lakers team last year. I sang their praises. I'm like, yo, y'all sleeping. Bohio is going to come back. He's going to do all this stuff, like, blah, blah, blah. And they just screwed us over. So this is one of those that they have to prove it, man. I would definitely give the C+, and that's being generous, because they have to prove it to us, man. This team has sucked. They have underperformed every year. They haven't won more than 3 games. They have the talent on the roster now. They have a coach on their roster now. They're definitely going to play a lot better, but they're also now in a more loaded Western Conference. So again, they have to prove everything. They have to fight for everything. We'll see what happens. Is Nacho. You can never count that man out. We'll see, but I think a C+ is fine.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. Anyway, moving to Mavs Gaming. Mavs Gaming has Kenny, Symptoms, Zay, Legit, and Sick. I'm gonna let you go first on this.
Hold on. Symptoms. That internet did not play that much of a part that what they did. They upgraded the internet the year prior. They didn't have a coach. You're listening to your 6-man who is not a coach. He's not your guy. There's a respect factor. You're not going to look at your peer, your equal, the same way as you're going to look at your boss. Situational stuff, all kinds of other stuff. We can't keep blaming the internet because they upgraded that shit. They were in hella games. They folded down the line in hella games. It's not an internet issue. It was them not being able to close out in crunch time. Do you remember last year where it was the one where they told Bohio to throw up that shot, that half-court heave, and they wound up losing that game against the Warriors that they should have won? It's situational stuff. It's coaching. People were bad internet 100%. But guess what? We had tournaments in person, all that stuff in person this year. There's not going to be that same issue. And it wasn't an issue last year. So this team has to prove it. I love Tack. Tack's my guy. Seriously, that's one of my boys. They still have to prove it.
Yeah. But
sorry, ran over.
Oh, it's good. It's good. No, that's fair. Listen, man, at the end of the day, we can have all the excuses in the world, right? See, again, I get it. Things happen. Internet's unfortunate, but it was not like the Season 3 internet. Okay. That was the whole excuse for Sav. He was on the Lakers, a bad team. The internet wasn't good, et cetera, et cetera. And then they fixed that problem. That was not as much of a problem last year as it was in previous years. There might have
play on console now. There's a cutoff. Everybody's on the same.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. I think people just use that to just. It's one of the. It's another cop out. I'm tired of giving these cop outs for things. It's one thing if if someone's clearly we talk about people who are throwing grenades. We're talking about internet. At one point we got to just say I hate the term call a spade. I don't really like that, but I'm just being honest. It just didn't perform. You know what I mean? They got to do it. You know what I mean? It's that simple. It's nothing to do with delay. Next up is Mavs Gaming. So Joe, I want your opinions on this team. Because I obviously, have a different, different opinion probably compared to you. So I want to get your thoughts first.
I really like this team. I think Chris, I think LT, they really did their homework. They did their due diligence. They dealt with a lot of adversity. A lot of trades that fell through. They had players suspended. They had a lot of shit that they went through. They even traded back on the first pick. They moved back to 6 and 8, which then they moved back up to 3. They gave up the first round pick. Look, regardless, they're all in on this season. I think they have a solid core. And especially for 3v3, I think Kenny, Legit, and Zay is going to shock a lot of people because that team is nice. Mm-hmm. But again, they're in a stacked Western Conference where they're going to be fighting for their lives every single day. And you have the majority of this team as rookies. Yes, you have Legit and Sick there, but the majority of this team is rookies. So they're really going to have to do their thing.
Mavs have to be better than 6 teams. I know, obviously, there's the ticket, whatever, that's the 6 team, but the Mavs have to be better than 6 teams. Okay? I think they're going to be better than Ducks Gaming. I think that's a clear. I mean, again, we haven't gotten there yet. We'll talk about that. I think they're better than the Blazers. I think they're about the same as the Bucks in a way. I think they go back and forth. They're better than the Lakers, in my opinion. I know. Again, I know they haven't played, and it's kind of hard to say, but I'm just predicting. But and there's a couple more teams we're going to talk about that I think that they're on the same level as them. So I think the Mavs will be that team that's fighting for that last playoff spot, maybe 5 seed. They'll be like in that area, like so from like 5 seed to like 8 seed. I think that's where they'll be. If I was to project their area of where I think they'll be this season. I think they're, like you said with 3v3, there's no question, in my opinion, they're going to be a top 3v3 team. Okay, a lot of people don't know about Kenny Zeus in 3v3. Everyone knows Zay. People know what Jerry can do. Obviously, if he, obviously, I think if he has a decent
not going to be
future.
Jerry, bro. I promise you, it's going to be Legit, Zay, and Kenny. Zay is going to play the 3. Legit, most likely, is going to play lock. They are interchangeable. They can do whatever, and Kenny at guard. Right. I don't think people realize how good this team is and what their potential to do damage in 3v3 to this league is. It's crazy.
I agree.
Symptom 6. 5 normally and 1 from the ticket. Yeah.
I will say, if I was going to have a grade, and maybe I'm being really generous on this grade, but the fact that they were able to get Zay where they got him, I'm sorry, you get a guy who is, in my opinion, the best prospect in this class. He's basically like the Rhea of this class, and you got him at 6. I have to show, and again, I know it's not a draft, it's roster too, it's overall roster, but I'm going to give them an A-. I really like their roster. And maybe I'm biased. You can give me bias, okay? You can say I'm biased.
100% you're biased.
Because I think this...
But it's all good.
Yeah.
I get it.
I think this roster is really good. I think it's good on both ends. I'm not even just talking about 5v5. Because a lot of these rosters I've been seeing so far, I think the Bucks will be a good 3v3 roster. Actually, I don't know. Plondo, I guess. They'll be a pretty good 3v3 roster. Other than that, I don't know these other rosters, how good they'll be in 3v3. But I know that the Bucks and the Mavs will probably be the better 3v3 teams. I'm a huge Mavs fan. I'm a Mavs fan right now. But
the thing that gets me, champ, is I don't understand how when you look at the Kings, you look at the Jazz, you don't think that they're just as good.
I think when you have
better than this Mavs roster.
You want to
predominantly of rookies.
You want to know why? I'll take a bunch of guys who are game heads. I think a lot of these guys the younger guys, are a lot better because they play the game so much more. And I think that's part of what helped 630 last year, and what made him so great was because 630 was literally just fucking going crazy all pre-draft, and he just played the game a lot. I think the guys who are grinding get rewarded a lot of times. Sometimes they don't, but I think a lot of these younger guys are going to come into the league this year, and they're gonna pop off, and you're going to see a lot of these older guys get not necessarily pushed out, but they're going to be like, man, maybe it is time to move on to this younger generation of PGs and guards and people because they play the game a lot more, and they're a lot more acquitted to to the game. I think all the guys who've been grinding the retail version are all going to be really good park players. So, I think the guys, I think Splash will probably still be pretty good. But, Bear, I think, is going to end up being. I think the T-Wolves are going to be a top team in the 3v3. Obviously, we'll get to them, but it's not just because, just because who the T-Wolves, who they are. It's just the fact that all those guys have been grinding the game so much. They've been so dominant, obviously, in 5v5, but they're also just, like, dominant at playing the game a lot. Like, they are game heads. Besides Slaughter, all of those guys have played the game a lot. That's just a fact. But
Slaughter plays the game a lot. What?
No, he doesn't.
Bro, he's been on no look the entire. What?
He plays a lot, but he definitely just shows up for the game. He does not play as much as compared to Bear, Kai, and Shifty. He does not play as much as them. They play a lot.
But he still plays the game a lot. You have to give that man respect.
I mean, what I mean, I'm not. It's not that I'm disrespecting. I'm just saying that those three players play the game a lot more compared to Slaughter. They definitely play the game a lot more. But they're talented enough to where Slaughter doesn't even Slaughter's gonna be fine. Like, Slaughter's fine. Hey, Symptoms, man! I'm so happy you don't have ads anymore, man. Welcome to the club, man. Thank you for subbing up, man. What's up, Problem? What's up, man? How's it going, man?
Yo, this is so funny. You are literally bullying people into subbing to the channel because they don't want to deal with ads, and it's hilarious.
I mean, listen, man. Now Symptoms gets to watch all the past broadcasts. When he can go back and watch this, he doesn't have to worry about waiting for it to go on YouTube. He can go watch it, and also you get some cool emotes, man. Symptoms, let me see the ESPN emote, man. No,
we'll give him his compliment for subbing.
Yeah,
Symptoms is one of those sharps. Well, secondary handlers or just two guards. We'll just call them two guards. That I'm really excited to see this year.
Symptoms, your bait. Don't listen to him. No.
But again, I don't think this is an A- roster.
Yeah,
especially if you think that the Kings are B+ and the Jazz are B.
I'm every 15 minutes, I'm pretty sure, Problem.
These people haven't even played the game yet, champ. They've never even touched the league building. You're just calling them one of the best teams in the league? You gave the Wizards an A.
Yeah, true. I'll give listen, you're right. If I can't rate the Mavs on the same level as you're right. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Then I'm going to give them a B. I'm going to give them a B. That's fair. Yeah, that is a very good point. If I can't give A's to teams that if I'm giving an A, they have to be comparable to the Wizards, and I don't think the Mavs are. I'll give them a B. I think that's a much more fair grade. And I'm sure you could agree with that at least. 2K community run more ads than anyone. Go Gradient. Listen, man. But the Madden community subs up a lot more. Listen, I literally streamed for 12 hours. Thank God. Shout out to Mike Swan for gifting all the subs that he did, man. My guys, I streamed for 12 hours, man. I was like, man, if it wasn't for Mike Swan, it would have been a tough stream. I streamed for 12 hours, all right? That's all I'm going to say. But, again, I appreciate all the support. I appreciate all the subs. I hope you guys are enjoying the content. Again, you guys got to sub up if you like the content. You know what I mean? If you enjoy this content and you want to watch it, then... if you don't want ads, I mean that's what the point of subbing is. But either way, I appreciate the support, guys. So anyway, where am I? I got to stand on it. No, he's not. When someone comes to me with a fair argument, I think that if I can't compare the Mavs to the Wizards, there is no way. Like I go toe for toe with that roster. There's no way I can compare it. I think it's fair to give you guys a B. I think that you guys are going to be a middle. I clearly stated I think you guys are going to be that team fighting for one of those last seeds or a middle of the run team. I think it's from 5 to 8 is your guys that's kind of your range in my opinion. But anyway, Joe,
you got to prove it, bro. Look again, the 2-time champs barely got an A. You guys are rookies in the league. You guys have to beat some of the best teams in the West first for people to give you credit. A B is fine. Prove it.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, listen, man, at least you got somewhere to work up and not work down, right? Anyway, NCAA tonight, Prob? Is it? Wait, March Madness doesn't start tonight, does it? Am I crazy? Or maybe I'm crazy. I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
But they're talking about the NCAA football streams.
If that, I mean, shoot, I'll buy that right now if that's the thing.
Bro, I'll send you the link. Mark sent it to me.
Oh shoot, yeah, send that to me. Anyway,
wait, I sent it to you already.
You did?
Yeah, well, but digress.
Okay. Yeah, another time. Anyway, moving on to Pacers Gaming. This is a team that basically brought the whole roster back and traded for Vandy. Joe, what is your thoughts? First of all, wait, you said B was fair. Never mind, you said Mavs. What are your thoughts on the Pacers for this roster? Do you think that it was the right move to have Vandy come in? And is again, it's likely Vandy's going to be PG with 630 the shooting guard. Did the Pacers get better?
Hell yeah.
So, what does this do? So, like, again, what do you think this does for the Pacers? Does this move them past the first round exit? Obviously, they were a 2 seed, so it's kind of, you think about it, it's very hard for them to go, past what they did last year. Is Vandy a better PG than 630? It's not necessarily that he's a better PG. It's just that it's a better set for the way that they're going to play. Oh, Simflatic 18. I'm so bad. Simply Alec 18 with the sub. Appreciate it, man. Sorry. I completely
You're
pronounced.
simp to say that, champ.
Yeah, listen. There's nothing wrong with simping, okay?
Simping ain't easy.
Hey, listen, man. I was gonna say something, my kids. I'm not gonna say that. Oh, look at that! Look at that, my guy. Yo, listen, did you just gift a sub to my guy? Oh, problem right. Thank you for the gift and sub to my guy Grady, man. Appreciate it, man. Listen, if you guys don't know already, the GOAT of all Madden players is in the chat. My guy, problem right, man. Listen, problem, shout out to you, man. I hope your streams are going well, man. Hope everything's good with with your family, everything, man. Hope everything's going well in Madden, man. Like I said, I'll be tuned in, man. Thank you for the gift sub though. Anyway,
I do a stream so I can learn the playbook to be my IRLs.
Yeah. I need your ebook. I need your ebook, man, because I'm telling you right now, man. Like, I used to run one play, man. I don't know what that one trips play with the wheel route is, but I used to run one play ever, and I used to kick everyone's ass. But anyway, moving on, going back to the Pacers, coming back. Pacers gaming. What are your thoughts on this team? Like, are they a title contender now with Vandy on this team?
Yeah. Like, granted, it's not going to be easy because the West is the West. But you think about it, now 630 has help. Before, it was the 630 show. You pretty much force him into the mid-range. You force him to take the shots that are 2s over 3s. And you pretty much force the rest of his team to beat you. And that's pretty much how you beat the Pacers. So now you have somebody like Vandy who is able to come in, he's able to create. So before, Swizz wasn't, like, he was a catch and shoot. He's a traditional sharp. He wasn't the same, where I think Vandy is going to be more of an asset. And because Vandy is so good, it's going to force teams to focus on Vandy too. So it's going to free up 630. I think this really helps this team. I'm really excited to see them all together. And if Vandy struggles at any point at point guard, 630 moves to point guard. Vandy still moves to shooting guard, still plays well, and this team is still good. Overall roster grade, they were the 2nd seed in the West last year. Without Vandy, I think we have to give this team an A.
I'm with you on A minus. What do they get the Wizards? They get the Wizards an A. I'm with you. I just think they're a grade down from the Wizards. I think they're still. I might actually be with you on the A. Actually, if I think about it now, I'm with you on the A. Actually, I'm with you on that. Thinking about it more. This team, I mean, this is a team that went from being a 2 seed. I mean, they add Vandy to this roster. They're the one of the conference teams that have definitely gotten better, in my opinion. I do agree with you. You got Swizzerk, who is the old-fashioned shooting guard, where you got a traditional sharp. Now you got a guy who can handle the rock and kind of, have 630 take on that Kai role. Again, I'm not saying that Kai made the secondary ball handler because, there's definitely been people like that before him, but he's definitely one of the people that have really succeeded at that in the league. But 630 will likely be, him and Kai will be like very similar in the way they are this season, in my opinion. Those two will be fighting for MVP again this year, in my opinion. Anyway, moving on to Pistons GT. Pistons GT's got Radiant, EG, Bag Motion, Charger, Ramo. Is EG better than Greenlight?
That is difficult. I think that
I know we have to watch them. I know we have to see him in the league. Like, I get that. But I'm just wondering, like, we take Greenlight's, like, resume from pre-draft last year, and he had a really good pre-draft, in my opinion. Like, he was doing some... Again, I'm not saying EG's not, like... It's not to, like, down, EG and everything. I think like EG is good. I'm just wondering, is he better than Greenlight? Is this a step up? I definitely think that they stepped up at the lock position from Pexile. I mean, listen, I love Pexile, man, but back-to-back 50-point games, back-to-back 60. I don't know why everyone remembers that one specific time.
That wasn't. But like, yeah, that happened, but it's not all on Pex. That defense had issues too.
I know.
But the rotating circle that they had to deal with. So let's not.
Yeah, no. Listen, it's not all on Pex. I don't like, but I'm just.
He got pride.
He definitely struggled. Again, it was team. At the end of the day, it's not only the Lock's fault, but he unfortunately he did get a lot of the heat from that. So anyway, going to bag motion, is it an upgrade? Is it a clear upgrade of bag motion from Pexile?
So it's very difficult. And just to start, I think like Greenlight was hooping in the first part of the season before he had to leave due to personal circumstances. And I think part of the reason of him coming back and not being as refined, it kind of hurt him, especially in the end, where it probably should have been better off with just Cooks there. But, I think Greenlight, when he was there early on, he was hooping. He was doing his thing. I think EG is going to serve a very similar role to a Greenlight or a Cooks because you have Radiant, bro. Like, you don't really need to do much. You just let Radiant rock. You just, shoot your shots when you need to shoot your shots. Bag motion, I think, is an upgrade only because of watching what this man has done with Ramo in pre-draft. Seeing his communication, seeing the type of player I think he works well with Ramo. I think bag motion charge on Ramo is going to be a great, pretty much a great front court combination. He's also very consistent from the corner. That's something that Pex kind of, struggled with at times. So I think it's going to be a better team overall. But again, it's the West.
Yeah. I think this is one of those teams where I talked about, I think they're in that Mavs gaming boat. I think they're going to be a slightly better team because I think Radiant I think they have the league experience, and that's the biggest difference between the two rosters. So I'm going to put a B+ on this roster just because I think they're a slightly better team than the Mavs just because of the experience. But it wouldn't shock me if the Mavs come out and really perform. But I'm going to give them a B+ in my opinion. I think that's a fair grade. I think that they're going to be one of those teams. Again, they're going to be around that. I think they'll probably I see them the highest, probably 4 or 3 seed. I don't see them anywhere higher than that. But I definitely see this team, I feel like the 4 seed is, a really good spot, or 5 seed for them. That's what, if I was to make, I haven't done any predictions on that yet, but I think that's about it. Hey, yo, champ, bro. What did I say? Did I say something?
Yeah, you saying that they're going to be better than Mavs. Hey, symptoms. At the end of the day, yeah, strictly 5v5 grading. They have Radiant. Radiant is one of the best point guards ever in the 2K League. Ever.
Yeah.
Kenny, he can show out, he'll do whatever, but it's still Radiant. You have to, I definitely would give them a B+.
Yeah.
If you want to, because I personally think they're better than Mavs. I think they're better than some of the other teams we gave Bs to. It's Radiant, bro. If Charger's able to just be there and not, I know he dealt with personal issues and stuff that he had to deal with, but if this team is able to be consistent, I think this is a true dark horse, and I think they can make the playoffs again this year.
I like it. I think they're going to be a playoff team as well, but again, I'll do those predictions. I don't know if I'll do it this stream, but I'll probably do it at one point. Up next is Joe's favorite team in the league. Joe, T-Wolves gaming, man. This is basically no look, but in the NBA 2K League plus DJ. DJ Too Cold. Hang on, let me put DJ Too Cold because listen, we need to. I've already decided this on Twitter, but you guys got to listen. I get it, man. Your name's DJ. All right, I get it, but we got to pick one of you to be DJ. Someone's got to find something cool. I don't know. Maybe he could be Too Cold. Maybe DJ can be Too Cold. I don't know. Or cold.
I need them to have some sort of Hunger Game competition.
Bro, yes.
Right to the name of DJ.
I don't care what they got to do, man. I don't care. Whatever.
I feel like it's Ed, and Eddie at this point. DJ, and DJ.
Seriously. And you know what's funny? Do you see the Twitch? Which DJ do you think that is? Because I know which one it is.
I don't know. At this point, I would just say the name DJ, and I would expect all of them to turn around. And at least I'm okay, cool, I got it right.
Joe, let me tell you something. Would you believe me if I told you that's DJ Too Cold?
Bro, I wish you could see my hands right now.
That is, like, dude. DJ Too Cold. His thing is, it is. All right, y'all know DJ. Are you DJ Too Cold? I'm not lying. Right now.
At this point,
no,
it's like cat in the hat. It is Dr. Seuss. It's DJ 1, DJ 2, DJ 3.
Because if that is the right, because the other DJ has the same Twitch name as you.
No, Chet, look at it this way. Because, we can call them, Return to DJ, DJ Too Cold, y'all know DJ, do all this DJ. I go and DJ. Whatever the hell we want to call them. But at the end of the day, how about this? We call them which DJ is the actual DJ by the one who performs the best this year.
Well, DJ Money is the OG DJ, so I just want to let you guys know that.
I don't care.
Wait, but that's still worse. That's even worse. His thing is, the other one is DJ. Like, what's up with, like, we know there's DJs in the league.
Cut out, Chet.
I listen. I'm saying that he's saying the other Twitch app for, like, the DJ Too Cold is DJ. There's y'all know DJ and DJ. That's terrible.
Again, I don't care. You know how I'm gonna decipher them? Oh, this is the DJ that's winning. This is the DJ that's losing.
Oh no, I think they.
At the end of the day, like, it is what it is.
Listen, we drafted the wrong DJ. Okay.
That would be wild.
Oh, imagine if, like, they thought they were drafting like Return of DJ or something, and they're like, wait a minute, who's DJ Too Cold? No, I'm joking, guys, but I'm just saying, like,
look, they have numbers and, like,
I know.
But, like, that would be wild.
Yeah, but either way, yeah, like I said, Joe, is right. We need, like, a Hunger Games situation. I don't care what you have to do. I don't care
if it's rock paper scissors. Just get that shit figured out.
Dude, so close to the Warriors and went on a DJ tangent.
Grady, you're going last, bro. We're going Dukes next.
Yo, dude, that's just too funny. Anyway, we got to give a grade to the T-Wolves Gaming. Well, I mean, just because they have DJ, I want the other DJ to write in the chat right now because it would just round it off great. It'd be funny. So T-Wolves Gaming, we know it's a good team. I think that if I was to give a grade to this team, I want to go. I don't want to give all A's. I want to give A minus. Is that wrong to give them an A minus? But they've run it pre-draft. They've been going crazy in pre-draft. No, I'm gonna give them an A. It comes down to just as long as DJ Too Cold, does his thing.
Look, I like the kid. I know people said that, his skill has decreased since the L2 patch, and he hasn't been the same player. But I think knowing who JB and Nick are, and knowing how well they scout and the way they do things, this entire team, they wouldn't choose somebody just to choose somebody. I think they, of course, they traded for Shift A early in the offseason. Amazing pickup. I think that this team is going to be solid. This was the number 1 overall seed last year. They lost to the Warriors.
Yeah.
They're out for blood. They're out for here. Personally, I wish I can give them an F minus, just because this way it gives them extra added motivation to keep playing well. But we have to be unbiased. And, it is what it is.
Joe,
we have to just give an A.
Joe, there's another DJ in the chat.
Motherfucker.
There's another DJ in the chat. Now it's DJ Money. Oh, man.
Bro, it's literally like the Spider-Man meme right now. I need their pictures. We're putting each of the DJ faces on top of the Spider-Man meme, and they're going to be pointing at each other. Because that's literally what this is.
I'm definitely gonna edit that and post that after this, because I have all their pictures.
Give me my credit, Jeff. That's all I got.
Yep. D Joe Vegas. Credit to the Joe Vegas. All right.
I'm not a content guy.
All right. Anyway, Ducks Gaming. So Ducks Gaming. What? What's so funny? We're doing Ducks Gaming.
Yeah, he's gonna be pissed right now.
I'm serious. We're doing Ducks Gaming.
Oh, me too.
Anyway, Simo, Gilly, Majestic, Beezus, Mario. All right. I know how I feel about this team. I already know the grade I'm giving them, and it's gonna shock you. But I want to hear, You didn't answer. We did do the Hornets. I'll switch over to the Hornets in a minute. Let's finish this up. Doug, I want to hear your opinion because I am going to go deep on this one.
You know what this roster is?
Pause.
This roster is, okay, I'm homesick. I just got home. Like, that nice family cooking from your mom, your grandma, whatever. It's just comforting. It's there. It's not the most amazing food, but it's not the worst food. It is just right. It's perfect. It is just a warm family atmosphere. It's fun. This is a C, a hard C. Look, I think Simo might play well. It's his first time. It's his first time, like, really playing point guard in the league. So he's gonna have to do his thing. Killy, we already saw what he's capable of, and he's gonna be cooking in 3v3. You have Majestic, who's solid. You have Beezus, who's solid. But all of the pressure is on Mario. At the end of the day, all of the pressure is on Mario. Love the guy. I love this entire team. All amazing people. But at the end of the day, they screwed up this offseason. Let's be real. They could have had Antoine and Cooks in the expansion draft. They could have flipped them. They could have had multiple first-round picks. On top of that, they traded for Bash, who didn't even want to be there. So they wound up having to trade him again or ask.
Mm-hmm.
On top of that, you based your entire team around a player who didn't start last year.
Yeah.
So the pressure is on to prove everybody wrong. And I am hoping that Mario is, hunkered down in the bunker somewhere, labbing 2K, or just
NBA
whatever it is,
2K
just all
LMG.
sports science, all crazy, because he needs to show up. He needs to prove it, because there's so much pressure on him. Everybody's going to be targeting him. And I do not want Dukes to look like, just the embarrassment or poverty franchises, because we've had, they shouldn't be that. They're an amazing team. They're an amazing organization. Rafa's brilliant. Haza's brilliant. They have some great people here. But this Western Conference is stacked. It's going to be hard for them. I think this is a C. They have to prove it to us, starting with Mario.
Damn. Okay. That was a lot. First of all, shout out to Big Motherfucking Rain with the sub, man. Thank you for the 4 months, man. All right. I'm getting on the big cam right now. All right, we're going on the solo cam. All right, Joe, going on the solo cam for this one. All right. All right, hang on. I need a moment, guys. Hang on, because this one's going on Twitter. Okay. Dear Doug's Gaming. What's up?
Oh, never mind. You picked.
Okay.
All right,
yeah.
do your thing again. Sorry.
All right. Dear Ducks Gaming, Dukes Gaming, Dukes of Hazzard, I don't care, okay? I have to say, I know it's been a very interesting offseason for you guys. You guys put together a roster that no one could have ever predicted. You passed up on Cooks Iverson in the expansion. You passed up on a lot of good players in expansion, actually. But Cooks obviously being one of the most concerning ones. You traded away the 5th pick to get Bash, who decided that he didn't want to play for you. You then ended up having to trade Bash away to move back 3 picks. So you went backwards. And then, you drafted Majestic to play, I don't know, Lock. I love Majestic. Majestic's a great guy. Great. He is good at the game, but I just not expect this to be his spot to land. I like the Simo pick. It's not a bad pick. But you went from getting a player that went 2nd overall, Cooks Iverson. You basically passed up on him. You wanted to trade up to get him, and he didn't want to play for you after you basically passed up for him. You guys made a lot of mistakes in this offseason. I get it's your first time. Ralph, I love you. I know Haza, you're the coach there now. I want it to work out for you guys. I want you guys to be good. I respect you guys. I like you guys, but it's bad, man. It's been a bad offseason for you guys. There's a lot of growing pains. I think that Killy will be fine. You missed out on Hezi too, which I know that you guys were really banking on Hezi dropping to you, and he ended up getting picked. That hurt. So I feel like the backup plan was Majestic, and it really wasn't like... You took Majestic over a lot of people that, I feel like there was definitely some other choices out there maybe. But Again, maybe this was your guy. Maybe this was a culture gang. I know they're huge on culture. But I'm just going to say this, man. The grade I'm going to be giving this team is not going to be good. I'm going to give an F. I know I gave a Grizz an F. I'm going to give Dogs Gaming an F. I think overall, this offseason has been absolutely horrific. A nightmare. I'm being honest. Like I said, absolutely horrific. I hope it's better. I think you guys will be pretty good at 3v3 because you have Killy. But I just think that you made so many mistakes, and this roster that you ended up putting together, I hope it works out. I do. But it does not look good. You guys are looking like you're at the bottom of the conference at this point. Anyway, I'm going to move on to Warriors Gaming. The Evil Empire.
I want to end it right here.
I mean, I think, you know what? All right, guys, I think it's been a fantastic stream. I hope you guys all have a good night. Thank you so much, Gradient, for being in the stream the whole time, man. Hope you have. No, we're gonna do it. Okay, we're gonna do it. I should have just transitioned over to piss him off, but no, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. All right, Joe. This is the Evil Empire, as Harris will always call them, and I think it was a great name. I think it was a good title to give this franchise. Makes a great story. This team has not only gotten, their whole team back, but they've gotten better, which is insane. It's gotten better. You brought in Chaos for, obviously Chaos coming back is fantastic, but Antoine looks scary, man. Antoine looks like he's ready to just take the league by storm. I mean, 3v3, let's be honest, the Warriors are going to be a scary 3v3 team. When it comes to 5v5, this is a team that, again, lost to the runner-ups last year. They're, the Jazz roster, again, I know you think that they got better. I think that they either got worse or they leveled out. Warriors Gaming got 10 times, I don't want to say 10 times better, but they definitely got a lot better. I think the competition is between Pacers, T-Wolves, and Warriors this year in the Western Conference. I think the Jazz, they're just not, they're going to be facing a lot of adversity this year, and I think it's going to be off year for the Jazz, in my opinion. But if I was to give a grade, I'll give it. I never want to give this high of a grade, but I'm going to go A+. I think that the fact that the Warriors will be able to get back a roster that they've made it, again, they made it to the Final Four. They've gotten better at the game. I think they are the favorite to come out of the West. They are the number one team in the West. They are scary, and if I'm a team, I'm watching a lot of film on them because I got to learn how to beat this team because they're the ones to beat. Joe, what's your thoughts?
Dan? I know I often give you a hard time, but I 100% agree with you with this. Antoine's gotten so much better. Chaos has gotten better this offseason. Hezi has gotten better this offseason. And you remember that Kina didn't have the greatest of years last year either. So if Kina comes back to, even a fraction of what he was season 3, this team is doing a lot of damage. This is the favorite. This is my favorite to win. I think this is an amazing team to be able to get back arguably the best power forward in the entire draft at the 20th pick is bonkers. They did it, and it's great. I think this entire team is going to go out and show out. And we saw exactly what happened last year with the same teams that brought back their core. You continue to just build on that consistency. You don't have to worry through all of the issues in training camp, getting to know each other. Everybody comes in as a family. Everybody comes in doing what they need to do. You don't have to worry about those starter steps. You're already way ahead of the game. So this was an amazing move. The fact that Chaos fell there is nuts. Granted, I know he was probably trying to slide. He was trying to get back home. But it is what it is, but the fact he fell there, the fact they got him back is amazing. This team is going to be. This team is the favorite. This team is the favorite. If you know Mike Newton, if you know Josiah Cohen, if you know Rustin Lee, if you know this entire Warriors gaming squad, brass, and organization, it's A plus from top bottom. This is the team to beat this year, and I'm excited to see who can potentially dethrone them.
Yeah, I don't know who's gonna dethrone them. I mean, it's definitely gonna be an exciting year. I'm interested. I'm excited to see the West, man. I really am. You know, I again, we can't forget. There's definitely gonna be some East teams that are gonna surprise us. Every year, there's always that surprise team. There's always that team that we thought was at the bottom is going to be really good, right? You know, it's how it goes. But I mean, Joe, looking at all these grades, what do you think? Obviously, I know like a lot. You know, so there are some that you disagree with me with, but like, what grade do you think we are just being too nice, and what grade do you think we're being too mean on? And obviously, I feel like you're going to say I already know the mean one, but say the nice one first. What grade am I being too nice on?
Too nice on?
Yeah.
All right, let's start with the one you're being too harsh on. Like, the one you're being too harsh on 100% is Dukes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have Beezus, who was looked at as one of the best power forwards in the league. You have Majestic, who's been a very serviceable player who can play a lot of positions. Simo is good as well. Killy is great. Again, the question mark is Mario. But seeing where his growth was from last year to this year, that's going to be the key of their success. We can't give them an F. I think if we give the Blazers, like, you know, we see it in the chat too. If we give the Blazers a D+, we have to at least give Dukes a D+. But I really think that if we're going to give them both anything, I think you give them either both a solid D.
Pause.
Or maybe a C-.
I'm going to stand my ground on the F. I just think that just from an overall, and I know this is off the roster, but just off the the roster, like just all the roster moves they made, and all the mistakes they made in their roster. Again, I see the consistency they have at the roster. It seems like a lot of character and personality that they drafted around, and that's fine. It's definitely like fair. I think the highest grade I would give them is going to be a D. I wouldn't give them anything higher. Maybe an F is harsh because Grizz Gaming is definitely the worst team. But I think in this Western Conference, a team that is going to literally be the punching bag of the West, it's going to be this team. They are going to be the punching bag of this conference. And that's why part of me gives them that F, because they are literally going to be a team that people are going to be like, oh, free win. You know what I mean? Like, you might see teams be trolling. You might see Barrett like center and Slaughter at point guard against them at one point in the season. Like, I think that later on in the season, teams are going to troll that team.
T-Wolves wouldn't troll.
I know.
Some other teams would troll, 100%. Some other teams would troll if they suck that bad, but they're a professional organization. I don't think they will get to that point. Yes, they're going to be teams that lose, but again, Haza is someone who's been here. It's not like he's just some rando. You know, Rafa, he's been in 2K for the longest. You still have amazing minds, Majestic, Beezus, Killy, Simo, Mario. We can't expect that, okay, they're going to get their asses busted every single game. Every team is going to win some games. They're going to have the hardest struggle, for sure. And it's not, like, again, part of it is us basing it off of what could have been. And a lot of times, like, you know, what ifs are always a thing, you know, like, whatever. But it's going to be a struggle for them. They're already against the wall because it's the West. But I really don't think they deserve an F.
I'm gonna stay on it.
You just want the clicks and the content and engagement. I get it, bro. You do you.
Anyway, Cody, I'm trying to understand your question. I don't know if you understand this, Joe. He was asking, think we'll have the same tip-off group as last year champ? Like, what is that? I don't know.
I hope not, bro. That tip-off group was nuts. That was the Pacers,
the
that
group
was
of
the Warriors, and the Timberwolves, all in one group. That's the group of death if that happened again. I don't think they're doing it again, bro.
I hope not. I hope they don't. I hope they don't. I wonder if the 2K League will ever do divisions. Like, I know they have conferences, but I wonder if they're ever going to do divisions. Imagine, like, they say, like, that's a division. That would be terrible. But guys, Joe, I don't know if you're going to be around to do. I'm actually going to do a little more content. I don't know. I know you've been on here for a while. I was actually going to work on. I didn't really get a chance to sit down and do my snubs list correctly.
Can you do me a favor though? Can you switch over to the Eastern Conference? DJ's been asking, and we want to give DJ some love.
Here you go. Listen, DJ, I got you. I'm sorry. Here you go. This is.
And mind you, look, chat. We want to say most of these grades are champs grades.
Yeah,
if you want to go back, here are my grades.
Yeah.
But most of these that you see are champs grades.
Yep. So I will stand on these grades. I think that a lot of them are pretty close. I mean, some will be wrong, like every year. But again, Joe, you're more than welcome to stay. But I'm thinking about doing either top 10 steals or top 10 snubs. Again, if you don't feel up to it, it's fine. Just let me know.
Down. A little bit more time.
Okay. So I'm just going to do the closure for my YouTube video real quick. Just give me a second. Hey, guys. Listen, man. This has been a great, stream so far. We have done the roster grades. Originally was going to be draft grades. Actually, I'm going to redo this because I have a better angle of it. There we go. Okay. Had to go in solo cam. Hey guys, listen, for all my friends on YouTube, please like, comment, subscribe. I hope you guys like this content. Roster grades, never easy. We did definitely hand out some, interesting grades. We were generous to some teams and weren't so generous to some teams, but I appreciate everybody. Please make sure you guys, subscribe to this content. Please support the channel. Like I said, the more this grows, the more it goes. We're going to get monetized at one point. I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys like this content. Thank you for watching. Anyway, guys, we're going to do more content.
Pause. That's a big pause on that outro, bro. Holy shit.
What did I say?
I'm not even going to re-mention it. But that's the AO. But continue on.
Ayo! All right. Anyway, we're going to go back into... I actually have to make an announcement about my roster because I've been meaning to do this. So, guys, we know there's a lot of post-draft teams getting put together. And I've decided to bring together a roster of my own for ESGN Pro-Am coming to post-draft. Congratulations to all the guys who played for me for pre-draft. Again, they are their own guys. I did not put them in the league. I did not do anything. I just sponsored them. Shout out to Doll6. Shout out to Fakey. Shout out to Trey Dollars. Shout out to Dietrich. Obviously, Spam. He's in the post-draft. But you know what's great? Is I was able to talk to Spam, and guess what? He's on my post-draft roster. So I will be sponsoring this team right here. Right now, they're currently known as Execution, led by Benzo. At my point guard, we are bringing back Spam. I'm gonna have Glizzy Mark the General now. And the Glizzy is no longer Glizzy. We have Benzo the God. We have Glowski, and we have Forever Polo. I'm excited about this roster. I'm excited to see what they do in post-draft. Like I said, I always try to, find the best players I can to, sponsor and all that stuff. So I'm excited to see these guys, what they do. I know that Glizzy and Spam are looking to be in the draft next year's top picks. I know Benzo's a couple of years away. Glowski and Polo, two guys I think that would be great call-ups for the league this year. If it is to come about, if there is any situations where they need call-ups, I think these are two guys. I think they're going to be grinding post-draft that would definitely be good call-outs. I mean, call-ups if you guys needed them. But I just wanted to announce my roster coming into post-draft. Joe, I know that you're more focused on the league right now, but what is your thoughts on this roster in post-draft?
I like it, man. This is one of the favorites to really run the table. The biggest concern for me is, yo, Glizzy, stop changing your damn name, bro. You change your name more than Kanye. You change your name more than Prince. You change your name more than anybody that I know, especially in this community. Just stick to one damn name, please.
Bro.
All right, but getting back to it, it's a really good roster. The fact that, Polo is still here, Glow is still here is baffling. But, hey, you do what's, you deal with what's here, you deal with what's in front of you. This team is going to go crazy. The biggest weakness of this team, I would definitely have to say, is maturity. 100% it's going to be maturity, because hopefully they don't take one bad L and they're just blow it all up, because that's going to be bad. And let's be fair, that's one of the weaknesses of this team. So hopefully you want to sponsor a coach or something like that to keep these guys all level-headed and together, because together they will do a lot of damage. But otherwise, if you're looking like, oh, this is ESGN 2.0 in a couple months, you know why.
Hey, I mean, listen, I'm excited for the post draft. I'm excited for the UPA. I know they'll probably be doing something at one point. But I mean, listen, man, these guys were all great players. I'm excited to be sponsoring them and having them represent my brand. I'm thankful for them to, want to be a part of my brand. I mean, just look at my pictures. Sheesh. Yeah, I mean, listen, dude. We need to get all you guys in ESGN jerseys. That's what we need to do. We need to have all clean pictures. Like I said, I need to get, next time we're at a UPA event, I'm going to make sure that I get actual pictures of you guys at the event. And I know Joe's going to help me with that. Joe's going to remind me of that. Whatever I need to get really good pictures.
I'm messing with you.
I hate you. Yeah. But no, I'm excited for all these guys. I honestly think that we're going to end up losing Polar or Glow to the league. I think they're going to get called up, one of those two. I really do. Like, I'm dead ass when I say I think what's going to happen is they're going to be winning events, and one of these two is going to get called up for something, because I think we know how the league goes. Every year people get called up, and I think one of these two has a possibility of getting called up. A strong possibility, in my opinion. But we will see. But anyway, guys, like I said, I just wanted to introduce the new roster. Again, we're going to be doing a top 10 now. I know Joe said he's going to stick around for this for a little bit. I don't expect him to be here the whole time. Again. But we're going to...
Kick me out, champ? Just kick me out.
Oh, no. Oh, no. So, we're going to be doing a top 10. I'm trying to think. We could do top 10 sleepers, or we could do top 10 snubs. I feel like I want to do... I mean, not sleepers. Top 10 steals. I feel like I want to do top 10 steals. I kind of started a snubs list, but I didn't really... Like, it was right after the broadcast. I kind of didn't really think much about it. I wanted to sit more on it before I really, decided on that. So, but, Joe, looking at it, I'm going to pull up the draft for you guys in a second. I don't know if you have the draft in front of you, Joe, if you could look at it.
I do.
Good.
I got it.
Okay. So I'm just going to pull up the draft on the screen right now while I'm doing this, guys, because I'm just fixing the graphic right now, getting it prepped. So I want to ask you, Joe, and we're going to start at number 10. It's kind of hard to go in reverse with this, but we're going to just, when you think about steals, right, I think that the people that are like the least of a steal is probably going to be someone who was selected higher rather than later. So, like, example, I think one guy that we can agree on that's probably a steal is Zay at 6. So I think that putting him at the later end of things is better. So let me just get everything ready here, and then we'll do it. Steals. Draft steals. Because I have to do my intro for the YouTube video. So give me 1 second, guys, while Joe's sitting here thinking about steals. Alrighty. Alright. So let me do my quick, if that would actually work. Okay. I'm just going to do my quick intro, guys, for the YouTube video, and then me and Joe will get started with top 10 steals. Alrighty. Let's get this going. Like I said, I do this all for YouTube so that it looks good on presentation. What's good, YouTube? Shit! Okay. What's good, YouTube, guys? Today, we're going to be doing top 10 steals. So the NBA 2K League draft just happened this past weekend. Obviously, there was a lot of people's dreams that came true. A lot of people's dreams didn't come true, but it's not over yet. But there's definitely some huge draft steals this year in the NBA 2K League. So today's video, we're going to be doing top 10 steals in the NBA 2K League for Season 5. Okay. Let's cut that intro. All right. So, Joe, I know you've had a moment. To sit here and think about some people that are some draft steals, okay? I need to ask you, who's the first player you think of that is a draft steal? Like just the person that first comes to mind. Again, like I said, I like to refer to it as like players that were selected higher. I think are less of a steal compared to players that were selected later. So like Zay is usually the first person that would come to my mind. Is there anyone else you
Witness.
think? Witness. Oh, those two. I think that Zay is a less of a steal just because he was still selected high. So I'm gonna
Well,
move.
I'm giving
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
names, and then we can adjust order.
Yep. So Witness is definitely. Yeah, I agree with Witness on that one. I definitely think Witness is one of them. Um,
Chaos.
Chaos at 20 is that? Yeah, that's actually a pretty good steal. Um, what about Stick?
Stick is 17's a steal.
Yeah. Um, Hezzy necessarily isn't a steal because he wasn't.
They
great.
traded up for him.
Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, granted, they traded up for Witness, but has he? No,
Yeah.
but that's completely a steal.
It's not a complete steal. Like I understand where they're coming from, but it's definitely like It's arguable. You know what I mean? Like I know where they're coming from. Let's see. Let's check the second round. Oh, ant season.
Be rich.
Yeah, that's crazy.
In chat, if you have, yeah, Putty is definitely a steal at 40. But chat, if you have any Rain, yeah. I mean, no, we're not gonna give Rain any love whatsoever.
Yeah, he
Fuck
sucks. Yo, fuck that guy. He sucks.
What? He's not even that, like, bro. I don't know if you guys heard, like, Rain is actually about 5'5". He's not tall at all. He's not a big motherfucker at all. He's a little motherfucker. He's
Little motherfucking Rain.
Yeah. Who likes that guy?
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think putback is definitely one of them. Wait, what the hell? Where did I just put? Oh. Why can't I see it? What did I just do? I don't know what I just did. But what's some other steals while I'm fixing this?
So we have putback. You have Ant Season. You have Rain. You have Be Rich. That's 4. Let's see who was. We said Witness. That was 5. We said
Burn?
yeah 6. Maddie maybe. We said Stick as well.
Let me just set. Sorry guys, I'm adding the draft back on here. I don't know what happened to the file. Give me a second. But let's see. There we go. There we go. Oh, I know what I did. I know what I did. Anyway, let's see. Fakey. Oh, Fakey was definitely at one of the last picks.
Yeah, Fakey was. If Fakey performs well, 100% a steal.
Yeah, EG was pretty late. Okay. So let's start putting these in order. I think we pretty much have enough people. Bag motion might have been one of them, maybe.
I think bag steal.
Yeah. I'm gonna start putting in order. So we're gonna start at 10 and work our way. We're gonna work our way. Okay. So with number 10, I think it's gonna be definitely Zay. Because again, he still went high, but him to go at 6 is absolutely insane. That's a huge drop. I think that's a huge deal for a number 1 prospect. So I'll definitely say Zay is one of the first people that comes to mind when we look at a guy who's a major steal. The next one, I think Witness is still higher. I think next
Let's put all of the. You have all of the names. Let's just put all 10 of the names on there, and then we'll rearrange it.
Okay.
Even
Stick.
if you put the names on the side.
Yeah. Witness. Chaos. All right, hang on. Let me see. Ant season. Hang on. I'm just gonna put ant season right here. I don't know if he'll be number one, but ant season. Rain was a steal. Rain. I think Be Rich is definitely a steal. I still can't believe someone didn't take Be Rich. I get it, man. I get it. Like he didn't play a lot of retail. I think he was just trying to go back to his team. So, but put back is definitely a big steal. Let me see. I feel like Bag is a steal, but he's kind of like also like I feel like he's with where the lock should go. Putback is definitely a major steal. I'm gonna probably end up putting him higher because he was a guy literally projected in the first round. EG went pretty late, so that's not like Bag is definitely a steal, but he's just not like I don't know. Like a lot of the locks, like I feel like they were someone was supposed to fall at lock. So EG 400. I guess Fakey is like my last one. So I'll put. Okay. So I think that's all we need for steals. So Ant Season, Fakey, Be Rich, Putback, EG, Rain, Chaos, Witness, Stick, Zay. I think that. Yeah, I have Ant. I'll write I'll write what pick they got taken at on the bottom of them too, just to make it better. So then you can know what pick they got selected. But for those who, what do you call it? What was I gonna say? Oh, so who do you think is like the lead on this list right now is like the least of a steal? Again, I know that like you have to kind of know what pick they went, so I'll be entering them on here as I can. So Fakey was 3rd round.
Personally, Champ, I feel like Bag is more of a steal than EG, but I completely understand.
EG went in the 3rd round as a shooting guard. Versus Bag, who went in the 2nd round as a lock.
How many locks were taken compared to shooting guards?
Yeah, that's true. I guess you're right. I
just look at it like Bag was hooping with Liquid. Like,
you're right. You're right because also EG got in again. The way like everyone got in different ways. It doesn't really matter how you got in the pool, but like, you know, Bag was definitely a much higher rated person than a lot of people. So I don't disagree with that at all. So okay, so we have all our people here. Like I said, I'll write their picks below them just so.
Do we want to just put one per team?
Is there multiple on here from the same teams?
Witness and Putback. Yeah, Witness and Putback.
I mean, they both got to be on here. Like you can't the fact that like Witness like all the shooting like you got to think about how many shooting guards went in front of Witness, a guy who was like arguably one of the better shooting guards in the draft. I mean, I'll look at it right now. I mean, we had guys like Trey Dollars was projected for a chance to go over him. So Trey, you had Bucket, or Bucket's technically playing PG, but the fact that he went to 18, like I don't even think any of us projected Witness to move past that Bucks pick. Again, there was always a chance, but it was like a low chance. And the fact that a team traded up to go get Witness, you know what I mean?
That's the thing, bro. Because
he was dropping.
If he keeps dropping, where does he go?
I think honestly, I don't know. Oh, the Jazz.
Do you think the Jazz maybe?
The Jazz probably wouldn't have traded that pick. They probably would have just stayed, and whatever. Do you feel Salem should have been undrafted? I think that he did some things that definitely put him in that position, but at the same time, like, there's only so many spots in the league, man. Like, it's like there's a lot of people that went undrafted. Like I was looking at my snubs list that I was working on, and he's definitely like one of those people that You know, he was borderline. There's definitely teams that considered him, but you know, it's one of those guys that. You know, I hope he tries to go for the league. I hope he plays in 3v3. Like, it's not like it's the end-all be-all for Seldom. But, and there's, like I said, there's always call-ups every year. You never know. Never know when your number will be called. So, I wouldn't stop playing if I was him. But, yeah, I mean, again, a team traded off to get Witness because he was dropping. Again, he still went relatively, you know, high, but he was definitely, like, look at the people that, like, he should have gone to, like, on the picks that he should have gone to. He was projected at one point getting selected at 9, you know, and then he dropped all the way to 18. Like, I don't know. I think that, like, and Putback is a steal too, just because Putback was literally a rejected first. He was a number 1 lock in some, I mean, number 1 power forward in some eyes, and he dropped all the way. Like, I understand, like, trying to keep one per team, but those are both steals. We can't.
Pre-patch, yes. Post-patch, with the retained people, I would say top 3.
Either way, top 3, and he drops that far.
Maybe even 4.
Even if he's top 4.
I agree. I think put back at, you know, where he was drafted, 100%. 100% a steal. Who was the biggest steal of the draft? That is...
It's ant season. It's ant season. You can't. It's in my opinion, Ant is literally like... And like he was a guy that was projected to be a lottery pick and went from being a lottery pick all the way to, what is it, 34. So he went to pick 34. And I mean, it's just like 40. Yeah. No, he's definitely like Ant is definitely like. I don't know, man. I maybe I'm wrong on that. What do you think, Joe? Did you hear what I said, Joe?
Nah, bro. Sorry, I completely checked out.
Oh, it's okay. No, I was asking, is Ant the biggest steal?
Honestly, bro.
Like,
I know people might not want to hear it, but I think so.
He was a lottery pick. You know what I mean? Like, he was a guy... Like, he dropped, obviously, due to his own circumstances, but he's still a steal. Like,
I agree, dude.
Like, you know, obviously, you know, it's understandable why he dropped, but he still is, like, we can't not say he's not a steal. He's good at the game. And, like, some people like to say he's not good at the game. Come on. Like, let's not...
Bro, the man hasn't even learned how to dribble yet this game, and he's still cooking people.
Yeah. That's scary. I can't believe, like I said,
Sammy, he came out and he did it like his upside. It's the craziest part. I think we have to. Yeah, he barely played the game. He still hooped. He still did his thing. I think Bag. You're right. Stick falling to 17 is major, and that's just because of all of the guards that went. But I think just the highest upside is Ant for sure. I think Rain to 32 is crazy.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if I can say. I don't think Fakey is the number 2. Like, I think
no,
Fakey
he's not. He's not. I don't actually have him there. I'm gonna change that. I
think because stick to 17. What
pick did Rain go to? What's that pick? It's
32 to the Magic.
22 plus. Okay, that's 32.
No, 32.
Yeah. Sorry. I know. I'm just trying to. I was doing the math because the way they did it on this graphic. It says like first pick in the second round. No, I'm definitely moving Fakey. I'm just trying to figure out. I feel like Putback has to go like switch places with Fakey. Because I mean, but B Rich is still. I feel like it has to go B Rich second. B Rich literally dropped to the end of the second round.
Yeah, I think B Rich 2-time champ.
Literally a guy who won the championship twice dropped. Yeah, I'm putting B Rich number 2. And then Putback number 3, I think, is a good spot for him. Let's see. Fakey. What pick did Putback go?
Putback went 40, I believe.
So 22. 21. Wait, Putback 22 plus 18 is 30, 40. He went to pick 40.
Sammy, you're 100% right. Like, Fakey was the second best center projected behind Rain and with 51st. And he was arguably the best center this pre-draft. So, you're right. We do have to give Fakey respect. I completely forgot about that. I just, again, that fit, it worries me.
Yeah, I think that I think I would put back in Fakey. I wouldn't.
Do it.
I wouldn't switch. I wouldn't switch. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I wouldn't switch it any other way though. Second round, because Fakey did go like literally. It's crazy that you could hoop all pre-draft and still go that late. You know what I mean? That's
Bro,
wild.
you can hoop all pre-draft and not get drafted.
Yeah, it's crazy. Just shows, man. Everything counts, bro. Everything matters. Every little bit, every way you react on social media, everything, like, bro, it all plays into a factor now. Like, it used to, like, people, like, a lot of people used to get away with a lot of shit in the league. Like, I don't think you guys realize, like, a lot of players used to get away with just being, like a prima donna or getting it their way, and I don't think you can get away with that anymore. I really don't. I think, like, I think if you start acting up, you can be out of this league in a heartbeat, in my opinion. Like, it's not the same. It's not what it used to be. Like, I know a lot. Like, again, there's a lot of things over the years that have happened, and I'm just, again, you would be like, wow, I can't believe that guy, you know what I mean, stayed that long. But again, like I said, a lot has changed, which is good. It's good. Yeah, B Rich at pick 43. It's actually insane. Right, bag motion. Bag motion went at 37. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think all these guys are definite. Like, there's a lot of guys that fell in some weird places. Like, I was like, oh wow, he went here. But hey, you know what's interesting, Joe? Most of the people that we talked about all pre-draft basically got selected. Like, there was a couple shockers, but most of the people that we conversated and, you know, analyzed basically got taken. You know, analyzed.
Did you just make up a whole fucking word?
Analyzed, I said.
Is that like the next conversate?
Yeah. Analyzed.
It's like what?
Listen, I'll make up whatever words I want, okay?
You're right, man. Look, if you're not on a tier list, you're not getting drafted, right?
It's that simple, bro. If you're not on my list, you're not getting. I tweeted that out before, man. It's true.
No, that is 100% false, chat. Do not believe that.
Listen, you have a much lower chance. You know what I mean? Unless you have a good friend in the league, you're not getting picked. All right, what pick did Stick go? 17, right? Yep. All right. Is there anybody that I need to readjust? Like, anybody that's, like, needs to be higher, lower?
Honestly, I think it's pretty solid.
Yeah, I think it's
I
good.
think maybe we could swap Rain and bag motion.
You think Rain's a bigger steal than bag motion?
I think you get arguably the best center.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
30th pick.
That's true.
That's the 10th pick in the second round.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with that. It's a good argument. Good argument. Yeah. I think that's a good list, though. I think this is good.
I think even Fakey might be interchangeable with B Rich potentially.
Just
But,
because
like,
he got selected so late, but B Rich is a champion. Like, we're talking about a guy who literally won 2 titles, you know what I mean? Going pick 43. Back to his own team.
You're right.
Like,
Definitely go for that.
Like,
At the end of the day, it's subjective. I think like
Yeah.
it should be in no particular order. It should be 10, but I
Mhm.
think it works.
Yep.
Consent with it.
Yeah, no. I think that it's a pretty good list. You know, I like to make my graphics look all nice and pretty, guys. So I like to add pictures. But again, I think that looking at this list, I mean, I don't think there's anyone missing really. I mean, obviously, like, you know, guys like Return of DJ are pretty good. You know, one of the DJs.
You should probably make a like a box behind that.
But behind their picture.
Yeah, but you could do that in post.
Yeah, I'll do that
So,
in post. That's fine.
you want to get to the other one, or do you like save as? How do you do this?
Oh yeah, I save it. Well, I save as. So I'd save as here because I'll just finish editing that one on off stream. Save as. So ESGN top 10 steals. Okay, let me just run down it real quick, and then we'll do maybe one more top 10, and then we'll finish it up. Okay, so our top 10, well, mostly my top 10 steals, but Joe obviously helped as well. I don't ever want to say Joe did something because then it's like, oh, Joe, what the fuck?
You cut out, bro. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say our top 10, but at the same time, sometimes when I say our, it's not a good idea to bring you in.
You keep cutting out. Your shit sucks.
Listen, fuck you.
Man, Mike, bro.
It's not my fault. Your mic
all
sucks.
this money off content, all these people subbed up to you.
I'm broke. I'm broke. Anyway, so here is my top 10 steals. Anstey's at number 1, Be Rich, Fakey at 3, Putback at 4, Rain at 5, Bagmush at 37, Bagmush at 6, Chaos at 7, Witness at 8, Stick at 9, Zay at 10. I think that this is a pretty good order of things. I definitely think the one that shocked me the most was obviously Antseason. That's why he's number 1. But I think that all these players are all going to be pretty good in the league this year. I'm interested to see which player on this steals list do you think is going to have the craziest season this year, Joe?
Oh, that's difficult, man.
Gotta hit you with the questions, man. I mean, listen, I know you get them on BFW Live all the time, man.
You keep cutting out, champ. At least on our.
Ooh, pick me.
All right, yeah, I'll go with the big motherfucker. Out here. I mean, I guess he's a small guy. He's the baby until he shows himself in the league. But I think Rain has a really good chance. I mean, shoot, he's dealing with a brand new backcourt. Somebody's gonna have to get boards. I mean, May might steal some from him, but I mean that's a good one. Honestly, it's such a toss up. I can't really give one.
Well, I think it's gonna be. I think the one that's gonna perform the best is the craziest is gonna be Witness. Obviously, Antseason will do his thing, but I think Witness is gonna be a big part of that team for the Hawks. He's gonna be getting the ball a lot more than we think. I think he's going to be a big part of the success. And I think the Hawks are just going to be a fierce team in that Eastern Conference. So I think Witness is going to be the one who's going to perform he's going to have probably one of the craziest seasons. I think the steal that could possibly have the worst season is probably going to be Fakey. Just because I think Fakey's a good player, but I think that based on his history in the league, he didn't perform well last year. And I don't know.
Due to circumstance, not.
Okay, let me finish though. But okay. I think that no, it's not even circumstance. He's improved his game a lot. He has changed his game a lot. It's not all circumstance. He definitely got better at the game. So I think that for him though, with the Cavs situation, I think that they're in a tough conference. He's in a tough place to where I think he's going to face a lot of adversity with that team. It's going to be a tough situation for him because if that team's not good, it's going to be he might be one of the people that get the blame. And because I don't think Brett or Randoms is going to get they're not going to be the ones to get the finger pointed at them. I think it'd be most likely going to be him or Bash that get the blame when it comes to things that go if it goes wrong. But I understand what everyone's saying circumstance, but I'm just saying I think that he's in a tough conference with a lot of good centers, and he's in a tough situation because the Cavs, they're going to compete, but it's just I don't know.
But at the same time, champ, you got to look at it this way: people respect Bash's game. And really, if Jaden really turns a corner and shows that he's who we think he is, then those defenses are going to sell out high. That center or whoever the back end pick and roll defender is going to have to step up crazy, which in a sense is going to allow for Fakey to get position better and do what he does best. Fakey is one of the best rebounders in the league. That is, if you think about his best strength, it's probably that. So he has a nose for the ball. He's going to be able to get there. And because you have to step up high on Bash, he's going to be able to get position easier to get those boards. I think Fakey is going to be great. Again, we talked about, and I saw Stammy kind of saying a little bit earlier, like, yeah, they have chemistry, but that's not my worry. It's just one of these, like, between Oreo and Fakey, one of those motherfuckers need to hit consistently from the corner. That's really it. So, like, again, we'll see, but I think Fakey can be really good, and I think he can actually be looked at, and he's one of my favorites for most improved player of the year this year.
Oh, I think that he's definitely going to be one of those people that is easily going to be one of those guys in that category. Again, it's just that conference, like for me, it's hard because that conference is so tough. I think if Fakey was in the East, it'd be a different story, but he's in a conference full of some juggernauts. So it's like, I don't know, man. I just think that for Fakey, it's really important that obviously he performs, but I also think that he needs to not overextend himself on things and trying to do too much. He kind of just needs to focus on doing his job, playing his responsibility, and not trying to, prove that he's improved. I think it's just more about just focusing on the task at hand. So I think that he'll be fine. But again, I'm just picking one player on here that I think could be have a bad year. It's him, or I mean, maybe it's Popek. I don't know, but there's maybe I'm picking on the front court too much. But all these other guys I think are in some very good situations. I mean, I think Bag, the only thing is Bag, he's stepping into a pretty big role. He has some, he has to fill in a role that's going to require him to basically be a big part of the defense, a part that was basically a hole in their defense last year. I know, yes, team defense, rotate, whatever, blah, 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 but there was definitely, an issue there at Locke last year. So hopefully he can improve upon what they had in the past, and he can play a big role for them. But Joe, this is the top 10 steals. I appreciate your opinions on this. I'm just going to do the outro of my steals video, and then we'll, move on to another top 10. But
what do you think, my guy? Get all that content.
Well, guys, we've done the top 10 steals now. There's a lot of people, obviously, every year there's steals. Some players don't pan out. Some players, overexceed that we didn't expect. But in my opinion, the steals list is very subjective. It's very, obviously my opinion. Every year, I think that, these guys that get drafted late, maybe I just had them too high and I overrated them, and that's why they dropped late. But anyway, I appreciate everybody on YouTube. Make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe. I hope you guys enjoyed this content. Alrighty. Let's get down to business.
This man Chan made like 5 YouTube videos in one stream.
That's how you do it. That's how you do it. So, what's next? What other top 10 could we do, Joe? I mean, I could do snubs, but snubs are not easy to do.
Somebody, I think it was Keena who said it yesterday in, I think, Famous' stream. I think there are more than, I'm messing up his words verbatim, but pretty much what he was saying is that there's more pro-ready prospects than there are spots.
Yeah, that's fair.
I would agree with that. I think there are definitely a lot of people who can play at a pro caliber level. Unfortunately, there's just not enough spots in the league yet. And it's something we have to deal with. It's unfortunate, but it just makes it that much harder to reach your dreams.
So, I already was actually working on a top 10 snubs list. So, I actually just pulled it up on the screen. So, right now, this was kind of like my current list. I thought it was a pretty good list. So, shout out to all my friends on YouTube, guys. Actually, let's do my intro, and then I'll transition over. Sorry, guys. Have to have all this YouTube content. Hey, guys. What's up, YouTube? Guys, today we're going to be doing top 10 snubs in Season 5 of the NBA 2K League Draft. like I said, guys, this content is definitely not easy. I know a lot of people's dreams didn't come true on draft night, but doesn't mean they still can't have a chance to get called up. But these are my top 10 snubs coming into the Season 5 draft. All right. So
Coming into the season 5 draft.
I fucked it up. Okay, Joe. I know I
You
fucked
also
it
said like guy like 20 times.
Okay. We'll do it again. All right, take 2, motherfuckers. Okay. What's good, YouTube, guys? Today I'm going to be doing my top 10 steals in the Season 5 NBA 2K League draft. Now, this is a list that's not easy because I know these are a lot of guys' dreams that didn't come true, but they still have an opportunity to get called up. So I think these would all be really good players to give us, an opportunity if there was something to happen. So I hope you guys enjoyed today's content. Make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe, and let's get right into the video. Okay, Joe. So
Chat, yeah. He did say steals, didn't he?
Fuck!
Yeah. Can we get a guys counter too in the chat going too?
No. Okay.
Because holy shit, you said it at least 5 times in that 30-second intro.
Okay, shut up. I need to do it one more time. Last take.
Snubs.
Okay, snubs. What's good, YouTube, guys? Fuck. Okay. What's good, YouTube, guys? Today's video is my top 10. What's good, YouTube? Today's video. Shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry.
Don't laugh. Listen.
I'm gonna be with them. I'm gonna be.
What's good, YouTube? Today. Okay. What's good, YouTube? Today's video is top 10 snubs in the Season 5 draft. This is a tough video because these are guys' dreams that didn't necessarily come true, but there's still a chance for them to get called up. I think with this video, this gives an opportunity to show guys that I think that should get that second chance if there are players that aren't able. Fuck. Okay. What's good, YouTube? Today's video is my top 10 snubs in the. What's good, YouTube? Today's video is my top 10 snubs. Don't unmute your mic. All right. Don't unmute your mic. Okay. What's good, YouTube? Today's video is my top 10 snubs in the Season 5 draft. Today's video is tough because it's guys' dreams that didn't come true, but doesn't mean it's too late. There's obviously chances for players to get called up this year, so these are 10 players that not only are snubs, but players I think that would have a great, be great fits for call-ups if it was to come. Anyway, today's... that sounded wrong. Joe's got me laughing because I know he's laughing right now. Last try, guys. Last try. All right. What's good, YouTube? Today's video is my top 10 snubs in the Season 5 NBA 2K League draft. This is a tough video because these are guys that, didn't have their dream come true, but doesn't mean it's over because there's definitely a chance for these 10 players to be selected and brought up into the league this year if there was things to happen. So I hope you guys enjoy this video. Make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe, and let's get right into the video. Joe, I don't give a fuck if I fucked up the intro. All right, guys.
Hey, bro, look, at the end of the day, it's your content. I think this is more entertaining than some other stuff because, look, did we get the guys counter? Because I swear, this man has said it over 100 times.
Okay, listen, no one gives a fuck. All right. Anyway, guys.
All right, guys. I'm sorry, guys. Listen, guys.
All right, Joes. Okay, Joes. All right, I'm gonna replace guys with Joes. Okay. Anyway, so today we're doing a top 10 snubs. We already kind of developed the list together. You see right now that I have Mooch at number 10, Mai at 9, Range at 8, Screddy at 7, Idris at 6, Merc at 5, Forever Polo at 4, Seldom at 3, 2 Goofy, and number 1 is Glenn Ratty. So, Joe, what is your thoughts on this list? And is there any glaring name right now, in your opinion, that's missing? And is there somebody that's too high on this list?
Yeah. But a bunch of people. First and foremost, you don't have Big Perm on here, which is automatically throw this shit in the trash.
Oh, that's a good point. I forgot about Big Perm. See, that's even more. He's even more of a snub because he couldn't even get on the snubs list.
Bro, people are talking about snubs, and his name barely came up, which is unfortunate because this man hooped.
I mean, I would definitely put him at number 10. I wouldn't put him too high.
Bro, what? Bro, he's... That guy, he hooped, man. He deserves the credit. Shit, you can say the same thing for Doug's if you really wanted to.
Yeah, Doug's a perm in the same situation.
Like, because I wouldn't call Mai or Mooch any of them snubs. I'm sorry.
How are they not? I guess they're not. I guess they're not because they weren't really projected to go. I could put D Hugs and replace. I could put Dugs and replacement for him. So, all right. So I added Dugs at perm. I put them in the place of Mai and Mooch. So looking at this list, I mean, there's a lot of power forwards on this list. So I mean, that's the only thing too. There's a lot of power forwards, but number one, I have Glenn. Would you say Glenn was the number one steal? I mean, number one snub.
No. Guy, stop playing the damn game. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care. You can't call yourself a snub if you stop playing the game. You did this to yourself. This is the same exact thing that Fanta did last year and was wondering why he didn't get drafted last year. If you stop playing the game in a esport that has very few spots, who else is there to blame? Who are you pointing the finger at?
I'm gonna blame every mock draft. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna blame every mock draft that didn't put me in there. Okay.
I mean, yeah, whatever. I guess like point fingers, accountability. Woo, people I want on my team.
Yeah. No. Listen, Joe.
Nah, Glow. Bro, your situation breaks my heart, man. It's just again not enough spot. It's just an overload on power forwards. We already had a lot of centers in the squad. I mean, in the league. You had people who played both positions. People wound up just getting, unfortunately not able to make the league.
Yeah. I mean, if I was to say who I think... I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Joe. He stopped playing the game. But he's still good. Like, I'm just wondering. Like, we have to put him somewhere on the list. Like, you can't... Like, I understand if you don't put him number one, but who is number one then?
Yeah, we can definitely put him on the list, but to be the number one overall snub when you stop playing in games for 3 months, that's, if anything, that's disrespectful to each and every other person on this list.
That's fair. That's fair. So who is the number one snub though, Joe? Is it Goofy?
I think it's Merc.
How is it Merc over Goofy, a guy who's a champion? He's a 2K League champion. He plays the center position.
That center position that only had 3 spots.
Yeah.
It's not like Goofy plays power forward either.
Yeah, but he's still a snub, though, Joe. He's still a
Okay. Who are you going to replace him with?
What do you mean? There was 3 spots.
Who are you going to replace him with? Yeah. Who would you have drafted? I mean, who would you have replaced Goofy with?
You could have done it with DJ. You could have easily done it with DJ.
Bro, I'm sorry. DJ plays both power forward and center.
He's still playing center, so it doesn't matter. He's still playing center. Say if it goes for Rob went to the Blazers, so he couldn't go to the Blazers. I mean, I get it. He has limited spots, but it's just like he's definitely a snub, and he definitely should be relatively high for what he is. I mean, Fakey got selected to the Cavs.
But at the same time, Fakey can play the 4 or the 5. That's why they selected him there. Just like Oreo can play the 4 or the 5. I don't care. Like, again, it's not a disrespect thing to anybody. It's not me being personal with any of my takes. It's just me being realistic, because a lot of people don't take the time to look in the mirror and look at the draft boards, see all of this stuff, and see what they can do to better their situation.
Okay, what did Merc do to be a top steal?
Bro, do you not see how much he won all post-draft and pre-draft?
Is winning in pre, like, is that the equivalent to being like successful in retail? I'm asking, like, does winning matter in retail? Like, or does performing, like, you know what I mean? Like, he
performed.
I mean, he performed at times. He didn't always perform. Like, he definitely performed at times. Like, he didn't every time you watch Merc, it wasn't like he was just like undeniable. Because if that was the case, he definitely would have been picked. Like, there's definitely something behind him not being picked. I just think that, like, what about Seldom? Like, Seldom didn't win everything, but he definitely did win some events. He competes in a lot of events. So, like, how would Seldom not be a bigger snub? Especially because there was, like, 9 PG spots. And you could say that he did it to himself, but like, like he's still a snub. Like I'm trying to understand. Like winning matters with winning does matter with certain players.
And I get all of that, but also Merck checked off all the boxes. Merck had over 15 interviews.
Okay.
Merck, he's been grinding since post draft. He's been winning consistently through all of it. I respect Seldom, but when you think about where Merck was looked at as a snub last year.
Well, it's because his friends didn't select him. People thought like the only team he really realistically was going to was Grizz Gaming, and they didn't take him. Like that was like last year. Like that's
he had more than one interview last year, bro.
Yeah, but most people thought he was going to go to only one team. Joe, that was definitely the overall perception of it. Like no one thought he was going to go to these other teams. Like he definitely his only hope was going to be that Grizz team, and they didn't take him. And once they didn't take him, and then they brought in another player. I don't think again. I think Merck's definitely a snub. I just think that we're rating his snub a little too high. I think that Seldom is definitely up there just because the guy, he did compete and he did win. He did win events. He went far in events. Obviously, he went far in Dallas. I'm pretty sure what was it, the Bud Light event? He did his thing. There's a lot of events that he did. He definitely competed, and he did more than some guys that did get drafted at the PG role, and he didn't get picked.
I 100% agree.
So but it's Seldom over Merck.
But let's be realistic. When looking at Seldom, was Merck on the timeline saying all the wild shit? Was Merck on the timeline getting into beef with people? Was Merck the one on the shooting himself in the foot in his own prospects in that way? No. Merck would have been, if there was a 6-man spot, Merck would have been in. Mm-hmm. If there were more power forward spots, Merck would have been in. Unfortunately, it just didn't happen for him. Mm-hmm. Merck, he should have been the number one snub.
It's a good argument.
I would have gave Perm the number one snub, but it is what it is. You can put him lower on the list, but I definitely think Merck deserves to be the number one snub.
Besides Vegas, what did Perm do?
He's been hooping we just haven't really seen much of it because it's not as vocal. But even then, if we were weighing in-person gameplay where he went bonkers, mm-hmm. Even in that finals that they lost, he still went bonkers.
Yeah. I definitely think that I listen. You create a great. I agree with the Merck situation just because he's a huge snub because he played his cards right and it just did not go his way. He didn't do anything wrong to all these other players. There's kind of a reason. Like Seldom, obviously we know his situation with what happened. Glenn, we kind of know what he stopped playing the game. Goofy, he limited himself by only saying he wanted to be center. I don't really know what happened to Screddy.
It's flown easy. Yeah, he might have shot 0 for 6, but he also had hella clutch rebounds. He was playing great defense. He was part of the reason that team was still in there. Yeah, he might not have shot well, but there were a lot of other people who didn't shoot well in Vegas.
Mm-hmm. I think Perm should be on here. I just don't him and Doug's both are in that same category. Two guys that went to Vegas, competed in Vegas and did their thing, but I don't think that I'd necessarily rate them high. I think that they're on the list, but I don't think they should be top snubs. I think Range, someone who I think a lot of people thought would be one of those locks selected. Obviously, we had some anomalies and some crazy things happen, where we had some crazy picks, and that's what happens. Idris' story is interesting because it's kind of is it because he didn't I didn't see Idris play as much? Did he stop playing, or what happened to him, or is he competing? I didn't see much. I saw Idris a lot early on, and then I didn't see him as much. Am I crazy for that one?
Definitely saw him competing. Maybe not I can't really speak on it completely.
Yeah,
I definitely think Idris was a snub. He was playing post draft. He was doing what he needed to do, even though he didn't get drafted. It sucks not to see him in. I know that. Sometimes I feel some type of way that I might not be giving him as much credit with certain things, but there's a lot into it. And then with this league, second chances don't come easy. Mm-hmm. There are not many people who get multiple chances. Unfortunately, people talk, things happen. And then again, just the amount of picks. I I think Idris definitely is a snub because he was one of those people who can play the 4 or the 5 at a high level. Shit, he played the 2 for the Pistons and played very well.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think that the fact that, like, for what he did, he definitely should be up there. I think, honestly, he should be above Glenn and Goofy for what he did. In my opinion. I think I would actually put him higher. I might move Glenn and Goofy down. Because I do... Even... Seldom still needs to stay up there hot. I'm trying to think for Idris.
Nap, hold on. I'm sorry. Nap, I get that. There's a bunch of drafted players that didn't play the game all year long. But guess what? Most of those players that didn't play the game all year long didn't have a season in the league where it was one of arguably the worst seasons. Also, on top of that, locker room issues and other things behind the scenes that people don't even talk about. Even with famous, vouching for them, doing whatever, there's a lot that goes into it. He switched his position. He was hooping. He was doing everything. He was hooping in post-draft. He was hooping in pre-draft. All he had to do was play the game just a little bit more. I'm not saying every single day, but you just have to show consistency. People like Splash literally said it in their faces. Oh shit, I forgot Glenn was even there. What does that say?
Damn, that's fucking crazy. Frank, I do think Mooch should get a chance on here. I don't understand. Buddha is a little tough. Buddha's tough because, like, besides the Vegas moment, like, I didn't really have much on Buddha besides Vegas. Again, he was competing a little, in the last couple of weeks leading up to the draft. But, like, I feel like it's so hard because he still has so much. Like, I feel like he's a guy that I would have always looked at as getting drafted next year if he keeps going on his trajectory and keeps playing. I didn't ever look at it as, like, him getting selected this year. I'm being honest. He did get quite a few interviews, but I think that he's got to do more. Like, because it would have been wild if he got drafted because he would have been something that's very rare, someone who popped out of nowhere in a short amount of time. Again, what Gallo did is so impressive. We don't realize what Gallo did is so impressive because Gallo, and I'm not saying that he hasn't been playing for a long time, but Gallo comes into this. I would say this is his real first year, and again, I know he did stuff obviously before 2K22 came out, but like my thing is like. If with Gallo's run, like, that's insane, you know what I mean, and it's hard to do what he did, especially being the number 1 pick. Buddha, it's like, okay, we get in January, a couple weeks, I'd say a couple weeks before the draft, and we expect Buddha to be a snub. I don't really think so. I think Buddha put his name on the map, and now he's got to build up his resume leading up to next year's draft. I think that's kind of how I looked at Buddha always, in my opinion. But I'll vouch for Glenn until the end. Never had one off the court issue with him during the year. I mean, it's not about all the off the court issues though with him though. Like, it's just, I don't know. You got to remember he told the league to SMD that it takes a lot to come back from with other teams. Oh, okay.
Like, there's a lot of shit. Like, I don't care. It does. Whoever it is, if you fuck up, you have to bust your ass even harder than any other prospect to get that second chance.
Yeah,
that's it. That's life.
You're under more pressure.
You go to jail, you have to work even harder to make your life back. There's all kinds of other stuff. You make mistakes in life, you have to work harder to correct them, to show people. Like, you can't just think, okay, I'm just doing enough.
Yeah. I think that for him, he was under a bigger microscope. Like, he
definitely was.
You get all those eyes on you, like, oh man, maybe he's going to get back this year, and then you just stop. Like, it's, again, I know he probably played, but he didn't play in front of everybody's eyes. I hate to say it, like, the fact that people didn't realize a lot of things, and this happens a lot of times to people. Like, he had a good run, but like, it was on a really good roster, and he should have been playing. Like, he should have found a way onto one of these other good rosters. I don't see why he couldn't. I mean, why didn't I see him on one of these other top rosters? You know what I mean? I'm just curious. Like, why is it that, like, Eyeball was the only thing we knew him from? Like, that didn't just happen, like out of nowhere. It's not like I usually see a lot of the top teams. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why I didn't see Glenn. I felt like I didn't see him, and I mean, maybe that's not me, but that might also be on him. I mean, a lot of people would agree that it seems like he did slow down a little. I've honestly never heard that, but I understand that, yeah. But, again...
No, that shit was on a timeline.
Yeah. I feel like I do remember, but it doesn't really... I don't think that's as much of a factor as, like... I think...
You don't think so?
I think it's a slight factor, but I also think that, like, the biggest thing for him is like his biggest question was his skill coming back in, and he built it up, and then he just disappeared. Like again, I don't. If multiple people are saying they felt like he disappeared, he obviously was not putting himself out there enough at one point. I don't know if it's just the brand of Eyeball was doing such a good job of putting him out there. I don't know what it was, but he's got like there's no way. You know what I mean? There's no way that like you go from being like you don't you go from being this like looked at like I looked at Glenn early on in retail this year as like a top shooting guard, and then like I started seeing other people move past him just because I saw them more and I saw them competing and winning more. Like I don't know what happened. Like again, Glenn and them won so much in the events early on. Like they won so much, and then you go from winning that much, and then like I barely hear about you like winning. Like I don't know, man. It's kind of tough for me. It'd be tough for me as if I was in the shoes of a GM. Like oh man, this guy was playing really good, and now where is he? How about Idris? I got Idris at 6.
I'll be right back.
Dude, just say anything. Dude, just say anything. I guess I'd just say anything. Why would Glenn say that to the league? Oh, I mean, I don't know. I don't. Like I said, I don't know. I remember Glenn being upset. I don't remember. You know, we can play. He had. Sure, question. Again. Yeah. Do you think Idris didn't get picked up? You were. I think Idris Idris has it's hard to change your reputation. You know what I mean? Like a lot of orgs don't they just think about your past, bro. It's so like Idris has definitely like grown as a person, but like a lot of people get stuck on the past. Like I think for Idris, like some orgs don't care, but some do. I would say, I don't know, man. I'd say for Idris, it's just it's funny because he's probably gonna be one of those guys that gets a phone call later in the like at one point, and they're like, "Hey, we need a replacement for a couple of games. Can you come in?" You know what I mean? Like he's just one of those guys who's always like the odd man out, and I don't know why. He said at the time, "Why would I lie? I gained nothing from it. I'm one that got into the 3v3. I changed the narrative." Yeah, but I think that there's like a lot of these guys, like you see a lot of these guys who are snubbed, like there's a common thing that veers around a lot of them. Like, Seldom, Glenn, Goofy, and Idris all had some type of issue when it came to their personality at one point. The rest of the players, I don't know. I don't really understand. But, I mean, for the most part, I think a lot of these players have definitely faced some struggles. I don't think Glenn is as bad. I think Glenn has come far. I from what I see, again, me and Glenn don't see eye to eye always, but I don't see anything wrong with what Glenn was doing. I think Glenn should get an opportunity. I hope he gets an opportunity. I think he's good at the game. I think that, it's unfortunate what happened, but I definitely think Glenn, will be one of the people probably called up this year into the league. But we'll see. We'll see. But Goofy kind of crazy. He had top center. Yeah, I agree. I mean, but Goofy also went to interviews and told teams he was only playing center. What was I gonna Where was I gonna get you? You know what I mean? Like if you tell orgs that you're only playing center when we do power rankings. I mean, if you guys want me to do power rankings, I know Joe's not gonna. I don't want to hold Joe up too long. I can do power rankings on stream, but I might wait another stream. It's up to you guys. I mean, they're all gonna be YouTube videos anyway, but I might just wait on that. I just did like 3 YouTube videos, so we'll see. I might wait on that. I also need the league structure. I need to know how the league is structured. I don't know when the league's going to announce that. It might be a couple weeks. But I might do power rankings now and then just readjust them. I might just do like early power rankings and then readjust it based on information I receive. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I gotta go get a lot of thumbnails, man. That means. But as I was saying though, I feel you. It happened long ago. I don't think it's a big factor. I think small role. Slay didn't get picked either. Slay has burned a lot of bridges over the years, and some bridges can never be built back. Like you can never build like Slay had a lot of people that didn't like him, and that's part of the process of being in this league. When you burn bridges as a player, people don't. again, like a lot of people, Slay didn't necessarily like burn a lot of bridges, but like some of the stuff that Slay did early on in the league, isn't forgotten or forgiven. People hold on to things, people hold grudges. It's kind of bullshit because like I don't think it should be that way, but it's just how it is. Like I think Slay is a good person. I think he's a good player, but he just, I mean, it's also who you know and your relationships. I think if Chalk's in next year, Slay can get right back in because Chalk will vouch for Slay. Chalk would want Slay. I don't know why Goofy would say that though. Now if you open the switch to make the league, if he's open the power forward, I asked him if he said that. He said he was not. He's like, I'm one of the best centers, champ. Like I should be at center basically. And I was like, okay. I mean, don't be surprised the result you get on draft night. And that's basically what I told him. I was like, the Slay do things when he didn't make it season 1. Slay's story. I mean, listen. So first, Slay denied interviews back in season 2. Also, Slay did some. I'm not going to talk about it, but Slay did a lot of things. But it's not. It's again. I don't know everything to the stories, but I do know that also Slay. I think over the years had a lot of. He didn't have the best relationships with everybody, and that was part of it too. You know what I mean? Like, maybe, but I just don't want the same wrong rumor to keep the. Goon could be good on there as well. Goon could be on here, but also I could put Goon. It's tough, man. There's definitely some guys that are right there that could be on the list too.
Yeah, and it goes back to there are more pro level prospects than there are pro level spots available. That's really what the biggest thing is. So you can't take shit for granted at all.
Yeah. Well, everything matters, bro. Like every little bit, like that's why, like I said, like it's so important that you try to stay. Like you can't have like the slightest thing in this league anymore. Like even if there's a slightest stain on your, like if your reputation has the slightest stain on it, people just like look the other way, and that's just the reality. Like some GMs, GMs talk, man. I'll tell you that right now. GMs, coaches, they all talk to each other. They, and again, whether certain things are true or not, if it holds enough and you hear things enough, some people just take that as word, and I don't really agree with it, but it is true. There's definitely been things over the years with Goofy that have been talked about. Like this ain't there's a reason why everything happens. Like I don't think 24 teams all thought didn't think that there was something. They would have taken him then. Especially because there was people taking over Goofy. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, like, again, and those guys all chose to say we were power forward or center. Goofy chose not to be, he just wanted to be a center. That's on him. You know what I mean? He knows that. He thought he was one of the best centers. He thought that he was good enough to get right back in. But we see how the league is now. And I hope Goofy, I don't know what he's going to do moving forward. I don't know if he's going to come back or he's going to focus on 33. I don't know if he's going to tell teams, hey, now I can play power forward if there is a call up. I don't know. It just depends. But either way, right now he's on the outside looking in. And I know a lot of these guys, they're still, dealing with the pain. Trust me, that Spaces the other day was just insane. Like, that Spaces the night after the draft was just, it was tough to watch. So many behind-the-scenes drama, hard to understand that from the outside looking in. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I don't even know. Again, I try not to speak on everything. Again, I don't like, I try to be honest about how I think about it and what I see. I tell you what I see and what I hear, and then I try to understand. Again, I don't know if you can talk about this, but is there a reason the Blazers just didn't keep Goofy? They just didn't see eye to eye, man. That's from what I know. They just didn't agree on things, and they wanted to move on from him.
And you think about it, they made the playoffs, but they would have to give up a first-round pick in order to keep him in a class that there are a lot of center prospects. So if they really wanted to bring back Goofy, they could have brought him back in the later rounds. But it just goes to show you, like, if an organization really cared, you see it. Look at Bully. Look at J-Rod. Mm-hmm. If an organization really messes with you, they really like you, they'll definitely bring you back. So obviously, there's something going on.
Yeah, that's true. But I will say, a lot of these orgs, like, they also have specific, like, plans for what they want to do. on like what kind of team they want. And like again, if your personality doesn't seem to match a lot of teams, like I guess like cultures or whatever, like if they don't feel your personality matches them, like I'm not saying change your personality, but like I think I think the most important thing is watch the league, learn what team you feel like relates to you and fits you the best, and like work toward work towards like creating connections with the players and people on those teams, and then presenting your skill to them. I think that's the most important thing. A lot of people have to do.
Dave, Goofy was not an all-star last year.
No, he wasn't.
Definitely not.
No. No, he wasn't. No, I mean, again, I think this list is not bad. I mean, I'm not gonna. There's definitely some people that you can probably like move around.
Kind of want to go through the whole. Like, I'm trying to pull up.
I have a actual here. I have a here. I'm gonna put this into. I'm gonna send this to you real quick. I set it up a specific way to make it easier. Hang on, I don't know if you'll be able to edit. I'm just gonna put it. I just sent it right now.
You sent it in the Discord chat?
No. That's on Twitter. I sent it to you on Twitter. Or I mean, I can put it in the Discord chat.
No, that's all good. I got it.
It's like set up a certain way to where you have to go. Yeah, it's top 10 snubs. Go to top 10 snubs. Oh shoot. Hang on. Crap. Sorry, I didn't make you an editor.
You're good, bro.
Try this one.
I got it.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anyway.
I think Breaker and Warnox. One of them, because let's be fair, the biggest thing about them was just the language barrier. Mm-hmm. I definitely feel that their talent is better than some of the prospects drafted this year. Mm-hmm. It's just the language barrier, and people are freaked out about EU prospects. But the fact that Breaker is moving better than most guards with that delay, and Warnox is just him. But same thing, being able to move, but it's just the delay. It's all of the other stuff.
What
people over?
Let me ask you: what are the qualifications of a snub? Like, can we if I write this on here, can we actually have actual things that kind of verify what we mean by a snub? Because I feel like everyone has a different definition of a snub. Because for Breaker, I agree. I from a skill end of things, he's in a situation to where he's moving, but at the same time, did we ever actually expect him to go in this year's draft because of this, because if we're being honest with ourselves, I think most people even were saying it's kind of tough with the international situation right now. It's so do we truly expect them to get taken this year? I don't think so. I mean, I think it was a rough year. I think we're still working to open that bridge up, especially with COVID. So I don't think that it was going to happen this year. Only snub on here is Glenn. Mm-hmm. Everyone has their own thoughts on it. Everyone else was 50-50. I think Merck was expected to go, it was. I think that if I was to say for most of these players, I think that Merck had a 60% chance. Just based on what he did, I think he did a very good job. I mean, I don't think I think a lot of the people on here, Polo, I think definitely did a lot of things right. He competed right.
You think Youngstar?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think he was going to get picked, but that's everyone has their own opinion on that.
Or Logic Stark?
Logic Stark, now that's one I think that definitely, but I don't know who I'd replace him with on here, because, I mean, everyone on here is pretty. I mean, you're naming people that definitely snubs, but I just don't know if I would say they're more of a snub than some of these people. The thing about some of these snubs, it's okay, Perms and Thugs, right? They went to one of the biggest events of the year. They performed, and then they did. They obviously continued to play, and that's what's important. And then, I think with Goofy played all year. I don't know why he didn't stream as much. Does it feel like Goofy didn't stream? Did he stop streaming, or is it just me? Am I crazy? Like I feel like Goofy streams were all the time, and then he just like didn't stream as much. I don't know. I feel like it's like I know it sounds weird, but when a player like that doesn't stream, like especially someone who has that platform, why aren't you streaming to get back into the league as much? Like he definitely streams, but not as much as he used to. I get it. We got stuff going on, man. Like I get it, but like I don't know, man. I feel like I didn't feel that same like Goofy grind. I remember Goofy literally would like play every freaking day, and that dude was like crazy. He was cracked at it. So I don't know. I think that this list. I definitely agree with you more and more with like Merc being high on a list, but again, all these other players definitely did something for why they didn't get picked, but they're still a snub. Like they're definitely still a snub. He got game, deserved to be drafted. Let's not do that. Best top teams with 0 teammates who even made one person's mock. 100% not saying he didn't. Is there a team being added to the 2K League after the season? I don't know. That's a question. I don't know. You know what I mean? He went 7th this year. That kind of proves that he didn't play more Pro-Am. Interesting, chat. Interesting. Is there anyone on here that should be replaced by someone that's not on here? That's my question.
I think for the most part, a lot of people are 50-50s. Regardless, like I don't think, and it's unfortunate that the public is not privy to a lot of that information of knowing that, hey, you know, you're one of the people that we were deciding on at this pick. Mm-hmm. You know, that kind of thing. Because that shit is not easy. You're deciding between, you know, 2 to 3 people. You're going through it all. You're going through whoever's in your room. If you have analysts, assistant coaches, head coaches, GMs, players, you know, personnel of your entire organization. There's so many people who have to give input into picks. And it really boils down to, okay, who's the better fit overall, who people vote on, whatever. Like, it's different circumstances for each team. But that's really what it comes down to. It's very difficult. Some people don't realize how close they are to being picked at times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, there's definitely... the hard thing about it is, like, you know, a lot of the draft... I think the toughest thing for coaches is, like, when you're interviewing players...
Benzo, look, that's a toss-up because He Got Game really started coming on to the scene late. Let's be real. If Fab didn't get kicked out of the pool, if Greens was still in the pool, if Chalk was still on the team, you know, like same thing. If we didn't lose half the guards we did, he would have been an afterthought. He got drafted because of necessity. I don't think we call him a, you know, whatever, like, you know, okay, like he definitely deserved to be drafted. Yeah, the kid has skill. He has hella potential, but he has to prove it at the league level.
Nap, I do. Again, I can send it to you, Nat, but I'm not gonna like. It's not meant for the world. Again, I'm not. I'll send it to you, Nat.
There's one on the website.
Yeah, I know. It's on the website, but I'm saying like, I also have other things on my Google Docs that I don't want like people. Because like Google Doc, that one I have that I sent you, there's like stuff on there I don't want. I gotcha.
Again, when it comes to this stuff, I just want to keep emphasizing I'm not being an asshole, I'm being realistic.
Joe, you're an asshole. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I guess so. No, but like after being a part of the process last year, seeing everything that goes through, seeing how this year's draft class was the worst when it came to marketing themselves.
Oh my god, yeah. Is it a snub?
People have no one to blame but themselves.
That's an interesting question. Is it a snub if you're in the league? Like if you were in the league before, is it considered a snub? I probably would. I do agree with moving Goofy down, but at the same time, Goofy still was like not a bad center league, but he did it to himself. He limited his spots. I'm not opposed to moving Idris up. I would switch Idris and Goofy, to be honest with you. But again, I just need to know, like, maybe I missed it. Like, I saw Idris here and there. I didn't know he was going to see him. And that's the hard thing is sometimes when players aren't on streams, like, that's why I always think players, if you have the opportunity to stream please stream your games like yourself and not have like I get it, like not everyone has the equipment, but like if you have an opportunity to stream, I don't know, man. Like you got to put it out there, especially Goofy, a guy who like Goofy, who I know has like this stuff. Like I feel like I didn't see him that much. I don't know, and I don't know if he was just relying on like his private conversations to get him in. Um, Bag did it without equipment. That's true.
Definitely did.
Like there's definitely like Bag I think was probably one of the best people this year to really put himself out there. And I think ultimately like yes he's got the skill, but he also think he put himself out there the best.
Network. He
Yeah.
played in tens. He showed out
Like-
where he got the respect to others. Because you remember in the beginning of pre-draft or early on the pre-draft, nobody gave a fuck about Bag. They thought that Bag was ass. Okay, people are overhyping him. None of the league players gave him respect. And then he continued to hoop. And he continued to hoop. He continued to show the same consistency in winning. Moved to another team, continued to win. And he started to gain the respect of those league players. So, he did it right.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there was definitely a lot of missed opportunities this off season for people. I think people just didn't put a lot of effort in. They just again you can play the game all you want, but you do like it sounds crazy, but you do like what's our number one source, Joe, to get recognized in this community? I just need to know what's the number one source. Like where do we see the most information about people? What social media?
First, hold on, let me answer this. Symptoms. Yeah, man, you missed it. Champ made just like 5 YouTube videos in the span of one stream. The man is grinding.
Oh yeah, right now we're having a convo about top time snubs. It's actually a pretty good convo.
I just want you to know, Champ, I'm setting an invoice. Yesterday's price is not today's price.
I like. Hey, man.
Nah, let me stop. But I guess A-Rook's tough name, but A-Rook's didn't do shit either.
Yeah, again, bro. First of all, if he was playing, because I always hate when people say, "Oh, he was playing all pre-draft," but like, I'm not saying I see everything, but bro, like, if I hear multiple people saying that a certain individual wasn't playing, doesn't that make you think like, okay, maybe he wasn't putting himself out there enough? Why are people snubs, man? Because they are ass. Half these guys are ass.
You know who I think is a good snub? Jacob.
Jacob, huh?
Let's go, Jacob.
I think Jaden's a good.
Jaden 2KL?
Yeah, Jaden, Jake Curry.
Yeah. Like, Sick has the point. What makes people snubs? Because they say they are. Half of these guys are ass. I mean, to each their own with their personal opinion. I think that 50-50s, I'm 100% in agreement with you guys in the chat. 50-50s aren't snubs. If you were a 50-50, like I think Range was a 50-50. He's not a snub.
But
And that's my guy.
I'm just wondering though, like if you're, again, from my I'm saying from my angle, right? Because I'm obviously one of the few people who do mocks, right? And if I feel like I'm projecting a player high to get taken, like somewhere, and they don't get taken, like in my eye, that's a snub to me, just because like I projected and I thought this guy was getting taken high. So like, again, seldom.
So none of these people should have been snubs. None of these people, if that's, because I definitely agree with that logic, 100%, then there's nobody on this list that should be snubs, because none of these people here were looked at as first-round talents.
So you have to be
Maybe
a first
Glenn.
round. You have to
Maybe
be,
Glenn.
You have to be a first round talent to be considered a snub. But what
No,
makes
I don't even think Goofy is a snub, because Goofy didn't want to play a secondary position. Goofy was in a spot where there's only 3 open spots. I don't think he's a snub. He was a 50-50.
Larry played a bunch of during pre-draft and can play power forward. So, yeah, but we talk about scenarios for everybody. Like I think there's a reason why certain people they got left out. I mean, Larry knows why he's not he knows what happened. Like he's aware. Like with his situation with that trade scenario, it's so hard for some GMs to forget about that. You know what I mean? Like I know it's like, and I don't want to hang on it. I don't really want to go into it, but it's like, dude, like you do something like that. It's not for, like it's remembered, especially because it was a major trade. And it was a major thing. Like GMs know, like they saw that, they remember that. A snub to me is Cooks last year. I mean, I had my snubs list last year. I mean, I had quite a few people from last year. I don't know where it is. Do I have my snub list here? Let's see if I have it from last year. I know I have it on here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Oh wait, no, this is like my sleepers list, I think, from last year. Yep. Let me see something. Yeah, I mean, dude, people get missed out every year, bro. It's just how it goes, man. I mean, I'm sorry for those guys. I'm sorry you have to, sit at home now. But at the same time, like, dude, there's opportunity. There's so much opportunity for this league. I don't think people understand. Like, you can get into you can get called up, bro. Like, damn well someone's gonna get called up this year, and damn well there's 3v3. Like, I don't think Frank keeps mentioning 3v3, and I don't think it's going through some people's heads yet. Like, dude, there's oh my goodness, hang on. We have a celebrity. Listen, the myth, the man, the legend, Mr. Rubenstein, aka Harris Rubenstein, aka Sports Team. Welcome, Harris. Or not. And he's gone. Oh, his mic's not working. Anyway, guys, that was Sports Team. Anyway.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, Harris. Appreciate you, man. Anyway, as I was saying, take these ads off. I'm over here watching Realm of Chaos. What's wrong?
Nah, Jerry, that means you a mod, bro. You should be subbed up.
Yeah, bro. Like Realm of Chaos. What's wrong with Realm of Chaos, bro? Right? You don't like Realm of Chaos? Also, I have my ads running every 15 minutes. Oh, I'm muted? Who's muted? Muted? I don't see. I see Mike's moving, so I don't think anyone's muted. But no. Like I said, though. Mike's moving, so I don't think anyone's muted. Yeah, I can hear myself in Joe's mic, so I know that I'm muted.
Turned it up. Yeah.
Anyway, so I think that snubs lists are definitely always tough because it's like you have such a small sample of people that could get taken, and oh look, well guys, welcome back, Mr. Harris Rubenstein, aka Sports Team, is live on ESPN. How's it going, Harris? Okay, thanks for coming on, Harris.
He's trying to connect.
Yeah, I know.
He's trying to connect so bad. He's like, what the fuck is going on right now?
Bro, I had to restart my whole computer just to get Discord to work. Bro, you're still gone after 5 hours?
Bro, he made 5 YouTube videos.
Damn. I like it.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're having a good time.
Twitch to YouTube to TikTok. That's the stuff. You should get into Instagram Reels, champ.
Gotta build it one way, right?
What are you guys talking about?
We're having a conversation about, like, are there snubs in this draft, right? It's kind of a tough combo because it's like, I feel like everyone has a different definition of a snub.
Sure.
What would you say, Harris, is your, like, relative, like, definition for a snub?
Anybody who didn't get picked that would have been a top 30 player in the class. That's what I kind of classify as a snub.
So
and for me, the only person that I think truly qualifies on that is probably Glenn. Mm-hmm. I feel like everybody else, if you were really gonna like Perm too, I don't understand why Perm didn't get picked. I would say Glenn, Perm, Idris, and Goofy were probably my like actual snubs. I think everybody else were probably just going to be role players in the league anyway. Mm-hmm. But I think those guys had the potential to be really, really good. Like Doug's had that potential too, but I think he needed to be on the right team for that. Mm-hmm. And I like Range. Range is, I'd sat next to
What
Range
about like Screddy? What about like Screddy? Like Screddy?
See, Scred's tough, man, because he plays sharp. Like it's unfortunately it's kind of a dying position. And I mean, we saw him in Vegas, right? Like we saw him and Racy in the backcourt for that Denial team. They're they're okay. But like it wasn't anything where you're like running to the podium like, God damn, like we gotta we got to get this guy. It's unfortunate, man. Like all those sharps are gone, right? Rooks is gone, Scrady's gone, Swizz is gone.
The reason I was preaching timely is because I think we give all these second chances to players. I feel like I never understand why do we always give second chances. Like we always give second chances to PGs, but we don't give it to a lot of these role players. Like I don't understand that. Like why is it the stars get these like second chances, but the role players are just like if you're ass, you're gone.
Well, because that's all sports, right? Like, there are a lot of great players that will be on Super Bowl teams or something that'll be out of the NFL in 3 years just because they're more role players than like real like pillar guys.
Look at Jay.
Yeah, Jay. That's
oh my god!
I think what's cool about this year's draft class is that since there are less picks, there are more guys that we can point to and be like, oh yeah, man, like if he has a great offseason, he's getting picked next year. Right? Like Range is like a perfect example of that, right? Like we know who Range is now. Like we're going to be watching him all off season.
Yeah, same thing goes for Buddha. Same thing goes Buddha.
Yeah, Buddha, Polo, even guy like Seldom and Merck. Like I know Merck had made a name for him last off season, but like there's just a process to these things, and I'm excited to see what next year's draft class. Symptom says you can still be a sharp, just got to have a bag as well. That's not really what a sharp is. Not at least not in the league context. Obviously, a league sharp and a retail sharp is a little bit different. Retail sharp is like, retail sharp right now. You gotta be able to do everything. Like if you can't move right now as a retail sharp, you're done. But like in the league, like if you're on the right team, like all you're gonna really have to do as a sharp is like catch and shoot, rotate on defense, and run the break well. Like you're not gonna. My guy EG with the Pistons, like he's good and all, but like on a play-to-play average on average basis, like his role with that Pistons team is going to be pretty like pure sharp-esque. Like he'll be, there to bail out Radiant. He'll be there on offensive rebound kickouts by Ramo, and he'll be there to run the break and play defense. Like there just aren't a lot of sharp spots anymore.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the game's always changing, and there's so much going on. Like originally, power forwards weren't guarding pick and roll. Like if you're a power forward,
Perm's a stunner.
Yeah.
I'm really stunned about Perm because he's like the perfect modern like power forward, like the ability to defend pick and roll, decent shooter out of the corner, really loud on defense. I think the problem is that like the teams that were probably looking for a power forward like him probably don't want somebody who's like really loud. Like, take the Celtics, for instance. Like, they already got Cole. The Knicks are going to have Glow running the back end. Like, I feel like the spot that was there for him was the Grizz. But, obviously we saw how that went. But
what makes you think, why did Merck go undrafted?
I think, honestly, Merck lost every 50-50. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I think he lost a lot of coin flips. But also, like, look at the power forwards that got picked up this year, right? Like, a lot of, like, 1 year league pros, guys with, like, 1 year of league experience that are getting a second try, at least at, like, the 4 or the 5. Like, Rob is kind of the outlier because he has 2 years, but, like, Rob, Miles, Carey, like, these guys with, like, somewhat league experience. Obviously, Miles, played all last year, but, just those are the guys that kind of got in the way of Merck. And also for the fact that, like, we just didn't have a ton of power forwards go, like, high this year. Like, all of them really dropped. Like, Putback fell, Rain fell, DJ fell, But I think kind of, like, that second line of round 2 there, Champ, if you go back to the second round where you're cycling through, that right side of the second round where you see like Carey, Miles, Putback, DJ, like even that Streets pick at 19, like that's where I thought Miles was gonna get picked, and it just ended up going to the Faller and Putback, 2 league pros, and that DJ pick, who, the T-Wolves wanted their guy. I was still surprised it wasn't timely, but. Yeah, what Frank said. Once a top 3 power forward dropped, they killed any other power forward behind him for sure. Absolutely. Like once Putback fell to 4, like I was mocking Merck to the Hawks at the top of the second round, like sometimes last week. So
predict trades either.
Yeah.
A lot of those trades that happened
and
screwed up the draft.
Like
board.
that bully pick was like, I know, like obviously it's not a huge surprise, but like that was still a big surprise. Like nobody had the Celtics bringing bully back.
Look at Chaos though. Chaos dropping the 20 back to the Warriors again. Like it was always a thought, but we always thought someone would just go and take him. Like you know what I mean?
Well, because the
Shit,
power
also
forward
DT
spots-
playing power forward instead of actually playing lock.
That's a spot
that could
right
be a
there.
spot.
Yeah.
And then Maddie at 19 for sure. Like I know he's not gonna. I mean, he might play some power forward this year. Who knows?
But he got picked to play lock, which took a tweener away and stuff like that. It just
I think for power forward this year, as it's going to be every year, there's always going to be a ton of turnover at power forward. Personally, I think this is going to be one of the last years where people only draft their friends to play the 4. Like I get it, but this to me was the last true year that you're going to see like real friend picks. Because again, we haven't really had that like the lack of a 6-man get baked into the league yet. So
it's gonna happen this year, and it's gonna
exactly.
Oh.
So next, you kind of saw it this year. Next year, you're going to see the lack of the 6-man and the 3v3 stuff really get baked into the draft. This was, somebody like Fanta going 7. Like that's a precursor to what's going to happen next year, where we have like a pure 3v3 guard go number 1 overall. Like it's going to really change, and the draft changes every year. So
Yeah. No.
I also agree with you, Champ. I think next year we're going to have a ton of openings at center.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
think a lot of these power forwards are going to get chances to play center.
I mean, I just think that a lot of things we're gonna see a lot. Like every year, you see an overturn out of position, but it's like, I mean, dude, you look at the league right now. You look at it. Really can come down to like situation and conferences too. You know what I mean? Like certain conferences are just gonna be like you're gonna see some centers that are gonna be in the carousel, right? There's gonna be a center carousel where you're gonna have a bunch of league centers moving from team to team. So like, it's not necessarily they don't have the skill. It's just that they're going to move to another team because teams are trying to go a different direction. Like the Western Conference, this will probably be the most dramatic change. I think, just because teams like have to find a way to compete, and like when you have a tough conference like this, it's just one of those things where it's like, players are just some players are going to want to. We might see like in traditional sports like. I know people always joke around about like people running away from LeBron James, but like if there's like so many good teams over here, maybe some players might favor wanting to try to go to the East. You know what I mean? Like I know that's a weird thing to say, but you see it in the NBA with some players. Maybe you'll see it with some 2K League players trying to go to teams in the East, just because like I feel like some of these players over in the East are going to have more of a longevity compared to some of the players in the West, just because there's not as strong as teams as there is over in the East as there is on the West. So
I mean, just look at that point guard row, right? Like
you
got some talent up there for sure. Like Gen G it's fine. Like there's decent point guard talent in the East. Like if you're trying to rank it out of 10, I'd probably give it like a 7. Like good talent, decent upside on some of the guys, but like honest question. And this is nothing like no offense to any of the guards in the East, because I do think that a lot of them are going to win games this year. But like, are any of the top 5 point guards in the East right now?
Are there any top 5? Oh wow.
Are there any top 5 point guards in the East right now?
Let me just look at the West real quick. Splash, Keena, Radiant. Maybe Mama if he actually shows up this year. Based on what I see, no. I mean, C's is probably the closest because of what he's been doing, obviously, in this free.
C's is the closest. I'm telling you this right.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop a guarantee on you, champ. I'm going to drop a guarantee on you.
Guarantee.
One of these East teams, about like, maybe right after the first 3v3 tournament, or maybe like right after the second 5v5 tournament, I bet you one of these East teams grabs like one of the top 5 point guards from the West and tries to make like a crazy. I think one of these teams is going to try to leverage the future to try to take down the Wiz. Because if the Wiz, if we get through 2 tournaments, right, and the Wiz haven't won one and they kind of are showing some signs of weakness, I think the East teams are going to smell blood and they're going to try to attack. Which is why I think it's really smart that a lot of these East teams, like they kind of save their ammo, right? Like take a team like the Magic, man. Like let's say a team in the West is awful. They can toss Cap and a future first at you for a high-end point guard right now. Like this is just a pure hypothetical, right? Pure hypothetical. Let's say the Magic are the number 3 team in the East coming off the second 5v5 tournament. They look good, but their offense could need a boost. Let's say the Pistons are absolute cheeks. What if they toss no Cap and a future first to the Pistons for Radiant? And all of a sudden, the Pistons at least have a first-round pick. You know, they have their own first-round pick, another first-round pick, and Cap next year. The Magic get Radiant and get to make a real run at the East or something. That's a hypothetical, but, you know, I feel like one of these East teams is going to make a big-time move. I just don't know which one it's going to be. I lean towards, like, the Magic or the Nets. Maybe we see like a big Duck trade with the Knicks. Like if like the Duck Malik thing isn't working out, like I don't know. I see one of these East teams making a move though if they smell blood in the water.
And one of the other things, Harris, too, I think you're not on the flip side. Maybe you have somebody in the East who's, if the Magic, let's say they're struggling, I could see somebody trying to trade for Maddie.
Yeah, sure.
So, what player do you like? So, like, obviously with 5-man rosters, it's got to be a lot harder to make trades in this league too. Like, because you don't have like that extra man if you like trade a. It's basically like if you trade a PG, you gotta trade it for another player that's technically a PG. Like it's like you know what I'm saying? Like you can't like no one's gonna trade away like their only PG.
Yeah, that's why the Magic, I think, like. That's why I both like what the Magic did and dislike what the Magic did because they didn't like go all in. But they have this Magic roster. I'm telling you,
the most tradable
is
roster,
primed for a trade. They are absolutely like. I know they have that future first. I don't think they keep it. I think if Jonah smells blood, he's gonna make a move because you know how bad he wants to make the playoffs this year. And like, let's say
everybody yelling at him saying the Magic suck ass, they can't do this.
Great,
Jonas sucks. He's trying to show everybody up.
What's great about that Maddie pick is that like let's say the defense sucks. Let's say Maddie's just not a good lock and Cap isn't doing great at point guard, right? Let's just hypothetical. Like again with the Magic, like they can put Maddie at PG and go out there and trade for a big time lock. Let's say the Kings implode. Like who's going to be first in line to pick up Crush? Probably the Magic. Like, you know, there are guys out there that, you know, you can definitely slot in at the 3 or even the 4 if Robbie is terrible. Like, there are some guys. There are definitely there's a move out there for the Magic to make to take the East. My worry though is that if Jonah isn't aggressive enough, this team could just never really, you know, get there. But I think this team has a move. Having Cap and Maddie on this team with a future first, I smell a big time drop your nuts trade coming from Jonah in the middle of the year.
Yeah,
I could see them potentially moving Snubby too.
Yeah,
they have
likely,
a lot,
but still, sure. I think the only guy who's untradeable on that team is Rain. I think Rain is going to be there until he says he wants to leave. That's the guy. I mean, Rain's the future of that team.
What's the team in the well? You know what's interesting about the Kings is if it's not working.
No, definitely a midseason
Mama's
trade
gone.
if he's not performing. I could also see a SEMO trade as well if the Dukes 5v5 team isn't getting it on and somebody in the East is looking for, you know, a high value point guard. I could see the Cavs moving on from Bash, sending him to the East. He'd be one of the 3 best point guards in the East immediately.
I'm just. Can I ask you a question? Let's say we're halfway through the year, right? The Cavs know they're not going to make the playoffs. Could they make a trade to basically help a team in the East, like, and get a future? Like, I know they have a lot of future picks. Okay,
No, keep collecting future first.
At this point, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You have Bash. There's a team in the East that needs to like let's say Jonah wants to make a playoff run, right? I don't know. Like, and I'm pretty sure Jonah has that future first from the Grizz, right?
I think he likes Cap a lot.
Yeah, but
however, I don't think he. This is just me. I've not touched Jonah about this. I don't know if he likes Cap enough to not make a move off of him to really make a run for the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's kind of where I sit. I don't think any team in the East right now loves their point guard enough to not move off of them to really make him run for the playoffs. And I'm talking about the Heat. I'm talking about maybe like if C's doesn't show out this year, maybe the Hawks.
If Bash is in the East, is he a top 3 guard?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's a top 3 point guard. He's probably number 3 or number 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd say so. I mean, the difficult thing with Bash that I think we kind of lose sight of is that he's had 2 really, really good back-to-back seasons, both in the West. Like, if he was in the East, I feel like we would look at Bash a lot differently, just based off of like the guys he'd be going up against every single night. We would just kind of change our perspective on him. Like even last year, like we spent all year like having him and Mama right next to each other because he was playing for Mama's team, Mama was playing for his team. They got traded for each other. Like we were just staring at them through that perspective. And I'm kind of worried we're going to do that again. Like I feel like we're just going to spend the entire year comparing Bash to what is probably the greatest collection of point guard talent that you will ever see among 12 teams. I mean, it can't get better than this. It can't. Cooks, Bash, Splash, Mama, Reg, Kenny, Zeus, Vandy, Radiant, Bear, CB13, SEMO. I mean, that's if you were to ever have
what about Bucket
ever, this is the best guard class ever assembled. I mean, you have
Really don't think Bucket's playing.
6 first ballot Hall of Famers, like
I really
right
think
away.
it's unguardable.
You think Unguardable
Sure,
can play VJ?
sure, but like even if it's unguardable, even better. Like I'm serious. Like they have it's unbelievable.
Yeah, Harris. The other crazy thing is the Kings have Ant season too, so it's like it's another guy.
Yeah, what if Ant is like actually a killer shooting guard? Like look at the shooting guard talent even in the West, right?
Yeah.
Unguardable, Johnny Red, Jaden's really good. Ant, Reese the God, 630, Kai, Antoine, Killy, like the West is a holy shit level backcourt. Like it. I was trying to really express this on my stream, and I don't think people really understood. Like, it's legendary. I mean, this is some crazy shit. I know everybody's sitting over here like, oh, we need to abolish the conferences. No. We're going to be talking about this Western Conference war for years.
It's
this is
great.
incredible.
No, but this is awesome.
Every single week will be complete, absolute, prime time, tier 1 point guard matchups. Every single week in the West. Like, do people not understand that? That every single week we're going to get a Charlie versus a Radiant, a Bear versus 630, a Mama versus a Cooks Iverson, a Splash versus a Kenny Zeus. Like, every single week, every single night, we're going to get shit like this. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's awesome, frankly.
No, but that's what I said, though, about this conference, though. It's hard to be in the West because this is the most dangerous what conference to be in if you're, like, a player. I'm not going to say a player against, like, I guess, like, you're basically on your second chance. Like, for Bucket, this is a dangerous conference for Bucket to be in. Because this is like his proving. He has to prove something, right? Like
this is a brutal conference for him. Have to have gotten drafted into. I mean, you can make a real argument that he is the worst starting guard in the West.
He is. No, he is the worst. It's not an argument.
It's hard to know what we're going to get out of Jaden, Jen, and EG this year. Not that I don't think any of those three are bad players,
I thought you were talking about primary, like PG. I was just talking about PG. He is the worst PG. Like, if you look at...
I swear, champ, I really don't think he's playing point guard.
Well, okay. I mean, if he doesn't, I mean, it's...
I don't think they're going to be too dissimilar from what the Kings are going to try to do on offense and just let both of them cook. I mean, I'm sure their usage rates will probably be pretty close. I mean, maybe Unguardable will be kind of like 20, 28, 29. Maybe Bucket will be like 24, 25%. Like, they'll probably be kind of similar. Like, similar to what Sherm and Rigby were last year. Like, Rigby was still 30%, but... Sherm had the ball 26% of the time. Like, Bucket's going to have the ball in his hands a lot. Like, he's going to be asked to play a major, major role on that offense. He's not there just to watch unguardable play, you know?
Mm-hmm. No. It's just I don't know, man. I just feel bad for some of these teams in the West because we know if these teams were in the East, they would be one of those top teams. But, like... I mean, the Cavs would be a top. We would argue the Cavs would be like a top 3 team over in the Eastern Conference, bro. Like if you think about it,
we're talking about this in the NBA right now, champ. Like people are talking about how cracked the Eastern Conference playoffs are going to be this year. I mean, Jesus, the fucking Western Conference 2K League playoffs. Holy shit! Like we might have. Imagine this, y'all. Let's say the playoffs is what I said it was, which is. Mama, Vandy, it'd be the Mavs, the Pacers, the Pistons, the T-Wolves, and the Warriors and the Jazz. The starting point guards of those teams are Splash, Vandy, Radiant, Bear, and CB13. Those are your starting point guards for the Western Conference playoff teams. Those are arguably the 5 best players, the 5 best guards in the league. Those are arguably 5 Hall of Famers, if we ever have a 2K League Hall of Fame. Those are all 5 guys who have playoff experience. Like, damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who would you say, Harris, is the Bucks GG of the Western Conference this year? Basically a team we expected to be good, but ends up being a bad team. That's an interesting one. Joe, that question's towards you too.
Man, I would say I kind of a little bit. Here's the through line. Here's a through line, right? What killed the Jazz last year a lot was the fact that their backcourt defense was awful. Like Splash and Lottie last year, like throughout the playoffs, were not good. They were not good. Now they have an even worse defensive backcourt in Splash and Jen. And you need somebody on Hash this year, or your defense is just broken. I think the Jazz are going to win a lot of games because they have Splash and Rhea, and Splash and Rhea are incredible. I'm slightly worried that there's a chance that their defense is so bad that they trade Jen. I don't like the Jen pick. I get because like I know it Splash's IRL and stuff, but like we kept talking about like what they were gonna do. You know, what do the Jazz need? Jen, like gameplay wise, is kind of the opposite of what they need. I know that's like not a big time take, but like Splash and Rhea are gonna do all your offense for you. You need somebody at the 2 guard who's gonna play defense with Follow and be able to defend Charlie and Antoine at the same time, or Vandy or Bear and Kai.
Hold on.
I don't know if they have that ammo.
But you act like Splash is gonna let somebody else play up top. No, they're fucked because Splash is playing up top.
Hash this year. There's no shot.
There definitely are. You think that
Splash? Then they're gonna get cooked again. It's what lost in the finals.
I agree, but they have to figure that out themselves.
Well, do you know what it is, Joe? How about this? They didn't draft anybody who could replace him. Like, they could have drafted a 2 guard that would have played the Hash instead of him, and they didn't. I suppose. I think the Jazz is going to be really good, but I see the hole in their team. Like the Warriors, I don't see a hole. I don't. I think the Warriors are cracked. I don't really see a hole in the Pacers either. I think they're going to be amazing. But I see a defensive concern. And, you know, I'm not the first person to bring this up. Like, this has been brought up to me. So excuse me if it sounds like I'm taking somebody else's point. I get it. What are they going to do against a team like the Kings, man? Who are going to throw 4 elite offensive players at you, including 2 of the best corner shooters in the world, the best pick and roll scorer of all time, plus Ant, who's the best transition guard I've ever seen besides Kai. Like, it's...
I agree.
I just don't know how they defend these other teams in the West consistently.
Earlier, obviously, me and Joe were doing great like roster grades, and I agreed. I think that Jazz definitely got worse, in my opinion.
Worse isn't the right word. Worse isn't the right word, because Follow, in my opinion, is a better lock than Compete.
It's an upgrade. Yes, thank you.
It's definitely an upgrade at lock. Follow is definitely... Like, Compete's a good player. Like, Compete can play anywhere.
Is it a downgrade? Is it a downgrade at shooting guard?
I don't think it's a downgrade in the sense that you're thinking. I think the problem is that as good of an offensive player as Jen is, I'm not sure if it totally makes up the value you're losing by having Splash and Jen combined defensively. But they drafted fine. I mean, they're going to win a fuck ton of games.
Yeah, no, they'll be a top 4 team. But I just don't think they're that title contender like they were last year.
There are teams in the West that we are going to have to talk about differently this year. That regular season results, unless they obviously win a tournament, just aren't going to matter. All it's going to matter is what's going to happen when we get to the big money. And you know, there are teams that I think drafted for the big money games. Like I think the Kings. What do you do against them in a 3-game series? If Mama's cooking and Mama like looks like, I don't know how you beat that team. But I could also say the exact same thing about the Warriors. I could say the same thing about the T-Wolves. I might be the biggest proponent. I think the Pistons are going to be incredible. That front court is amazing. Like honestly, people forget how good Charger is, Joe.
I agree. Forget. It's the health thing. Like, and that's exactly
Charger's
what it is. All of the roster turnover that they had to deal with last year. The Pistons were a really good team. If they didn't have the roster turnover, they would definitely be a lot better.
The thing that I worry about is coaching. Because, let's be fair, that defense sucked ass.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sucked ass is the way.
No, like,
they were pretty
look,
middle of the floor.
But still, sucked ass.
I mean, compared to the other West teams, yes, they were the worst West defensive team. I just
you need
Bag
to
is
have
gonna solve
defense.
So
to be
many issues for them, though, man. Like Pex just could not stay in front of elite guards, and Bags got that bump, man. Like Bags really like that. I don't know. You could tell me that one of 7 different teams could win the West, and I'd believe you for sure. And that includes, return of MB says, what about the Bucks? I'm not afraid to kind of like slip the Bucks into that category too, or the Mavs. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I think the Mavs or the Bucks could also make a crazy run and win a 5v5 tournament or win make it to the playoffs like that. Like, they have a lot of scoring. They have a lot of talent. They're going to play really fast. They're going to win games.
My thing is, like, there's always that young player and that young like those young guys who do perform and do like help really bring their team to that next level. So, but it's tough because you got some of the greatest PGs of all time, like you said, some of the greatest players of all time in this league in this Western Conference. Like a lot of these people, like you got multiple MVPs, you got multiple first overall picks, you got so much stuff over in this Western Conference. Like, honestly, I'm like, if I'm the Cavs, I'm like, are we really the West? Are we really the West? I'd be like, I mean, listen, I think that
Just last year. Shit.
I'm saying, I mean, listen, we can switch.
The Cavs are in a great spot, man. I think, and I know that's going to sound weird because you always want to win this year and stuff, but like, you're going to get a real opportunity to see what you have on this team with 3 firsts coming in next year. Like, if Jaden becomes like one of the best shooting guards going into next year, you keep him and figure out the rest. If Oreo and Fakey end up being an elite 4-5 combo, you could keep both of them. If Bash ends up taking another leap, like, you could just keep him a point guard and fill out the rest of the team. Like, the Cavs may not be in a great spot to like win this year, but the Cavs are in a great spot to like become a really dominant team if they execute this correctly. But they really only have one chance.
But what my favorite part is, though, of all of this is the fact that the Cavs have 2 additional first-round picks, not from East teams, from West teams.
Oh,
So,
what? Wait.
it's a good point.
Wow.
They have the Bucks and the Mavs. So,
point.
they're going to be fighting for their lives. The probability
Oh,
of right now
my
that these teams
God.
both making the playoffs is very slim. So most likely the Cavs will end up with lottery picks going into next year. So they'll have 2 lottery picks.
Wow.
And if they underperform, that's going to be 3 lottery picks. Shit's about to get crazy.
I think the most likely outcome is probably 2 lottery picks and a low playoff first.
Yeah.
It's
But my thing,
It's great.
My thing is,
But I will say this. This team, unfortunately, similar to other sports franchises who have drafted poorly, this Cavs team is simply atoning for the errors of the franchise's past. Making bad picks in big spots. Never finding a 2 guard. As much as I like Strainer, he just never really became like the big time guy we were hoping to on the court. The whole thing that happened with Fab, like this team is unfortunately going to have to atone for the sins of the Cavs the past 2 years, and they're not. It's going to be kind of ugly.
I just think for this team though, the fact that like they have Bash on this roster, they can go in so many directions for their future. It's insane. Like, it's just like they literally could just trade Bash and get a future first, or they can do whatever. They can get they have so many options. If this is like again, if this team makes playoffs, you know what I mean? Like, it's like they're in a win-win scenario no matter what happens this season. Like, I mean, obviously the players want to win money, but like from a front office perspective, it's a win-win situation for the Cavs no matter what happens this season.
Here's I think the funniest part about the West. Man, we've talked about everybody. And we still haven't talked about the fact that the Lakers have Reg. And also, for anybody that's actually been watching 2K this year, I'm going to make a bit of a take. I'm going to hit y'all with a take.
Uh-oh.
I've never seen Crazy play better.
Oh, hot.
It looks like he is mad. And it looks like he has something to prove. At least it did in Vegas. I mean, like, I just from like I didn't talk to him for very long, but I just kind of see it. Like, regardless of what we think about him, he clearly is like a lot of pride. I think he heard everything that everybody said about him, and I think his mentality is different. I think he's coming to crack heads this year and take names. And you look at the centers he's going up against in the West, you know, he's got a real chance of being, you know, the second best center in this conference. You know, there's nothing. He's the number 1 overall pick. There's nothing stopping him from living up to that potential and being one of the best guys in the league. I think he's gonna. I'm very excited for this Lakers team because I think Reg and Crazy, they're just so dynamic in the way that they play their individual positions. And then you have Reese, who has also been playing great this offseason. Like, this Lakers team is going to be tough this year. The only thing you have to wonder is, you know, what is their perimeter defense going to be like? You know, with Tack, who has struggled against elite guards the past couple of years. What is their interior defense going to be? As good as I think Crazy is, I think defensively we'll see at center. And what is Green Tonight going to be like in the league? Is he going to be able to hit those corner shots? Reg loves to hit his corners, man. Oh, man, you go back and watch him in Season 3. That's why, you know, it's funny when people forget about that Bucks team. A big reason why they were good is because they had Ty at lock. And they just kind of sat him in the corner, and the man could shoot. Like, he was a pretty good shooter in Season 3.
Because he wasn't a lock.
Yeah, because he wasn't a lock. He was a shooter. So, man, I think I think the Lakers, for the first time in their history, have created a competent 2K League roster. So, round of applause for the Lakers.
Oh, hang on.
Wait for it.
This is a starting caliber, real-life NBA 2K League roster that will win games and actually has a chance of being over 500. This is the first roster they've had that you can look at and you're like, yeah, this team will win games. Like, last year, the team was a joke last year. Like, we could be like, there's no shot. The year before that, I mean, disgusting.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the butt.
I don't think there is a but for the Lakers because we just have to prove it. I want to be the guy who is. I want to be the guy who's right about Crazy this year, and I don't want to be caught on the backside of the number 1 overall pick. Remember, man, you and I last year, we were calling Crazy, like, we were using words like generational, and once in a lifetime, and franchise player. Like, we were talking about him like he was about to come in and be Hezzy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I want to be caught on the right side of it. I think Crazy's going to have a crazy year.
You want to talk about parallels though? A good parallel is Rhea. Because remember Rhea Season 1, like, that Jazz team just wasn't as good. Like, he did his thing, but it was just the team. That Season 2 though,
that one difference though, the one difference. Rhea ended Season 2. For those who remember, Joe, I don't know if you were watching the league yet. Rhea ended Season 2 on one of the craziest tears you will ever see a center go on. Like, he was kind of meh all year long. He was pretty good. And then from, like, week, I don't know, I want to say, like, maybe, like, the middle of July. Like, we came back from July 4th, basically, and Rhea became, like, the second best center in the league. He was incredible. Like, he dragged that team to a 500 record. Dude, Capit was still playing point guard. Like, this was a long time ago. I'll never forget that second. Rhea, like, led, and he ended up leading the league in blocks, like, second in the league in rebounds. He was, like, second in centers for points per game. He just went absolutely, like, the fuck off. And we didn't totally get that from Crazy last year, but you look at Crazy's raw stats at center, he was 15, 11, 3, 3, and 2. Like, he put up some pretty great stats. I just don't think that was a good environment for him. I think this team will be a lot better for him, as long as Reg doesn't lose his head, which we'll see.
Yeah. I mean,
they got to keep Reg locked in. So that's their biggest challenge this year. That's Nacho's biggest job. Keep Reg locked in. Don't let him get too down on himself, and make sure he doesn't chase stats at the end of games, and he's trying to get wins instead. I know he might get mad at me for saying that. We all Bucks cheer, right? We all saw what was going on. It's okay. We all saw it. The team sucked. You wanted your numbers. It's okay. He didn't. He tried to play power forward. Rhea tried to do the post scoring thing. It didn't totally work. Then they put him back at center, and he just went on like a walnut tear. Like, he was like He was like doing 15 to 13 a night with like 3 blocks. He was crazy. He did have that one crazy game on power forward, and they put him back at center. Yeah, he was amazing. Like, Ree is that guy. Ree is that guy.
I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
That's
if
cool.
you guys are still here.
Yeah. Harris, I have a question for you.
Sure.
So, if you were to make an all-star lineup out of the Western and Eastern Conference, starting with the West here, obviously, because it's in front of us, what would be your all-star lineup? Like, your best five?
My starting prediction for the West?
Yes, your starting
One guy
five.
per position?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go Splash at PG. I'll go Kai at the 2. I'm still going to keep Crush at the 3. I think Bread will be your guy at the 4 this year. And then I think the 5 will probably just be Rhea again.
Yep. I mean, I think that's probably like exactly what I would think it is.
What's crazy is that what I just said could also very well be the entire 2K League All First team.
Yo, that's so true.
Which is nuts. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all if like 4 of the 5 guys are from the West.
So now you have that lineup, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I go to the I go to the Eastern Conference, right?
Okay.
Make me an all-star lineup for the Eastern.
All-star lineup from the East? Okay. Let's go Gallo at PG. Give me Malik at the 2. I'll take Awkward at the 3. Forgot that Awkward is all the way at the end.
And then the rest of the Wizards CG, right?
Awkward at the 3, probably Nudini, and then probably Dave Ryan. I'd probably just take the front court. I mean, it's the best. There will never be another front court that comes close to Awkward, Dini, Dave Ryan. Nothing will touch it. It's gonna go down. It's like our Legion of Boom. Like it's the best. It will never be touched. Just like the Legion of Boom secondary. Like we'll just never see any. We'll probably never see anything like that ever again. I mean, they had the fewest points per game in the NFL 4 straight years. Like the Wizards are probably on pace to lead the league in defensive rating 3 years in a row, which we'll never see again.
So I have a question for you. If the Wizards have a down year this year, do they keep that core 3?
No. I think this is the last year for the core 3, no matter what. I think this is the last dance.
Damn!
This is
that's so the metaphor behind that. Oh my god!
Here's what I think happened. Right? I think Jack retired, and I think Awkwardini, Dave Fry, and B Rich all got together, and they asked themselves, like they put it in a group chat. They asked, they're like, do we want to do this again, or do we just want to split it up and go our separate ways? And I don't know which one it was. I probably lean towards it being maybe Awkward. I think they put a Last Dance gif in the chat and say, fuck it, let's go for the 3-peat and figure it out later. I think this is probably the last year. Like, I think after this year, like, I could see Dave Fry wanting to, maybe he, because I know that he has other business interests. Like, maybe he wants to go back home and play in Dallas. Maybe Dini wants to go somewhere where he can kind of be like, the guy. Maybe Awkward is the guy that stays. I could definitely see that, and he's just like the
building piece, basically around the future.
The building piece, but yeah, I think this is the last dance.
Let me ask you this: if they have let's say they have like a top 3 pick in the draft next year, right? And
if they're that bad, I think they're all gone anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's yeah.
What about I guess yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I could really see them doing, like if they're all really bad, if the Wizards are bad this year, the piece that probably gets traded is Nudini. Dini's probably the trade piece. They'll probably say, "Hey, we're just gonna try to do something else." Maybe I don't know. Maybe they try B-Rich at the 4 and they trade for a guard. I know B-Rich can play the 4. I don't know, but yeah, it feels like the last ride for the Wiz. Really does. Mm-hmm. I think this is probably the last year. Of
even with this weak conference, do players really want to leave?
I don't think that's going to matter because I think they're going back to the finals 5v5 no matter what. I think 3v3 will probably be somebody else, but 5v5 I think they're going back to the finals. So
a third time,
if they go back to the final, because think about champ, let's go through the options, right?
I know.
Option A, they win the 3rd title in a row. They probably look at each other and like, all right, we 3-peated, let's wrap it up, take our money and go home. right? That's probably it. Like I don't think they'll come back for a fourth. Like I think at that point they're probably like, all right,
Let's keep the 20-time champion.
yeah, the 20-time champion Wizards isn't gaming. Option B for the Wiz is that they make it to the finals and lose. Which at that point, they definitely probably break it up at that point. Because if they make it to the finals and lose, it's probably to like the Wizards or the Jazz or like one of those West teams that they always prided themselves on being able to beat. Yeah, and now that they can't, they'll probably blow it up. If they don't make it to the finals at all, they're definitely blowing it up. If they don't make it to the playoffs at all, they're definitely getting blown up. Feels like this is the last year. Unless they like win the title in such a dominant fashion that they're just cackling their way to like, to like $150,000 a piece. Like, there's a lot of money out there.
They're wiping their tears. They're wiping their tears with those $100 bills.
Yeah. I think the team though, real hot take. I think I have 3 teams for you. Here are my top 3 teams that I think could actually take the East away from the Wiz.
Ooh, I like this.
Team number 1, the Hawks. I really like how this team is set up. I really, really like that Witness pick. That Witness pick is a pick you make when you say that's a we're gonna fucking win this year pick. Because let me tell you, man, Witness is gonna win a lot of games. Like he's gonna win them a lot of games with his two-way abilities. He's probably gonna be the best shooting guard that team has ever had, which isn't saying much. And I love the putback pick with Hot Shot. I mean, putback and Hot Shot's gonna be fantastic. So the Hawks are 1. Number 2 is Gen G. If that team works, if it works, like last year we were all very certain it was going to work. This year I'm a little less certain because that's 3 very young guys at the top of your team and then Don and Feast. If Gen G works, they're going to be amazing. But there's also a chance that they really don't work. Mm-hmm. And then the third team, you might want to buckle up for this one, baby. The Raptors. I love this team. I think they're so fun. I think they're so interesting. Like the Fanta Kenny backcourt is like one of the weirdest backcourts ever assembled in 2K League history. It is legitimately a 5v5, a 5-year guard/forward, former MVP playing the 2 guard. Next to him is a rookie primary 3v3 dribble head. The fuck? It's the weirdest backcourt combo ever. And then, just to make things more interesting, Dimes is at center. It's wild. It is a wild team. And usually the wild teams in the league are the ones that are really fun to watch. And usually they'll wild themselves into a couple of really nice wins.
I like this. As much as the East is weaker, I still think it's very balanced, and it's not like...
That's what it is. It's not weak. It's just even.
Yeah.
It's very even. Like, it's different for the West because the West has, these insane upper echelon teams. But the East just has a lot of teams that talent-wise are all very even and they're just going to kick the shit out of each other this year. Like, they're just going to...
Oh, yeah.
My God. So many 500 teams in the East this year.
Yeah. I think you're going to have kind of how, like, you have, like, those 2 top-heavy teams that have really good records. I think the Sixers are just... It's not necessarily that I think the Sixers are really good. I just think that the Sixers are going to be one of the top 3 teams in the conference just because, like, I feel like they're the most put-together team, like out of all those teams. Like, I know you talked about your top 3 teams, like, that could take down the Wiz, but, like, that Sixers team, like, you added Reed and you added DT to that roster, and you have Yusuf at center, like, that's a team that I'm keeping my eye on, the Sixers, just because I feel like they got the defense. I think they got the defensive players. I think the biggest issue and concern is like being able to not turn the ball over because I feel like that was the biggest issue for Reed. Dre had to hold on to Dre would hold on to the ball for a long time, but I think part of that was just because of a situation with Calirak and how Calirak couldn't really do anything. So I think that was part of it. But
here's the issue with the Sixers, bud. If Dre doesn't take the next step, they're done. Like I'm ready to see Reed at the 2 guard. I just don't need to see another year of Reed playing out of position at the 1. Mm-hmm. Just
do you think
it's not that Reed is a bad 1? I just think he's so much better as an off-ball guard.
I agree.
It's like he to me this year is like Seth Curry. Like he's going to be an unbelievable catch and shoot guy. He's going to be easy. Like you give him 7 seconds to make like a move or two. Like what the thing about Reed when it comes to his dribbling is that the first couple moves that he has are good. But the problem is that if you defend those first couple moves, he doesn't really have like a third and a fourth to go to, and that's when he starts draining out the clock and the offense kind of falls apart. But with the Sixers team, he's going to get the secondary defender. He's not going to have a ton of time to overthink his dribble moves. He's going to break somebody down, hit a nice shot. I mean, his efficiency numbers should skyrocket this year next to Dre getting a non-lock. I mean, it's... Yeah, I'm excited for Reed this year. It's just, if Dre is bad, I don't know what they do.
Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, that's obviously a big concern. But one team I don't think we're talking about enough is that Knicks team, though. Like, if Stick pans out, right? This is
I picked them to be the number 2 seed in the East. I'm talking about them.
I just think if this team can pan out, right? Like, if Stick comes in and he is, like, the crush of the... Let's say he's, like, again, that's a huge hypothetical.
Well, what you said is true, champ. And the Rigby thing is true, which I'm not going to sit here and confirm or deny. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Rigby. If what you say is true, and Rigby is currently indisposed. I mean, do the Knicks not have the best guard in the conference?
Yeah.
Is Malik not number 1? Like, is there a guard in the East right now besides Rigby? Malik?
I think that
Beast
too.
Move, maybe?
I think Witness will be competing for that too.
Sure. But I'm saying right now, going to the season, it's probably Malik and Beast Move 1 and 2, and then kind of fill in the blanks of the other PGs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, it's interesting because we talk about how Sharps are dead. Beast Move and Malik are like, they're so interesting because they are just like complete polar opposite players. Mm-hmm. Like Beast Move is all about efficiency and fundamentals and whatever. And Malik is just
it sounds like it sounds like we have like we still got the '90s basketball players in the NBA. Like we just...
Yeah, it's cool. So I think the Knicks are going to be real good. Mm-hmm. What the whole Knicks season is going to come down to 5v5 wise, 3v3. We'll see. Like we'll see how Malik Stick and Glow do or Duck Stick and Glow do. Like we'll see. 5v5 is all going to come down to Stick and Carry hitting their shots.
Yep.
That's what it's all going to come down to. Because Duck isn't going to have the contact dunks he's going to have last year. So a lot of Duck's game this year is going to be a lot of drive and kick to the corners. A lot of driving kicks, a lot of missed layups, easy rebounds from Glow, kicking it out to the corners. Like that's going to be a huge part of their offense. If Stick and Carry aren't hitting, their offense is really going to struggle. And you could say the same thing about that for every single team. Obviously, if they're locking power forward, stuck at shooting, nothing's going to happen. But if this Knicks team is a little bit different, I think the Knicks really have a chance to win the East, but only if Stick and Carry are top 3 in the conference in their position.
Yeah, I think it's going to really come down to Stick and Glow when it comes to their defense. I think it's so important. Obviously, rotation defense matters.
I think defensively they're going to be fantastic. It's interesting. I actually think that Malik and Duck as defensive players are better than the reputation they're given. I went back and I rewatched the Knicks from last year. Like I rewatched their series against the Grizz a couple times. Like I rewatched their series against against Gen G a couple times. Like, I think Duck and Malik really get the job done defensively. I think they put a lot of effort out there, and I think that's a credit to Kyle Rudy. I think he coaches that team up really well to just put a lot of effort and a lot of heart into their defense, and that's why Stick is such a phenomenal pick because he is an angry defender, man. He's going to be really good for them.
Mm-hmm. No.
He's the long-term lock that they have been looking for since they let Nate walk in after season 1. I mean, he is the lock who was promised for Knicks gaming. I mean, they had nobody in season 2. Who was their season 3 guy? I forget.
For lock?
Yeah.
Rim?
Who was their season 3 lock?
Rim?
Hey, Rim. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I love Rim, but that didn't go all that well. He was all right, but
we love you. We love you, Rim.
We love you, Rim. But, it didn't go all that well. So, yeah, it's cool. I like the Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that's the cool thing about this, like the season, like you said, though. Like, I just think I'm just trying to figure out that team that we're just not like last year. Who was the surprise team last year? Who am I forgetting? I'd have to look at it. Like, who was a team last year that we were just like, holy crap, they're good, and we didn't expect it.
I'm going to argue the T-Wolves.
Okay, well, and see,
We thought they'd be nice. We didn't think they'd be the best offense in league history.
yeah, that's
we
true.
didn't think they'd be like that. Like we thought they'd be like, all right, this will be fun. This will be fun to watch. They were nice. Rim, I was horrible season 3. Let's be real. It wasn't pretty out there.
It wasn't. Yeah. You know
it
what?
Wasn't the prettiest.
You're in a better place now, right?
It wasn't the prettiest. Yeah.
Okay, so based off the playoff teams last year, okay, Wizards, Hornets, Grizz, Nets, Sixers, Knicks. Oh my God, we're gonna have a huge chart. This is crazy. Okay, I was gonna ask this question, but the more and more I'm looking at
I think we could have all those teams still be in the playoffs.
You think all 6 of those teams could still be in the playoffs?
Sure.
Do you think the Grizz can make playoffs? Why did you get quiet?
J Money at 7. Not with J Money at 7. If they go BP, J Money, authentic J Rod, Spartan, yeah. I do.
I just
if
love
AA and Spartan are like that defensively, yeah, I think they really could. I don't like I roasted their rosters.
Oh, I did too. I did too.
I just dude, we don't. BP's look great this offseason, man.
It's not even BP though. Like I want BP to understand.
If we get season 2 BP back, there's no reason why this Grizz team can't make the playoffs.
I think what's nice for it though is BP's in the best conference for himself. Like he's in a conference.
Yeah. Like for sure. He's in a conference that if he dominates, he could be the clear MVP.
But he can also he's gonna in my opinion, how we talked about who are we retaining on this team. I think what's gonna happen for this team is BP is gonna perform and he's gonna do his thing, and the Grizz are gonna end up going into next year and building around him. That's my prediction.
I like the BP pick because I think they go into every single game against the other teams in the East probably with the best point guard on the floor.
Mm-hmm. BP's arguably one of the best PGs in the Eastern Conference at this point.
I think he might be. That's kind of what's. I like the BP pick. My issue with the Grizz was not the BP pick. My issue with the Grizz is the fact that they invested so much in J Money and J Rod. Because you take out J Money and J Rod and you replace them with
any shooting guard in the East right now.
Let's say it's Perm and Screddy.
Oh.
I mean, they're an easy East playoff team.
Yeah,
I think we're looking at them. We're like, yeah, man, they got rid of Vandy. They restocked really well. But I think our kind of iffiness on this team kind of comes to the fact that we don't know what J Money we're getting this year. We have no idea if J Rod is a league caliber player anymore. We have no idea. I mean, he didn't play a game last year.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen him play the fucking game this whole offseason. So it's difficult to know with the Grizz. But I think BP could drag them to a 4 seed.
I think what's crazy is the Hawks were 6-22 last year, and they're gonna go from being the 12th seed in the conference to possibly being, I don't want to say the number 1 seed, but definitely could be a top 3 seed in their conference this year.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And we have one of those teams every single year. Mm-hmm. You go through kind of our playoff teams. There's always the team that goes from bad to playoffs. Always. Kings did it in season 2, went from garbage to playoffs.
Wizards DG.
Wizards DG did it in season 3, shitty to the playoffs. Last year in season 4, we had a couple teams do it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's totally fair to look at the Hawks and be if they don't make the playoffs, it will be a massive.
I felt like last year we predicted the West very well.
We nailed the West for sure.
We definitely hit the West, and even with the Kings, obviously with their situation, not making was it? Yeah, it was the Kings. The Kings had the 6th seed. I thought they had the.
Well, they finished the regular season as the 6th seed. Oh,
but okay, yeah. But I mean, looking at this conference though, for the most part, we kind of rated. It was crazy. We had this conference to a T. I'm looking at it, everything was basically spot on with if I'm looking at it. The East was a little different because we felt the Grizz were going to make playoffs for the first time. We definitely thought that. We didn't think the Hornets would be the number 2 team. I was not high on the Hornets, and I'll admit that. I was not high on the Hornets. Yeah. We always, listen, you were always on the Grizz, not the Grizz, the Nets. You were always about the Nets, and I was
on the Nets from the jump. I was there's just no. There's no way.
I was high on the Sixers, but the Sixers didn't live up to what I said. But
No,
I knew they were.
I called from the jump. I was like, "There's no way that Chalk and Shots does an efficiency their way to the playoffs. There's no chance. Like they're just too efficient."
But I mean, looking at this for the most
part,
part,
Charlie, I still picked you guys to make the playoffs because I'm not an idiot.
Yeah,
I knew.
We all did.
You guys had a bad draft, and I still picked the Dubs to go to the offs. I was definitely wrong. I mean, the Kings were my preseason title pick. I thought they were going to be the best team of all time.
Gen G.
My West playoff teams last year were. I had the Kings at 1. I had the Warriors at 2. I had the Jazz at 3.
I'm curious what mine were.
I had the Bucks at 4. I thought the Bucks were going to be really good. I had the Cavs at 5. And then I had the Pacers as a possible team. As a possible ticket team. Because I was really high on the Cavs and the Bucks last year. I thought the Cavs with Mario were going to be a playoff team, and I thought the Bucks were about to take the leap. I definitely was all in on the Bucks last year. The T-Wolves took me by surprise, and the Pacers really took me by surprise, and also the Kings being ass.
Yeah, that and Gen G for me. Gen G,
Gen G was everybody's miss. I mean, we all bought into the J Money thing.
Yeah,
I just want to know. Here's what I want to know. I want to talk to Lang about this at some point. I want to know why J Money was the guy. They could have traded that pick for a lot of different guards. There were a lot of guards that were available this offseason. A lot of them. A fuck ton. And they had the 16th pick, which is a pretty good pick. And then they had the 12th pick, which is also a pretty good pick to trade for a guard. I'm just surprised that J Money was the guard they traded for. They couldn't have gotten Duck from the Knicks for 16 or 12.
I think though, I honestly
you couldn't get Reed for 16.
I think
you couldn't get Vandy. Oh, sorry, not Vandy. They traded away Vandy.
I think
I don't know.
I think my thing about it is for the Grizz, I was in my back of my head, I was I wonder if they should just move either Authentic or Spartan and try to rebuild around because if the plan was to get rid of Vandy, right? I don't know, was he really was he the only person who should have moved in this offseason? I felt you're trying to take a step up again. When you got rid of Vandy, you're technically blowing up your franchise because you're getting rid of your point guard and you replace. I mean,
yeah, it's weird. It's a weird one.
You got rid of your point guard that basically got you to the playoffs, right? Because without Vandy,
I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. And Vandy wanting to leave is fine. That's okay. Vandy can want to leave, but I find it interesting after he found out he wasn't playing PG. That's my double point in this. Why was J Money the guy they went so hard after? Why is he the guy that they're leveraging 40% of their roster to cater towards?
Is there someone on that team that really wanted him?
There must be it must be AA or Spartan that are just banging the table to get J Money in there because we all saw it last year. He struggled. He could not win. They were fine. He couldn't win them big games. What's going to be different now? Why was he the guy that they went after so hard? And I don't want to hear the typical bullshit of, great retail player, won a title in season 2. He knows what it takes. Bullshit. That's over. That was 3 fucking years ago. That was a long time ago on a very different team. Okay, that is not the team he has now. He does not have a Bear to Beast on this team. He does not have a Season 2 Feast on this team. Spartan's nice. Authentic's nice. That's a much different
So,
team.
Harris, this was my, obviously you can't see it on the screen yet, probably.
Oh, right, yeah, we were obviously the Raptors. We were really
Yeah, we are the Raptors, Gen G. So, but look at everything else.
We were low. I was higher on the Knicks than you were.
Yeah.
I was much higher on the Knicks than you were.
So the Bucks out.
If J Money,